Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, welcome back to yet another Esports Arena Halo 5 tournament. It's going to be an action-packed day today. I can't wait to get into it. We have some of the most talented Halo players in the world facing off for their share of $1,000. Also, by the way, if we're not acquainted, I'm Shyway. I'll be hosting the action for you today. And as you can see alongside me in the GBO zone, chilling on the couch here, we have Yeso joining me once again. Yeso, how you been?
I'm doing great. Did a big Apex tournament yesterday. We had our 10K
Oh,
Invitational for Series E. That was super exciting. Got to see some of the best teams in the world compete there. And now we get to do the same thing here with Halo. So it's awesome to get that back-to-back action. And I'm excited. Every Sunday here is always a blast. These teams have delivered after we had that awesome run through the Kellogg's 25K free-for-alls into 1v1.
right.
They have just delivered as we've gotten back to the 4v4 action, and it's been fun week after week.
It's exciting times, right? Apex is popping, but Halo as well. Like, I know we got our Halo 5 tournament today, but I got to ask, with all the Halo Infinite news we've had with the what I would say is a pretty positive reception as well. How you feeling? Are you even more excited for Halo coming into it today?
I'm feeling great. It's really interesting. I didn't follow the development cycle of the game as much as other folks. I obviously saw every time a trailer came out, I saw it, and they all looked really cool. But I actually took a bit of a deep dive because I was curious. I was seeing a lot of this stuff on Twitter, people talking about, oh, it seems to be a bit of a redemption arc for Halo Infinite. And I went back and looked through, and it was a difficult development cycle for 343 and for Microsoft. But it really seems like the delay that they did has really paid off. Everything we have seen since E3, I think, has looked fantastic. They absolutely delivered with that multiplayer trailer. I think things are really coming together. It seems like we're finally inching closer and closer to a set release date here. Obviously, holiday 2021 is what they said, but I'm feeling really good, and I haven't been this excited for a Halo title since Halo 4. Halo 3 was
Let's
my
go.
game. When Halo 4 came out, I was hyped for that. But really, since then, it hasn't been the same for me. And I could not be more excited. I've been reaching out to all my friends that I grew up with, who we all played Halo with together when we were younger. And I'm like, okay, this is the time. We're all getting back together. It's free to play. It's got crossplay, so
Yeah.
Xbox or PC, it doesn't matter. And I think it is the best time in a long time to be a Halo fan.
I love how you put it. So it's been a roller coaster. Completely agree. They've been playing with my emotions for years now. But redemption arc, honestly,
Yes.
is the perfect way to put it. That's what it feels like. It does feel like Halo's back on track. And finally, we have something exciting to look forward to. And I think that sets a good precedent for our tournament today. So we got a big tournament to get into and keep the competition going, because all these boys, of course, they are competing for a shot to be the best in Halo Infinite when it comes out. So let's take a look at our format today. Of course, we also have $1,000 on the line. You can see if you're in the top three, then you're in the money today. So first place, 600, second place, 300, and $100 down to third. But first is what matters most, and that definitely puts you in the best situation going into Infinite as well. You can see it's a 4v4 double elimination tourney. So, of course, we have winners and a lower bracket as well. Every single match today is a best of three. So if you're not ready to go right out the gate, then be careful, because it might be over quick, especially with the way some of these teams play. They're so well coordinated, and I'm expecting some incredible matchups today. Yay! So, what are you looking forward to?
One of the interesting things that we actually always get here on Sundays is we see some of those awesome star-studded lineups, right? We get to see the Cloud9s, the Sentinels, the Envious, and stuff like that. But I think one of the coolest approaches we've seen from some of those top pros week to week to week is they're willing to mix up the rosters, right? We see, Renegade and Frosty and all these guys playing on a week-to-week basis, but we never really going into each Sunday what the makeup of those teams are going to look like. They're willing to mix it up. And I think it makes it really interesting every week to see what kind of teams they have put together and how kind of this tournament will, shake out. But I'm looking forward to just great games. We delivered really last week on some awesome matches, and I don't think we're going to get anything different this time around. And we're going right to winners. This is winners quarterfinals. We got about 37 Ninja Swords versus '06 Kobe Bryant for our first match.
Damn. Quite a matchup. I'm not sure who to expect on these teams, but I'm liking the creativity on the team names here, I got to say. expecting a big one for sure. I love the point that you brought up, though, about the fact that we have just kind of mix and match rosters. You get pretty exciting matchups you don't normally see here, but also a chance for some of these individually skilled players to really show what they've got in different situations that we're used to seeing them in. It's always nice to see a player like, say, Bound jump onto a team we've never seen him on before and see if he can still perform as well as you'd expect him to on Inconceivable. Or Frosty, throw him on C9, see if Frosty can still carry, still play as well as you'd expect him to. And turns out, I mean, the man's a talent, so he can. But that's just kind of the exciting difference that you get in an event like this, just the mix-up, like you said.
Yeah, I will say I don't know the full rosters, but the captains for both teams,
Okay.
about 37 Ninja Swords is Penguins team, '06 Kobe Bryant is Secluded. So that
Okay,
gives you at
well,
least a little bit of insight into this match. And, you know, as we already talked about, you see Penguin there. That doesn't guarantee what the rest of the roster will look like,
sure.
but it at the very least means we will get a very interesting and exciting winners quarterfinal.
Yeah, all I can say is there's no way Penguin is teaming with anybody but the cream of the crop, the top players
Yes.
in the world here. So we know Penguin, of course, representing C9. I'd expect, maybe Trippy's on the roster there. We're going to find out right here, of course. It looks like we're kicking it off with Betts, I believe, on the opposite side on Kobe Bryant. And we'll see what they can do going up against some of these top players. I mean, there we have it. We have Ola, Swish, and Trippy joining Penguin.
All right, that is, you want to talk about star-studded lineups, very strong there. As Costa going to get right in behind Trippy for the beatdown, and here we go, folks. Our first match of the day. Betts and the boys looking strong early. It obviously is strongholds here. Solid start for about 37 Ninja Swords. They get 2 early caps, so they will start racking up some points here to kick off the first game.
Costa going to try to dip his toe in the basement here. Looks like he does have a rail so he can make a play, though he's getting shot at from both sides and he can't use it. Unfortunate. Does have a teammate, though, over on yellow side, so it looks like they might have been able to reset basement. No delay at a Penguin, though. He'll dive over to Nest, and look at this. He's behind enemy lines as well. Nade in. Just maximum damage coming out of Penguin here as he does everything he can to defend Nest. If anything, I'd say it was a distraction. You can see Trippy. He's now ready for basement.
Okay. 2 spots now captured here by 37 Ninja Swords. That's going to be Trippy going down. Swish as well. Is just chaos really across the map right now. And the advantage is in favor of '06 Kobe Bryant. We see Pistola here, who it's been really fun to follow his return here. 2 Halo 5 over the last month or so. He's going to get 1 kill there. That's going to be the stronghold captured by 37 Ninja Swords, and they're looking to retake the lead here early on in this first game.
Here's the worry. '06 Kobe Bryant, they might have started out great. They have an early lead here, but the moment they lose control, which, so it's starting to happen. They're losing full control here. You can see clear map control on the side of their 37 Ninja Swords, and this is only the start of more to come here. Ola just barely surviving. He will get the nade in. That's a kill on the Devil Dog, and Spawner still in bunker, but Ola being such a nuisance, just hiding behind the box here. His teammates will support him, and there's literally nothing Steezy can do in the back bunker.
Ola looking clean as always. Well-coordinated nades onto the stronghold, able to secure it. And it is a full court press right now from 37 Ninja Swords. They control all 3 points right now and just dominating as they start to open up a serious gap over '06 Kobe Bryant.
Just complete map domination. You can see they're split spawning around the map as well. And Ola taking his sweet old time with the shotty there. He will opt for the Magnum instead. And maybe pick up a second. Swish has got that under control. Ola going to try to dip in for yet another here. But at this point, they're just cleaning up the scraps. We're looking at over 50 points already. Quickly barreling out of control here as Ola tries to put down another. He'll drop the shotty, and maybe Costa Clan and team have a chance to slow the bleeding here. If they could even get the bunker, which they can't seem to. The brawl's still going down here.
You give this squad an inch, and they're going to take a mile. Just like that, it was about a 14-6 lead for '06 Kobe Bryant, and it has been completely reversed. Now about to be 70-14 in favor of about 37 Ninja Swords, and they have just completely taken over this first game.
I hate to say it, but it's looking grim here, so for our blue team, not sure if they have what it takes to bring it back in this game. They would have to put together some sort of perfect play. Right now, Swish does have this rotation back to center map here. You can see all players on blue. They're trying to cap both basement and nest at the same time, but Swish is here to ruin their day. He's going to try to get one. There's one. How is he not dead?
Wow.
Somehow did he land on top of Steezy? Steezy was flailing, couldn't find them, and Swish somehow, he gets a double. He's got more coming in here, apparently. But Swish, a bit of a lucky accident there in basement.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we take those. He gets the double kill, able to protect basement there, and now, running out of time. 06 Kobe Bryant needs that perfect play, and they need it right now because about 37 Ninja Swords barreling towards a win here in game number 1. Steezy's going to go down. Devil Dog dead as well. It's just Betts alive, and it looks like the first game here of this best of 3 is all done and dusted, as without 37 Ninja Swords going wire to wire right now.
Not even 5 minutes into game 1, and it's just looking like decimation here. Betts did somehow sneak away with the camo, but at this point, looking too little too late. They do have 2 captures. All spawners up on Carbine side. You can see how aware Ola is of the potential of camo here. He's looking for him. And Betts, he will try to chip in, but dangerous game to play with the laser beams on red team here. You can fire a shot in the moment they find you. They're going to put you down, but Betts, great damage out of him. He's actually helping his team here. They're getting some crucial trades, so narrowly holding on. You can see the rotation still coming into BR base, though, so they need to be quick to either stop BR or get in the basement, and you can see it's not an easy job for Betts to do this.
And the margin for error at this point, with just 5 points standing between Ninja Swords and a win, the margin for error is none, and there it is. A couple players go down. They're able to cap 1 point there. And about 37 Ninja Swords are going to take the win here in game number 1.
I mean, you wouldn't expect any less from a team of this caliber, but it's just wild to see the moment that they do grab control, the moment they have an understanding of spawns, it's just game over. It seems like they're being suffocated the moment they spawn up. They're always down numbers. It's a wonder, how to break out of a situation like that unless you are, that same caliber player.
And it's interesting, we get a lot of these matchups between the star-studded squads like Ninja Swords and the ones with lesser-known names. And it's very interesting that we fairly consistently see these unknown squads come out strong to start the game. A lot of times we'll see them take good early leads, but the one thing is as you mentioned earlier, as soon as you give an opening to these top-end squads, they take it and they just run away with the game. And then it's just so difficult to catch up to the kind of momentum that they are able to build. And we saw it here, a huge run from about 6 points up to over 70 for Ninja Swords, and it just ended up being too much of a margin for the boys of 06 Kobe Bryant to make up.
Now, they still have one more game. It's a best of 3. We will be jumping into a Slayer. So there's a shot for I guess they have a chance to dazzle us if they could put something together. But not going to be easy just based off of what we've seen in Rig. What I'm hoping to see is just an ability for these players to play their lives as much as possible. It's something I've noticed a lot more on 37 Ninja Swords. A mouthful to say that team name. Yeah. But just the ability to stay alive in situations where they should be going down or just prolong their life to the point where they draw the attention of more than one player, and that can ruin a setup. It can ruin timing for the entire team if you can draw that much aggro to yourself and still stay up. Speaking of which, Ola is going to do his best to ensure Joey lives here, and now if Trippy gets away, that's going to spell just a terrible a series of events here for this blue team.
Wow, what a start here. 37 Ninja Swords already up 4-1, less than 30 seconds into this game, and Pistola looking for more, playing very patient, going to get hit by a grenade there, but isn't really under any threat. And finally, 06 Kobe Bryant starting to get on the board here. 3 kills to their name, but Pistola just playing so slow, so careful here. Is finally going to go down. Good kill there for Betts as they try to close the gap.
Yeah, nice little pinch. They did earn pink side control as well, so Swish going to face off Car to pink. Pretty tough fight to win, but he puts good shots in. His teammates can now try to fly in for the collapse. You can see 3 members of blue stuck in blue base here. Swish trying to get into the fight in time to help out. It looks like he might be able to trade one. Ola's with him. Players up on pink side as well, though. Swish going to try to get a pinch here, but he's lost Ola, and now he might be in trouble. He'll have to play it slow, but beautiful shots at his Swish to keep him back just long enough for teammates to bait and switch here.
All the grenades there into blue base, causing chaos as Costa comes out, is able to get one. Pistola trades him back very quickly. And The gap here, only 2 kills between these teams, and we talked about it a week ago that Slayer is kind of that opportunity for these lower squads to come out and just lean on that fragging power, and it's working out so far. We're tied at 13, just approaching 2 minutes into this game, and 06 Kobe Bryant settling into the second game.
We saw some excellent two-man control up on Pink as well. Bet's going to continue to hold it down for P-Face. He does get a kill on the Ola here. Still have a player up top, Blue, and Bet's dropping down to bottom mid. A little unfortunate, the timing of that drop. OS or Camo is about to pop up on the map here, and they just lost Pink's side beforehand. That should put Ninja Swords in a great position for it, but Trippy just one step ahead. Trying to be sneaky here. He knows there's a player up on top car. Dive in should be an easy cleanup on the Bets here. At the same time, where is that Camo? Was it Swish who had it? We'll have to do a quick cam check, see if it's still on the map here, but they might have been able to delete Camo despite not having Pink. No, actually, even better, Costa has it somehow.
Huge pickup there for Costa, able to get the double kill, looking for the triple. Wow. So close. Doesn't look like he'll be able to finish. He's just going to hold on to this Camo for right now as Betts grabs one himself, and a big surge here from 06 Kobe Bryant to keep things close.
Uh-oh. Costa was bobbing and weaving here just to stay alive, but he's got to keep backing out. Multiple players on car, and he's in a rough spot to be hiding. But he might be able to sneak in here. There is a player behind him on the bubble. Look at that creep walk coming out, too. He doesn't want to be seen. The awareness, too. I wonder if he's heard Penguin here. He'll get shots in. Quick 5 cleanup. Beautiful out of Costa. Another cleanup from his teammate as well, so they are leading by 1 point here. Going to look for the stragglers. We got one more up in red base, and he's got to make it to his teammate to help. And I'm not sure he'll get there in time. You can see multiple coming up through pink side. Costa's going to get burned for this. There's not too much he can do to get a trade here. But but he still will. My God, Costa, beautiful.
The backup from the rest of his team was perfect. Keeps him alive. They're able to pick up 2 kills there. The margin of this lead is so small. Just one, but Costa able to grab another, and they hold on to the lead a little bit longer.
Costa, Clan going off, a killing spree to his name, still holding it down for P2, got a couple nades, might want to burn him before he drops here, and he is doing just that, but still Devil Dog there to help him, spins on a dime, he will get taken out, and still we're tied here, neck and neck between Ninja Swords and Kobe Bryant. Trippy gonna hold it down for pink side. We have a new Camo coming up once again, and this time red, they want to make sure they don't give this one up.
But a fine line between a lot of these plays going in favor of 06 Kobe Bryant are going the other way. Is Trippy looking for the push here? He's got a teammate with him, but Steezy gonna take him down.
Look at this though, Penguin somehow turns 2, spins, and gets a third for a triple. Are you kidding? He's looking like John Wick there, so he dove in between everyone and cleaned up all the kills. On top of that, look at what they've earned for it. Swish has the Camo, and you know this man is gonna look to make plays. He's already gotten started there with a 5 on a Devil Dog.
And this could be the turning point in this second game. We were talking about how close the lead was for 06 Kobe Bryant as Swish grabs another one. That triple kill from Penguin could be the catalyst to push 37 Ninja Swords ahead to a victory here. They just have a 3-kill lead right now, so it is not huge. Still a huge opportunity for 06 Kobe Bryant to come back in this game. But it's been so many even fights that they need to have a big turnaround to grab the lead back.
The brutal reality here, though, is the fact that they're trapped in blue. They were being pinched from both pink and car side, just stuck in blue base with limited options. Now all 4 of them are dead, and I don't believe a single member of red team died there. So now 38-32. They're going to fly in through car side, but both 2 players deleted by Ola and Swish here, and the gap extends at the worst point in the game. We're in the end zone here. 10 kills left to close in, and no longer can Kobe Bryant continue to make these mistakes. It's looking a little rough. Can they hold on here?
I mean, it's similar to the first game. As soon as you give that opening to this squad, they're going to take it and run away from it. We were stuck at just around 30 kills apiece, and just like that, the lead is 14 right now as Trippy grabs another one.
All off of a single triple kill from Penguin and in a Camo grab at a Swish there. The game completely flipped, just instantly. All 4 members up in red base here, just looking to clean up the final 2 kills. Penguin just ego challenge his way into that player back red base. Knows he can finish this one off to close our game. What was originally, just completely tied, goes down to 50-35 for a dominant close.
I mean, that turns out to be about a 20-5 run there to finish the game. Both teams were tied at just around 30-32, and you just see 37 Ninja Swords absolutely take off to finish that game. You want to talk about that triple kill from Penguin. It was the follow-up then from the rest of his team to just keep bearing down on '06 Kobe Bryant. They had
Yeah.
no room to breathe. As you mentioned, they get trapped in blue base, and it just snowballs out of control, and 37 Ninja Swords take the 2-0 victory.
The beauty of that moment is first obviously camo spawning at the time that he gets the kills, but it's the fact that he got 3 kills in quick succession. That makes it so easy for red team to understand where that spawn point is going to be and to set up around the spawn point and can continue the snowball effect. So just the combo of having a camo on top of complete map control in that one moment is just it's a worst case scenario for blue team, and they had been fighting so well toe to toe the entire game just to get to that one little mistake that cost them. I believe we do have a replay. Might be able to jump back in and look, relive the moment that I'm sure this blue team doesn't want to remember here. It's Penguin. Yeah, just diving in, spinning 180 here, and manages to pull off the triple. And that timing is brutal. Camo's about to pop. Their entire team now aware of the fact that it's a blue base spawn, and they ensure that it stays in blue while they push up through pink and car at the same time. And it just creates the snowball effect that's very hard to break out of.
And you do have to give credit to Penguin's team because those were also essentially all one taps there with the Magnum at close range. So the setup from the team, and then obviously Penguin carrying that play to the finish, grabbing the triple, and that was just the beginning of the end for '06 Kobe Bryant. I think great effort. I thought they played really well that game, but the triple kill was the backbreaker, and there just was not enough time for them to recover. And then especially, as you mentioned, when you're able to quickly adjust then and control the spawns and just keep coming in waves at '06 Kobe Bryant, they don't have any opportunity to just come up for air there and try and recover.
Right. Yeah, and they call Penguin the custodian, by the way, coming in there just cleaning up all the one shots, making it look easy. Like you said, though, blue team they played pretty damn well. That game two was an exciting match, very close. For a second, I thought if they grabbed that last camo, who knows where it could have gone. So they're not out of the tournament yet. They will drop over to loser's side. In the meantime, we do have some stats we could take a look at. Yeah, so I know you're the stats man. Tell me what we got here.
I'm all about the numbers. It's interesting to get to kind of peel apart these games from a stats perspective, and we go back to the first map. Obviously, it was Strongholds, and this was the one where we saw '06 Kobe Bryant come out to a bit of an early lead. It wasn't huge, but then 37 Ninja Swords just come back so unbelievably strong. Let's go to the next page. I want to check out the Slayer stats here for this one, and pretty even across the board for about 37 Ninja Swords. Just great teamwork, and look at everybody with 6+ assists. Trippy getting up to 10. That's just a great team game.
Yeah. I got to definitely highlight Costa Clan, though. 14 kills, 9 deaths, 7 assists as well. We saw him go off mid-game. I believe he was that player who had the second camo. He got a killing spree, won a lot of incredible fights, too. Remember, he got that 5 on the Penguin and Car Bubble, outshot Trippy as well on pink side. So great to see players who are on the come-up, who are not, not yet in the spotlight, the superstars of Halo, but still to be able to hang in a 1v1 type of environment with some of these top shooters. So great to see. Costa Clan definitely showed up in that game. Just unfortunately, as a team, they didn't have the wherewithal to carry it through to the end.
Yeah, and Kazakhstan definitely somebody to keep an eye on if we get to take another look at this team later on in the day. As Shaiwai mentioned, they do bump down to the losers bracket, but their day is not done yet. Let's check out the final page of stats here for Strongholds. Take a peek at those accuracy numbers. And there it is. Look at that, 62.7% from Penguin, just hitting all of his shots. But the damage lead goes to Swish up there, just below 2,000 damage. So great game, just really across the board. And even look at Devil Dog there hitting 60% of his shots for '06 Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, we definitely got a taste of that 62 accuracy in that truth game as well from Penguin for sure. You see Ola there, not quite Ola's best day in the accuracy department though, but if you go look at his stats in the other categories, he was the assist master throughout both of those games. So I find, Ola at any point, he always has a way of being a crucial part of every team that he's on, regardless of how, let's say, the accuracy is going in one game. Or the kills are going in another. He'll find a way to ensure that he's an integral part of that team's win.
Well, and even if the stats don't look as good, he's going to make one or two clutch plays, right? Those you don't
Right.
necessarily see, those don't reflect in the stats because all the kills look the same when you look at the stats, but his will have a huge impact. They will shift the momentum of a game, and that's what's really so fun about getting to see Pistola coming out here now week after week. I believe it's his third or fourth week back here, and it's been really
Yeah.
interesting and exciting to just follow how he's been playing because he's just very exciting to watch week after week. Let's go to the second game here. We'll go to Slayer in an extremely close game and much closer than that 50-35 scoreline would indicate because both of these teams were neck and neck through a majority of this game, but they were able to pull away. We talked a lot about that triple kill for Penguin. He finishes with 16 assists, 18 for Pistola. So you want to talk about a full court press. They were just coming after 06 Kobe Bryant.
Yep. So that's the exact example. So, I'll say, okay, Ola maybe had 44 accuracy in that one game, but you look at this game, sure, he doesn't have the 14 kills that Trippy has, but 18 assists is far in a way above, I guess, everyone except Penguin, who just went off. But just incredible work from them as a team, especially in the assist category. They're shooting together, they're moving together, and it shows for sure in a big way. Costa, I know, had the plays with the camo. I guess it was the first game, though, where he did a little better slays-wise. Betts stole the show on the blue team for game 2. Either way, I'm very surprised by Kobe Bryant, and I hope we get to see him again later in the tournament through the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely keeping an eye out for those boys. Certainly going to be interesting to see if they can make the run. They're obviously going to run into some tough competition. But let's check out the next page here. Obviously, we saw Pistola popping off in the assist department. There's the headshots. We saw those 3 perfect kills there for Swish. We got to see, I believe, just one of them during the stream, though, but that was certainly fun to watch. 3 for Costa as well. So another solid game, not at the top of the scoreboard, but still a name to keep an eye on here. And let's go to just the last one. We'll check out those accuracy numbers here for this second game, and it was Penguin once again leading the way, 59.6% there. Are we really that surprised?
Well, Betts actually one-up him despite losing the game. He won in one category, I guess, right? He got the accuracy. By the way, I know you pointed it out. We definitely need to highlight the fact that Swish is even on this team to begin with, right? Swish, of course, very talented player. We've seen him on the likes of Elevate, so we've seen him up there in these competitive teams, but rarely do we see him teaming with Trippy, with Penguin, with Ola, who are very well known, very have plenty of accolades, I guess, in Halo. For Swish, I'd say this is a bit of a milestone to see him with this roster, and to see him also perform well with this roster. Also, I'm sure upgrades his status, his portfolio in the Halo community.
Yeah, I mean, it's really quite the endorsement from the likes of a Penguin, a Pistol, and a Trippy to be like, hey, we need a 4th. Let's bring in Swish. This is a guy who can fill out our roster, who we believe can help us get to the top of this $1,000 tournament. And Swish has got to be feeling great here. Obviously, you can get, maybe a little bit nervous playing with these kinds of big names, but considering he's probably got plenty of experience playing on the other side of these matches against them, he's going to be feeling great right now. Performed very well in that best of 3, so looking solid and hoping he can continue to be a key piece of this roster as we make a run. Obviously, they're now into winners semifinals. Still plenty of Halo to play, but I think it's certainly great things to build on for Swish.
I can't wait to see more of him and the team. I just want to see more Halo at this point now. Yay. So, of course, we've seen this powerhouse. We've seen this powerhouse team just dominate to start. But I'm wondering who can face them today, because this is they're in my hot seat as far as the God team today. But I'm sure they've got a high-level competitor, and I'm sure we have yet to see him. Do you have any intel on some of the players, the teams we can expect to see that might be able to take a couple games off these guys?
So I will say their matchup in winter semis is going to be up against Carmea's squad. I, again, don't have full rosters, but it is Carmea's team, wannabe Fours kid. So that will be the matchup there. On the other side of the bracket, Velocity Esports, which is Piggy Sand's squad, is in that other winners semifinal. So we're starting to get some of those names that we very well recognize coming into the later stages of this winners bracket. So certainly Piggy Sand's probably favored in that other final, though. I don't know. I don't recognize this other team, so we may get an interesting matchup on that other side. But I'm getting really excited. Obviously, Penguin squad, about 37 Ninja Swords, did get the first seed today, so they are certainly favored to run the gamut, but we've got them versus the 5th seed, and it's the 3rd versus the 10th seed on the other side. So some interesting thing, and we are going to go to that side. It's Gambichos versus Velocity Esports.
Gambichos and Velocity Esports. Okay, well, this should be an exciting one. Like you said, Penguins team, they're expected to run the gambit. On the other side of the field here, this matchup could go either way. I just don't quite know who we're going to see here, especially on Gambichos. Do you happen to have any intel on? I know you had you have at least one player on each of these teams, correct?
So the one thing is I have Discord names, but not necessarily player names, and I don't necessarily know all of those connections. You and definitely Tony. If I had Tony sitting here, he'd be like, "Oh, I know whose Discord that is. This is that team. They're playing with this roster today. It's awesome," and crazy just to listen to the kind of insight he always has. He always kind of has his finger on the pulse of these teams, which is really cool. But I know Piggy saying and Atzo is on Gambichos. I'm not sure if that's a name you would recognize, but that is who we have.
Yeah, Atzo Uchiha.
Okay.
So Atzo we typically see on Fire and Ice up there with Magico with some of the better Latin American players. So this I expect would be top level Latin American talent on this team. We just don't know what kind of combination we're going to get. But if you said Atzo, actually I guess he typically plays with PK, so he'd be with Pelu with tapping buttons. This is it right here. There you go. You got tapping buttons. We got Drift, Atzo, and Chester, I believe. But Drift tapping buttons, we've seen plenty of them, and we know that they are a force. But they're up against Astound, Cycle, Piggy, and Fear Me. This is definitely no slouch of a team either.
Yeah, this should be a very interesting, very close matchup. We're starting off on CTF. Piggy saying aggressively pushing for that kill, is going to grab it, looking to get in here and grab the flag. His teammate's going to get that kill. And now red flag in trouble. Piggy going to drop it here, just looking to move it down mid. Is going to go down to that grenade here, and here comes the pushback from Gambichos.
Looking a little scrappy so far here, but Fear Me somehow threads the needle, does pick up a rail. Back up on top map here. Flag does get returned, but Fear Me just trying to do more damage here. He's already got a spree to his name. Already has the prediction on, I believe, on the spawners here. Trying to just to peek in all angles at the same time here. Just trying to find an opportunity with the rail. There's multiple right beside him in Treehouse, and I wonder if he hears it. About to be triple teamed in just a second if he's not careful here. But just bobbing and weaving, still has 2 rails to work with. Drawing a lot of attention to himself as well here. And everything he does seem to give his team a chance to pull that flag out. I'm surprised they already have it to elbow. Simply going to put one down into tapping buttons as well. He can rally that flag a little farther, so there might actually be an opening here for Velocity Esports if they don't lose their own flag at the same time.
He was just biding his time with that railgun, knew that if he could just get the right angle, he would secure a kill. He's able to get the flag into blue base there, but both flags away here, so a bit of a stalemate between these squads, still stuck at 0 points apiece. Is going to miss with that final railgun shot, but takes down Chester anyway.
Oh, huge, though. Simply Fear Me still going. Melee in, and I don't know how I feel about that teammate taking the flag out front base here. Might make it just a little bit easier for Cycle and team to get the return. They're diving on it, but it does get picked up. Tapping Button's going to do what he can to get down to the doorway. Flag now sits there. You still have Atzo, a line of defense, going to try to pick it up and keep it in play. Now, he tosses it out front, but Atzo doing everything he can. I think he might have a shot here. Teammates now spawning up behind him. He gets the trade with the melee, but multiple players flying into courtyard to still try to get the return in here. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw it, the camo's up as well. So just so much to focus on to fight over here, and it looks like ultimately Gambichos somehow pull away with that first cap.
We were just stuck back and forth, neither team with enough of an opening to capture the flag, but Gambichos finally able to get enough space. They get that first point up on the board here as we got Cycle on board with him, has the railgun, so continued control of that weapon for the side of Velocity Esports, but he's going to go down here, and now we're on with Drift getting up high right now. His team getting a couple of kills, tapping buttons with one there. They're looking to push and get that second point.
This is a little brutal for Velocity. You can see Cycle new spawner on Silo here, but he's getting shot up by Drift. They've got teammates up on top map just locking it down as well. So flag now out. They made it already to red base here. Just needs to get through the last links. You got multiple members of blue going to do everything they can to get in to stop it. And it's the double out of Fear Me, who almost manages to connect it into a triple, but too little too late. Flag does go in. Does Velocity have a chance to turn this into a counter pull, though? You can see multiple still up, trying to lock down spawns here. Cycle just going to dive up into porch. Teammates already, I believe, have the flag out part way here. They got to be careful. Looks like they didn't manage to get it past up.
Wow, such a close margin there. Simply Fear Me was trying to get in, install that second cap, but Gambicho was able to just get in there and grab it, and now Drift just hunting for these kills, finishing them off. That's the double kill, looking for the triple. Can he secure it? He won't. Simply Fear Me gonna take him down, but still Gambichos with all of the control in this first game, looking to take an early lead in this best of 3.
Astounded team, they need to hold down top mid here. We have a camo coming up shortly here, but Astound, unfortunate reload timing there. He just gets pushed up on Treehouse and burned immediately. Chester has the rail at the same time here. Camo, I believe, about to pop here, but Chester not even going to let these boys leave the blue base. Going to lock it down with the railgun. Big kill onto Astound. Looking for more. Does he hit this 5? He doesn't. Fear Me will 5 him instead. Put this man down. Camo, we can see, is now up, so Piggy needs to win this fight to get a chance for it, but he can't do it. Can they at least defend their base, though? Velocity doing everything they can. Nice little spring thrust out of Fear Me. He'll get right up the top mid, but just slightly too late. And Gambichos, they'll get away with that camo.
Gambichos just continuing to have great control in this game. Simply Fear Me going to go down to Drift there. But the trade back is good. Astound inside of red base, able to get that red flag away. And great work from his teammate. I think that was Cycle. Yeah, able to take down Atso. He's going to sprint right down mid. And this is the point that they were looking for. Still a lot of ground to cover. But that is finally Velocity Esports on the board here late in this game.
The beauty of Fathom, just one nicely timed opening. If you can get those slays and have a member with that flag in hand immediately, then it's a quick run straight through the center, and that's exactly what they did. They're looking for more as well. You can see that flag already out, but multiple dead here, and all 4 members of Gambichos now up. Tapping buttons, by the way, just 5ing everyone on the feed here, so Astound might have to back out just a little bit. Looks like Cycle's here to help him out. Astound going to try to dive in, pick up yet another kill on the Drift. Back up into courtyard, looking for spawners as well. We have one up on elbow, tapping. Gonna try to delete him. I'm not sure about that melee. Astound in the middle of the fight. Don't think he meant to press it, but it looks like he will lose that fight to tapping.
I was confused as well. As I'm like, is this some Halo meta that I don't know about? But it doesn't work out there for Astound, but still Velocity finally kind of getting their foot in the door in this game. Astound gonna grab a kill there. Here comes the push. Piggy saying, along with Simply Fear Me, they're going to take down tapping buttons and out. So down goes Drift. That's what they need. They're looking for this second cap. Can they get it?
Piggy now flying over to elbow. Spawners up on silo side. Going to try to lock him down here. If they can get a setup here, they might also be able to grab the camo and turn this into something valuable. Fear Me knows he's got to play carefully here. Cycle does have a kill on the feet. Fear Me loving the spring jumps today, by the way. He's been making it up the top map and making huge plays out of it as well. That's tapping buttons now down. Fear Me going to try to continue to put work in here. And what a monkey. Just jumping up and just back and forth up on the bridge here. Done enough to lock it down. Keep these boys back on spawn and secure the camo at the same time. Fear Me just made massive plays here.
They're still having a difficult time getting a big enough opening to get access to red base and grab that flag. We talked earlier, it took almost just perfect timing from the entire team to get them that first capture. Can they get it here again? Piggy looking for the kill is going to go down, though. Unfortunate.
Not like this. Just gets burned by a 5-shot with that camo on the body. And that's a missed opportunity for Velocity Esports. Fear Me still trying to do work here. I love the jump off the extra height there to try to land a melee. Doesn't work out. Cycle coming off a spawn here. Gonna try to break into center. Drift trying to deny him. It looks like he might have to take the low route instead here. Chester does clean him up, though. Drift holding on. 1 shot top mid. 20 seconds till we see another power weapon come up out bottom center here. So a bit of a scrappy series of trades as we just try to delay the time and break through.
The one good thing here, if you're Velocity Esports, is, when we saw those 2 caps from Gambichos, they had built so much momentum and they were really just coming at Velocity Esports so quickly. kill after kill after kill, but Velocity has finally been able to slow down Gambichos. They got that 1 point on the board. They just need to create another opening to tie this game. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left. They need just one cap in that time to force overtime. So still plenty of work to be done from Velocity Esports. And now 3 dead there in quick succession, and we see Drift with the railgun.
Yeah, Gambichos with rail in hand, this is the moment where they just hammer him. And Velocity need to be ready to defend here, but Drift, you can see he's already winding this thing up, just looking for victims. One already down, so Fury with a good opening, and he doesn't spot Astound behind him, who burns him immediately. That's a rail now in the hands of Velocity. They're making a break for the flag here as well. They'll take it out through bottom map. Piggy going to try to help out with the railgun. They might actually have a chance here to get this flag through. I don't see any contenders as Astound gets it up to the window, now sitting on the ledge here, and they'll make a mad dash towards it to try to stop it. Players now dogpiling on the flag, and that's a camoed Atso, who does manage to dive in, get the return. What a use of camo to save that flag. And look, he's still going. Still going to try to make plays. He'll get one-to-one shot. But I think the defense will come in for now from Velocity.
That was unfortunate. Psycho was actually inside blue base. Looked like he was almost just ready for the handoff. Actually elects to push out to the left side, and then the flag gets returned. What an unfortunate turn of events. And it looked like it was a tie game there for Velocity. Simply Fear Me gonna take down tapping buttons, the beat down there. But Drift gonna take him out. And just like that, Velocity, it seemed like they had the opportunity to tie this game. They're going for it again. Red flag is away once more, but it's just going to get quickly returned back to red base.
Nice to see the perseverance out of Velocity. The worry here, though, is they're running out of time. We have 2 minutes left on the board. In Gambichos, I mean, could just play defense if they wanted to. You know they're going to push forward and try to get themselves that third flag, but that rail now popping up, the most important factor, I would think, for Velocity would be to secure this rail and turn that into a round of slays. But you can see they're dropping like flies here. Gambicho's now flying out. That rail, I believe, is in the hands of Piggy Sane, but he drops shortly after. We have a flanker coming out from Gambicho's over to Elbow. You can see multiple members of Red Team pushing up. This is going to force a silo side spawn. Look at this. Chester ready for it, but gets beamed by 2 off of spawn here. So great defense out of Velocity just to keep them back, just to give themselves one more chance. But like we said, they have just barely a minute 30 to do this.
In Velocity Esports, about 45 seconds ago, had an opportunity. They had 3 members of Gambichos dead. They had the opening, but they couldn't get inside red base fast enough. I believe it was just Atso alive, and he was able to stave off the push there from Velocity as Cycle is going to take down Drift. Atso knocks down Astound, and just dead players all across the map. 3 on Velocity dead. Atso is going to get control of Cambo, and this should be it. 1 minute left in the game, and it looks like Gambichos has all the control that they need to grab game 1.
Atso could just, he can use this camo to completely delay any hope that blue team has to pull this flag out. It's not impossible, but it's improbable for them to get that flag and make it happen, especially with Atso. Look at how annoying he is, just drawing the attention of everyone. Only 40 seconds left. He's not even shooting back here. He'll make his way up the top mid, get the kill on the cycle. That's 2 dead on the feed, and every single 8-second respawn is just a nightmare for this blue team. I see no chance of them making it out of this. It looks like Gambichos are just going to play for the defense and burn the timeout.
And it really looked like Velocity Esports, they had an idea of where Atso was on the map. They were hunting for him with the grenades. As that's a double kill from Atso.
Oh, another flag's out, by the way. Blue team does have their flag out trying to get a counter pull, but I don't see this being a reality. You can see flag out on both sides here. Less than 5 seconds. They do actually manage to secure that third capture in for a 3-1 victory with 3 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, we went the distance there. Velocity certainly pushing Gambichos as hard as they could. They really gave them a run for their money, and really seeing that game going the distance was super fun to watch. And now I'm really excited to see how Slayer plays out, because Velocity was able to go toe-to-toe for the most part in the fragging department. So now I'm curious to see what map we go to, and I think Game 2 is going to be even more interesting than what we got there with CTF.
I didn't get to take too close a look at it though, but the stats always fun to see after a long game of Fathom. You can see just a ridiculous amount of kills and damage on both sides. I believe that red team Gambichos had all of their members in the high 20s in their kills, and we saw a little bit more like fluctuated score lines on the side of Velocity Esports. One that stood out was Fear Me, who I believe had 30 kills in that Fathom game. So he was playing hot. We saw him with the rail early on as well, pulling out the spring jumps, the tricky movement. So I wonder if that will translate well going into game 2 here. We need to see some sort of a showcase out of these boys in the slaying department if they want a chance, and that's all going to come down to power weapon control. Is it a rail? Is it a sniper? We'll just have to see, I guess, the map of the game type.
Yeah, much closer game 1 in this series than we had the first time around today, with about 37 Ninja Swords going up against 06 Kobe Bryant. And now the question is, was then that game 2 delivered with a very back and forth and tightly contested Slayer match, and now I'm curious to see if we get the same here. Velocity Esports obviously trying to force a game 3, trying to get that opportunity to play strongholds for the spot in winners finals, but they're going to have a tough test here. I think Gambichos looked really good, and the one benefit that they had when you talk about those Slayer stats was when you're able to get that early 2-0 lead, you can play more defensive, work as a team, and play heavily just around red base and focus on the pushes coming from Velocity Esports, so you're going to be able to rack up those kills. Meanwhile, when you're on Velocity and you're down by 2 points, you have to push, you have to play aggressively, and it's going to cause those numbers to go down a little bit. So I don't lean too heavily into those Slayer stats just based on kind of the state of the game throughout, but I'm very curious to see how this one plays out, because I think it's going to answer a lot of questions on really how close these two teams are. And this is certainly one where, we talk every week about those matchups that with double elimination, we hope to get that rematch later on in the day. No matter how this one turns out, I would love to see these two squads face off once again.
Right. You talked about slays, and something we see with CTF time and time again is it's really just the timing of the kills that matter. I remember a couple weeks ago with the Sentinels, was the 30K tournament, we had Sentinels who was losing in the slays department in Fathom CTF. They were just getting hammered off a spawn, but they still won the game, and it was because the timing of their slays, getting 4 down in quick succession and pulling that flag and getting it clear through. We saw that one time with Velocity where they got 3 dead, they had the flag in hand immediately, and if you can get that kind of transition, then you can cap flags. You don't necessarily need to get a ton of slays to hammer them, over and over. Slayer, though, like you said, totally different story. So we'll see how things line up for them, whether or not they can convert their opportunities into something meaningful. Because what we saw in the last series was a Slayer game that was closely contested, but probably shouldn't have been, especially considering I think both camos, the early camos, went over to that blue team, the Kobe Bryant team. When you have that camo, when you have that power up, it's not just about keeping the game tied, keeping it close. You need to be able to turn that into a string of kills in an advantage state. So we'll see. Kali is going to give him lots of goodies to work with. They got the snipe, they got the rockets to fight over, and this snipe is going to be a priority. You can see already 3 members of red on it, and Astound just brawling on the pyramid here. It looks like he will win the fisticuffs, but he needs to break out of here soon, and I'm loving the play out of Atso to stay up, to keep these players back and earn the snipe.
I'm blown away that Astound was actually able to win that battle. Well played. Great start here, and a quick 6-2 lead for Velocity Esports is certainly the kind of start you're hoping for. They're going to get sniper control. Cycle able to get the beat down there onto Drift, and I don't know that you could ask for a better start here for Velocity in game 2.
Yeah, this is perfect. Astound already has a beat onto elbow as well. He knew somebody was there, but just misses the timing. Oh, he will whiff the no-scope as well. He can play the snipe if he needs to, but you want to see this man line up some kills here. So he does connect onto tapping. We got a flanker behind him, but Cycle deals with it. And now 11-3 on the board to start here at So. Can he predict spawns? We got one in the bend, and look at this. Already slaps one onto the body. Teammate can clean it up. This is the kind of control you want to see out of Velocity. They need to turn these advantages into big kill strings, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It's still going as well. Piggy will take another. That's 15-4, and we're only 2 minutes into this game.
Not hitting a high percentage of these shots with the snipe, but Astound is able to take down Chester there. has one more shot left on the sniper, will go down as tapping buttons finally knocks down Astound. But now an 18-5 lead as Piggy saying takes down tapping buttons. Simply Fear Me gonna grab Drift there. Piggy looking for one more, isn't able to get it, gonna try and run for his life and go down. But Velocity, the pace of this game is insane.
Looking very scrappy in Snipe for sure. You can see Chester doing everything he could there to try to get the trade, but doesn't manage to. Tapping, he will take his fight. What a 5 to turn that one, but still 21-11 on the board here. Snipe side, no clear control for either team on it yet. Cycle's going to try to sneak his way in, though. He does get the melee, but off the map he goes. Atso just narrowly living. He's going to try to make something count out of this. It looks like Chester is with him to help out. And you can see Gambichos slowly starting to creep their way back here. Still a great advantage on the side of blue, but another rocket launcher did come up, and I believe that's in the hands of Tapping. We'll see if he turns even more with it.
The point-blank shot there from Tapping will take himself out, but at least takes one member of Velocity Esports with him. As Cycle gonna get knocked down there. Chester sneaks up behind him, and now Piggy Sand trying to get these shots from a distance, but Astound gonna just get naded to his demise. And the comeback is starting. They still have a lot of ground to make up. The lead still 8 kills, but finally Gambichos starting to bring it back as Drift gonna get one there, retreats to safety, and now things get really interesting as that is Rockets and Sniper here for Drift.
The Rockets, he did drop. They're out of ammo. He'll take the Snipe instead. He doesn't need rocks. He'll get the face of one, and it looks like Astound now down, but a teammate does pick it up. That Snipe's still in the hands of Gambichos, though. That's the thing, is they push into Snipe. They earn Snipe side control. So even with the deficit they have, I would not be surprised if that turns around in just a couple seconds here, especially if Atso starts connecting. These members of Velocity Esports, they need to coordinate, and they need to break through Snipe side to have any hope of stopping the bleeding here. But you can see how well Gambichos are working together. That's 3 dead, 1 below. Backspec coming in. Atso can't find this man, but I'm sure a teammate will clean it up. And instead, he's worried about the spawners. And look at this. Coming in with the peak shot's going to try to make it work. Just 1 bullet left in Snipe, but the damage is done, and it's already a tie game. And now it's a fight for Rockets and just to pick them off a spawn.
Wow, Gambichos, the huge run here. I believe the largest gap in terms of the score we got to was 13 or 14 kills, and we've seen Gambichos just go on a run, now up by 2. Incredible performance right now as they were able to recover from a rough start in Velocity, now with their backs against the wall.
Atso with the smooth moves here. He got 1 rocket in, just dives up the top cat. Still got another to put right into the body of a blue player, and I think he might have nicked himself with that one. Either way, damage done. 3 kill advantage on the side of Gambichos, and PK Drift just going to hold it down and nade himself. Not in a good spot here. You can see Velocity doing everything they can to claw their way back into Snipe side. Snipe side, the most ideal location in the map to hold down. You got high ground, you got great angles. All members are red there. They're over on red side, so Piggy and team, it's about to be a clash here on Snipe side as they look to get the early picks. And that first kill is going to be so important. So you can see Astound just pick it up onto Atso. They got a player advantage here. Can they dive in and clean up the rest? This is how they make their comeback. Piggy going to look for yet another, but Tapping somehow outshoots him on bottom mid. And now he's going to try to bait and switch his way with Drift through here. We're getting to the end zone here, Yeso.
It's really going to take an incredible run from Velocity right now. Gambichos 7 kills away from finishing this game, and this best of 3. Velocity is going to need an incredible turnaround. 2 down here. That's going to be a 3rd as Tapping Buttons takes down Cycle, and that's got to be it. Just 4 kills stand between Gambichos and the win.
Just a beautiful series of plays by Tapping here to start on bottom mid to outshoot that player, rotate through, get the flank on the cave, and look at this, still cleaning him up. That's a double with the last bullet, wants a triple here, and of course, the man connects. What a beautiful series of kills, and there's no hope. There is no hope for blue team as they get the final kill to close this one out, 50-41. What a way to close a series with an exclamation point there, Yeso.
Wow. I did not expect the kind of start that we got from Velocity in that game, but I expected even less that Gambichos was going to be able to make up such a huge deficit in doing it as quickly as they did, right? It's not like Gambichos tried to slow down the game and, chip away at that lead bit by bit. They just said they got down by 12 kills and they said, all right, enough of this. And then they absolutely went on a run. What a Slayer game there from Gambichos. And it looked like it was Velocity's game to lose, and somehow they did.
It was a bit of a battle of attrition, right? Because the game started out perfectly for Velocity. They got sniped, they got rockets, everything they needed, and multiple slays to the point where they could predict and collapse on spawn. So we saw a bit of that snowball effect and some great kills out the start, especially from Astound with that sniper. But Gambinos, they've been in situations like that, or Gambichos, they've been in that situation many times before, so they know how to play patient and how to break out. And what we saw was a four-man coordinated push from blue base through to snipe side. They used their numbers to break through snipe, and they did so right before that new sniper spawned. The moment they grabbed that new snipe, I knew that things could change very quickly. Gambichos knows how to turn a power weapon advantage into just a series of kills. So it's really just the test, I guess, of a good team is your ability to just kind of weather the storm, to be patient and coordinate and find that one crucial moment to attack together.
And, you almost want to say that Gambichos, they finally got their foot in the door, but I don't think that accurately describes it because they kicked the door
busted
in.
It down.
Oh, man. And they just tore through Velocity in the second half of that game. It was really beautiful to watch, as it really just seemed, we've talked about it a couple times through the day. They just kept coming at them in waves. The team shots were cleaned. They were winning multiple fights because they were just purely outnumbering Velocity at every single turn and just guaranteeing themselves to win every fight. And they move on with a very impressive 2-0 win, and now they'll face up against either Karmea's squad, Wannabe Fours Kids, or Penguins About 37 Ninja Swords, and that I'm very curious to see how one of those matchups would play out in winners finals.
Definitely. I don't know about you, Yeso, but I'd like to relive a moment or two from that last game. So let's get a replay up and take a look at one of our best moments from that previous match. If I had to guess, tapping buttons, of course. And this was the man closing the game out. For me, the beauty of this was the third kill in the triple and his patience, right? So you get the beautiful shots in, cleans up cycle. This kill right here, the patience out of him to wait on the thrust and correct his aim and still snap on the head there. If we could get that one more time, I would love to see that again. I think the theater mode got a little weird there too. I think it said weapons out of ammo. I don't know if you saw that, Yay. So you got a kill here, and then what's the message? Yeah, I think it said all weapons out of ammo for a split second there. Either way, tapping. He definitely had a couple bullets to work with, and he put him to good use by being patient and waiting out the thrust and still snapping, hitting the head there.
Yeah, just so well played here. Tapping buttons, walking a fine line too. Look, he's close to going down here as well. Look, he's got no shields.
So weird. If you see that all weapons at ammo, by the way, though, it's like his clip is fully empty. But I don't know. Tapping's got the ghost bullets. The man's nuts.
He was able to find all that he needed to grab this triple, and it was, the cherry on top of an impressive Slayer game, an impressive best of 3 overall. And now we see Gambichos, they're waiting in winners finals, and I'm very curious to see how that game plays out. I think we've got a very exciting run to the finish here today. Still plenty of games to play, right? We still have to decide the other side of that winners finals. Meanwhile, down in the losers bracket, 06 Kobe Bryant was able to win their first match, and they'll be moving on. So definitely a lot of questions still to answer here, but I'm very excited to see how it plays out.
And now that we've seen the Gambichos roster, it's basically PK, right? It's 3 members of PK, and they have Chester instead of, I believe, Pelu, who would normally be on the roster. So just based off of that, I know that this is a top-performing team, and I expect to see greatness from them. But we have some stats to take a look back at and just show the greatness with numbers and pictures here.
Yeah, let's go to the second page here for CTF. I want to check out those Slayer stats because we talked about it a lot after that game. And there it is. You talk about everybody up in the 20s. The lowest kills was tapping buttons with 23 and 27 assists. That is a great game there, just across the board from Gambichos in the Slayer department, and two players just below that 30 kill mark, Chester and Drift.
I mean, yeah, they're a team of heavy hitters. I wouldn't expect any less. Yay! So these are some incredible stats for the guys in red for game one for their slays. Though it is great to see that Velocity, despite the fact that they didn't quite match them in slay numbers, they held out till the very end of the game there, down to the last couple seconds, and they almost got that tie in. Almost managed to turn it around. They were. I want to say just seconds away. Remember that they had that one flag that landed on the windowsill and they just couldn't get the numbers on it in time to close it off. So really just by a thin margin did Gambichos win that, even though they had the advantage in slays.
And your eyes are fantastic as always, Shyway, as you were correct. 30 kills for Simply Fear Me in
Right.
that first game, along with the 11 assists. He had a great performance. There wasn't enough to grab them the win there in game one. We'll just take a peek quickly at the accuracy numbers here before we move on to game two. And yeah, Drift leading the way, 55.8, 57.5 there for Chester. And look, when you go the distance in those CTF games, those damage totals get real high.
Right. Yeah, you can see multiple over 4K here. You know it's a long game when you got over 4K damage. So yeah, definitely that, and that's why I love Fathom is just the just variability of it all. You can get a game that's like 3 minutes and you barely have any kills, or you get a game that goes down to the wire, down to overtime, and everybody has, they're pushing 5K damage. So always makes for an exciting, unpredictable cast. That's for sure. But I'm curious to see how these guys did in game two, because that was even more surprising, just considering how hot Velocity Esports was off the start there. And you can see, I'm looking at Astound to start because I know he had the sniper to begin with. You can see he went 10, 10, 11. Not too shabby. Everyone on that blue team having relatively even scoreline, just wasn't quite enough to hang with Tapping, who made huge plays at the end.
Yeah, big run from Tapping, finishes with 15 kills and the 8 assists. So great game from him. Obviously, all of Gambichos get into the double digits as well. 13 assists there for Atso Uchiha. Yeah. Great performance. 11, 13, and 8. That is certainly a game to hang your hat on in Slayer. So great performance across the board. And yeah, Tapping Buttons getting to add that triple kill on top of it to put him at the top of the scoreboard there in Slayer. That was really an exciting game to watch here, and just the shifts in momentum. Let's check out the second page here for Slayer. Just lots of headshots there, a couple of perfect kills, and those are always fun to see. I know you always make a point to highlight those perfect kills, at just those great fives, and sure. Tapping Buttons was certainly hitting them in game two.
I mean, that's just one of the things I love about Halo 5 is there's a certain pacing to every gunfight that's a little different than other Halos. Is just the prevalence of the thrust mechanic. Everyone has it, and you always want to be aware of it and whether or not your opponent has used it yet. And that kind of sets the precedent for the entire gunfight. If you know that player's used a thrust, then you know that they're limited. They can strafe, they can jump to avoid you, but you can kind of plow your way through that gunfight, shoot a little faster, if that makes sense. Whereas you get that different dynamic when you know they have that thrust in the back pocket. You'll get the first 4 shots in, but there's always that slight waiting period, that moment of patience, and then execution when you hit that final headshot, earn that sweet 5. So when you see somebody like Tapping put it all together, it's definitely a sight to behold.
Definitely was fun to watch. Final page of stats here for this winners semi-final. Go over to the accuracy numbers. Drift 62.3%, over 2,200 damage. Both he and Tapping Buttons up over that 2,200 mark, and just great games across the board. And even, credit to Velocity Esports, 57% for Simply Fear Me. He had 2 really solid games, and we obviously saw the great start from Astound in this second one. Sadly, wasn't enough, but again, we talked about it with 06 Kobe Bryant. Velocity Esports Day does not end. They get to wait down in the losers bracket in the just outside, or no, they are in losers quarterfinals. So they have a bit of a time to wait. They're waiting for a couple of matches, but they still have plenty of Halo to play.
Yeah, so now that we've seen this, I'm curious to see the other side of the winner's bracket and to know who's on Carmea's team, right? Because usually Carmea is teaming with Simply Fear Me and the roster that we would see on the old Elevate squad. I know Swish sometimes teams with Carmea as well. Carmea, one of these higher level players. I'm curious to see who he's up with this time. If we have any other surprising high level players to round out that roster, it's going to be interesting to see these boys clash. The only worry though is I imagine they would have to face off against what, the 37 Ninja Swords team.
That is their semifinals matchup over there. That's going to be
Yeah.
certainly a tough test for that squad. And, we may have those answers here in a few minutes. I'm not going to make any promises. I believe we're ready to go to a quick break. Shaiwa and I are going to grab a drink, but when we come back, we got more Microsoft Sunday action, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Esports Arena 1K. In case you're not up to speed, our tournament is already well underway. We've had several matches already, and we're about to jump into our winner's side semifinal. So this should be a hell of a matchup coming up. And what better than to invite my man Tony back to the desk here to really bring the hype here. Tony, how you been? Welcome back.
Yeah, I've been well. I got the chance to both play in the tournament, and I've had the best seat in the house and watching you and Yeso do your thing. And so far, it's been absolutely insane. Thank you for having me back on.
Always a pleasure, Tony. You're a mainstay here. You don't even need to thank me. You should just come in here, be a big man on campus. Anyway, man, of course we love to see here our top level Halo. There you go. Give me the flex. we gotta pan it out and get more of us so we can see the. Because I know Tony's working on the gains right now. We're prepping for Infinite, getting the grind going for Halo Infinite. But of course, in the meantime, Tony, we got a big matchup coming up. I know we have Carmea's team. On the other side, we have 37 Ninja Swords, which this is our god team kind of the tournament today. They are poised to take it. Do you think wannabe Forest kids have a shot here? And how do they do this?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they do. I mean, they have a puncher's chance. I mean, I'm obviously you have the favorites in Penguin, Trippy, Pistola, and Swish. But if anybody can actually put it on them and maybe steal a win away, I want to give it to maybe Carmea, Demon, Vemzy, and Diagram. These guys, they play fast, they play good fundamental Halo, and they stay alive.
Okay, hold on. So you said Carmea, Demon, Vemzy, and Diagram. That is a team I've never seen together in my life. Carmea, of course, very high-level player. Vemzy, we got to see plenty of Vemzy in the 1v1 tournament when he made it to Grands, faced off against Renegade. So we know that Vemzy's just oozing individual talent. Demon, on the other hand, he's a twos player. I know him as a twos player. He's high-level, very fast-paced player, and I mean, his name is Demon. You know, he plays like one as well. And I'm blanking on the last player, Tony. Who's rounding this out?
Diagram. It's going to be Diagram.
And I remember Diagram from Reach FFA. I remember he took that Reach FFA back on MCC. Of course, the skill transfers, I'm sure, in Halo 5. So this is a bit of a surprise team here, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, Demon and Vemzy have been playing twos for quite some time, so they're obviously acclimated with each other. And Carmea and Vemzy did team under the Elevate banner alongside Simply Fear Me at one point. And I will say, Diagram thrown into the mix. I've never seen them play together, but I'm sure maybe they passed in either Money 2s, Money 8s, some kind of high-level gameplay. These guys know what they want to accomplish. And like I said, with the way they play the game, the speed that they play the game, they can really throw a team like 37 Ninja Swords off guard. But we'll have to see, obviously. It looks like we want to wait much longer.
No, we're about to jump right into this. Of course, Fathom CTF here. We got the camo, we got the rail to fight over. And you said, of course, these boys, they know how to slay. They know how to hang 1v1. But can they coordinate in a 4v4 environment, especially with these objectives? We'll have to find out.
And it looks like we're going to start on board here with Trip. He was currently one shot with the railgun, has a player in front of him. That's going to be Diagram, who does go down. And just like that, 2 down go wannabe Forest kids. And that's going to be the third player right there. It looks like the action's already getting away. And I said they have a puncher's chance, but they're getting knocked out.
Oh, Trippy, bringing that action right to the doorstep, by the way. He's already got the flag out, still trying to juggle the rail and the flag at the same time here. They did overextend through and pull a counter flag of their own, so they're going to do everything they can to keep the other flag in play. But I think I saw a camoed player there just a second ago. It looks like Ninja Swords had the rail. They also have the camo here. Swish trying to manage too. He does go down. Both flags still out, actually. Diving in for the return here. So wannabe Force kids, despite the team name, they do work together. They do manage to get that return and keep things going.
And it looks like we're going to switch gears over towards Penguin, who does get into an individual gunfight against Diagram, but Diagram going to win that, also get the recov, so we're back in 0 piece. Things are a little bit neutralized here, and now they got the restart from, I guess, ground zero.
Well, at least in Vemzy's case, he's got a little bit of high ground here, but maybe not for much longer. He's trying to be a weasel up in the edge here. Difficult target. Does have Carmea, who got a nice 5 on the feed here. Player who does pull the flag, now stuck on the elbow. Nade's going to come in to get rid of Trippy. So we're seeing some great defense here out of Wannabe Force Kids, but can they quickly pick up the kills? You can see Ola and team, they're still applying pressure to base. We had a flank come in, Demon and team. They will make it to that flag and get it out through the porch, but probably not too much further here. Penguin gonna fly forward the porch. That's a quick deletion onto Carmea, and looking for 2 here. He'll not get the melee on the Diagram, but can he? He didn't get the re though. Diagram gonna rally this flag just a little further. It's scrappy, Tony, but there might be a shot here. I take it back.
Penguin coming right off of spawn right there and fighting well and allowing obviously enough time for Switch to come in and finish off that recov eventually. There should have been a camouflage that came up fairly soon. Vemzy with the light rifle in hands, working a little 1-2 combo with Demon. There comes the bait and the Switch comes in, but Switch coming out of the flank area gets the kill. Vemzy gets the finish on him, but great flank by Switch. Let's see if Wannabe Force can take advantage of these numbers and push the heck up.
Oh. Vemzy played that so well earlier, that cheeky peek that he did. He like feinted a peek and then thrusted out, got the kill, and then he just thrust slid to the top mid, got melted immediately. Ola looks like he's earned himself the ultimate combo on Fathom here. He's got the rail and the camo. New spawner on the elbow as well. Ola just hunting them down here. Gonna clean up Demon easy. Got another one over on Treehouse. In the meantime, I believe that flag looking to be pulled. It's already out front. Trippy Swish drop 2 in the feed here, and Ola just going to look to clean up the remaining players here. They are trying to overextend through to get a stop on the flag, but Ola already got a beat on the Demon. That's a spree for him. One final blue player up, and he is trapped on elbow. Good luck to him. Ola actually doubling back, not taking him. He'll try to get Carmea instead. That flag somehow still not capped, though, as Ola spinning on a dime here, doing everything he can to get the defense. They finally get that scrappy one in.
What a way for Ola to buy his team time to get that gap in. I mean, just the ability to stay alive. They had to make his presence known, finally slay him out, but by the time they did that, the gap already went in, and we're 1-0 in favor of 37 Ninja Swords as Trippy starting to advance forward. Somehow Ola still has some railgun ammo. Trippy and Swish gonna get back-to-back kills off of screen, and they're gonna have to deal with Diagram, who's in their base going in for a flank. Then they're gonna push up towards the 50% portion of the map and ultimately into Wannabe Force Kids' base.
Oh, I love this out of Ola, though. He doesn't go back to look for Diagram, knows his teammates have it. He holds his ground at center map, stays near the rail, picks up the early ammo, and look at this. He's already going to work. Vemzy down for the count. Got a player up on top mid as well. We'll see what Ola can do to rotate over. He's got his teammate with him. We got that camo. Going to be a point of contention here. I believe that camo's up. I think Carmea might have been able to grab it off the platform. We'll see if he did sneak away with it. Ola is going to be hunting them down. Player already in back generator trying to draw the attention to himself. So Ola, no real opportunity to get a real pressure on blue base just yet, but there it is. Camo player. He's been waiting for it. Carmea just trying to pester him, but Penguin actually takes him out, and that was the biggest line of defense blue had here. So Ola, you can see him moving a little quicker now. He's going to be looking to break through.
And that's the difference when you're playing against these top-level professional players, unlike myself, who's always stuck in Diamond. You know, anytime there's a call-out made, they don't let anybody escape. The call-out comes in, and there's 1 or 2 players that are going to swarm on him, put him down, and then move forward as Trippy and Switch getting back-to-back kills. Vemzy getting the kill on Trippy, but it doesn't matter because that flag is on the move in favor of 37 Ninja Swords. And Ola, I mean, he's pitching a tent up here top mid. He's about to get to buy some real estate because they can't get him off top mid.
Yeah, Ola's got a whole picnic table set up and everything here. He's been here for a while here, Tony. He got the kill on the Diagram. Got one player directly below, but Ola is just looking straight down, going to try to prey on him. Instead, Carmea finally takes him off his perch, and he'll go down for the count. But look at the damage that's already been done. 2 flags on the board. We got Penguin pushing up, looking for a third here. Multiple players in blue base. Penguin going to try to play it slow. 3 shots into Carmea. Nice little beatdown out of him. He could dive into blue base, draw the attention as well, and bring those gunshots back into blue base as his teammates ideally push up on the map and keep the pressure up, keep these players back in blue.
Gonna switch gears over towards Diagram as Carmea does get the slay on Ola. Diagram is able to finish off Swish and pushing forward on Penguin. Can he win this individual gunfight? He's gonna get the melee on him, and that's gonna be 2 down for about 37 Ninjas. More shots are ringing out, and Diagram deciding to get out of Dodge. Like, somebody needs to get me out of here. He's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, needs that railgun support. And oh, didn't need the support there, though. What a 5 on the swish as he just dips right back into bottom mid. Demon with the kill on the feed as well. That camo should have been up. And I don't know if it was picked up or burned. Either way, Demon taking full advantage of the little opportunity that he has here. He's made it through the bottom mid, getting tagged up by nades, but still might be in the clear here. Flag out to the window once again. Multiple members of Red are going to try to get defense in. Uh-oh, Tony, I think they might make it here in time. Penguin diving over for the return. One player grabs it, though. Gets it in last second, but there's a new worry, a plan B here for 37 Ninja. They could get a counter cap. And they need to be ready to overextend because you can see that flag already out.
Vemzy trying to defend this flag with dear life at the moment as Diagram taking down Swish. Vemzy going in for the pull, gets it out of the base, but he's going to have Zane in front of him. I don't think he's aware of it, though. There we go. Carmea going in for the recov. Can he get it? That's going to go in. Vemzy did have control of that flag, but he needs to stay alive as Penguin being an absolute nuisance. Ola takes out Vemzy. That was the player that was in position to pull the flag, and now Penguin already on enemy team base. Trippy and Swish going to get back-to-back kills, a 2-1 lead in favor of 37 Ninja Swords.
They had the 2 dead as well, so pressure on here on blue base. Diagram doing everything he can to defend right off of spawn. He does get 2 big kills with the help of his team. That's now 3 down, so they've done their defense. Now it's their turn. They got to push up and apply pressure here. This is going to be an elbow side spawn. You can see Diagram holding it down from silo. Teammates up on top as well, out in court here. So great angles to delete these players off of spawn, but they need to win their fights. They need to hold it down here. Diagram doing everything he can to just put mad damage into the porch here. He keeps Swish back. He's got his teammates still holding it down up from center. We got the rail to focus on as well here. And all while that happens, Trippy, look at this play out of him. He snuck into blue base. He's drawn the attention, and that's taken timing away and allowed this red team to break out. They might be able to get the rail off of this.
3 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock, so there should be a camouflage coming up soon. Diagram able to utilize that light rifle to get a kill. Swish gonna hit all of his shots right there to trade off with Diagram. Ends up getting the reversal medal. Vemzy moving forward, gets the pull. Hold on, they can slay out these last 2 players. Maybe he can get that over, but that's easier said than done because the cavalry's coming in. The spawn comes in towards Engine and Silo, and that's not gonna be good for Vemzy.
Just a heavy line of defense out of 37 Ninja Swords. Don't let Vemzy through. Carmea here up on Treehouse, going to just try to poke and prod, stay alive, be a difficult target. In the meantime, this is the worry. This is the second time Ola has had this combination. Got the camo, got the rail. They're looking for him as well. But Ola going to be a difficult target here. Sneak his way through bottom mid. Penguin with an opening kill. Easy kill out of the Magnum on the Vemzy here. One directly above. Ola going to look to delete him, but he whiffs the rail. Got to get out of dodge here. He's getting tagged up and taken out. That rail's going to be picked up by blue. If they can get out with their lives, though, you can see them dropping like flies here, Tony.
And Penguin ringing out more shots. We're going to switch gears over towards Trippy, who's taking a little bit of team damage, but he is in enemy's lines as he takes out Demon. Ola going to go after Vemzy. Ola getting the double kill on Diagram, and that's allowing Trippy to run in this final flag cap into the base. It's over toward the window, uncontested, as perfect as can be. That's going to be a 3-1 in favor of 37 Ninja Swords for them to go up 1-0 in this series.
You got to love that nice, clean transition with the flag. We've seen it time and time again, but just the jump thrust with the flag, you jump off the slanted ramp over through the window, right into the pedestal. Worst case, like last thing you want to see in a scrappy situation when you're running flag is getting caught in a clamber on the windowsill. We see that time and time again where you're trying to get there as fast as you can, and then you clamber the edge. When you clamber the edge, you just get melted immediately. So little routes like that to skip your clambers, to get in smooth, that can be so important. And I mean, especially when you're completely in the clear and nobody's shooting back at you. But we got a couple stats here just to get a picture of how that game went. We saw Trippy close it out with that flag, but not only that, the man had the slays too. I believe I saw 25. Look at that, 25 and 13 out of Trippy. So just massive slaying power out of him.
It gave me a little bit of PTSD because I'm always clambering that window and getting mated out. But yes, that absolutely was clean. But yeah, 25 kills coming out of Trippy, and also the assist. Everybody able to put up double-digit assist, and that's what I was talking about. You know, one call out comes in, and there's not going to be a single one shot that's able to get away with his life. They're going to hunt those players down, get them off of the map, and push over to the enemy team's base as fast as possible. Hey, this is top-level Halo, guys. Take out your pens and pads, take some notes.
Yeah, we saw a clear advantage in the assist category for sure. They were head and shoulders above them in assists. You know this team's working well together, but still some great slaying potential out of the boys in blue. Carmea, I believe, went 19 and 19 in that game. And one thing that stood out to me was he had that early camo, right? And we talked about how risky it is. The callouts, the prevalence of callouts on this red team. The moment that you're found, you're going to be killed immediately. So Carmea, a bit of a risky play that he made there on the bridge to try to go in and pick up that kill. You need to make sure you're playing for guaranteed kills and you're not taking those types of risks against top level teams. So while we see some great slaying potential out of these guys, it does feel like they play a very heavy risk reward kind of 50-50 play style where they fly in there, they come in with a lot of aggro and hope to win their fights. But if they don't, then they're heavily compromised. So it might work in Slayer though, Tony. We'll see. That we got Slayer coming up next.
Well, it's actually going to be Slayer on Coliseum, so there's no camouflage in this one, but they do have that rocket launcher spawning on the right side of the map, along with the sniper rifle here on the left. Vemzy advancing forward towards the base, but he's currently one shot, is going to have to stay alive. Diagram luckily getting the big kill. Vemzy popping in to take out Trippy. That's going to be 2, make that 3 down for 37 ninjas, and Kyle is by himself over towards Red Pyramid.
This is what we need to see out of Vemzy here, just to keep him back, get a chance for the sniper. Carmea can do work with rockets here. Perfect positioning as well, coming up from below. Multiple players still up on Snipe's side here. Trippy somehow burns too. And Carmea, this is where I want to see your rocket go to work on the Trippy. He does get killed by Diagram. Looks like Carmea's got other plans. He'll take Penguin instead. They got a 4-kill advantage to work with here, and a snipe in the hands of Diagram. We'll see another kill out of Carmea. This is a beautiful little opening. We got to switch over to Diagram and see if this man can put some plays together.
I'm always checking the kill feed, and I'm watching Diagram and Swish really go at it. They currently team in an amateur online league, but now they're going up against each other as enemies. Finally, Diagram going to be taken out. Carmea trying to stay alive, and Trippy is able to get a hold of that sniper rifle.
Bit of a scary series of events there for Diagram. You could see him try to get the quick scope in on the target, but if you get shot mid-scope, you're de-scoped and then completely thrown off with your aim, and it can be so difficult to stabilize yourself. But somebody like Trippy, you expect him to know how to react in a situation like that, just holding it down from BR. Got one up on Rock's side. Trippy looking for a head here. Teammate might kill him first. There you go. Swish dives and gets the trade. And Trippy just doing what he can to pick up a couple stragglers here. Getting tagged up from elbow because the new spawners are now spawning up here looking for angles. But it looks like they very quickly turned that deficit into their advantage. And Trippy, I mean, I expect 3 more kills maybe with these bullets.
13-10 lead in favor of 37 ninjas as Trippy trying to take out that player on Pyramid, but he's being an absolute nuisance. I believe that was Carmea, and here comes the cavalry. Ola goes after Diagram. Vemzy was able to take out Trippy. Carmea takes out Ola, and the back and forward action still have a 2-kill lead in favor of our red team.
Swish looking to flank his way through Blue Bend here. I'm not sure if these players are aware of the fact that he's sitting behind the pedestal, but it's about to be a 2v1 here. So Swish, he does manage to trade one. Vemzy cleans him up, though. A couple trades going back and forth on the board here. Ola does sneak out with the rocket launcher, though. Player directly above on his radar looks up. Player drops down, but Trippy's got a handle on it. And can Ola find an opportunity here? Both Trippy, Swish getting their kills. Ola with just safe passage in through Snipe's side. They got the ultimate map control here as well. New sniper coming up in about 15 seconds. So if they continue to hold it down, continue to get their slays, this could snowball very quickly. And Ola just looking for the first victim here. He gets the rocket in, no dice with that. Can't get out as well. So nice little series of slays here from Blue. If they can transfer this over, that's not what you want to see. What was, the man just turned and rocketed himself.
Well, I guess it's better than giving the rockets to the other team, but because he was going to probably end up dying anyways, I guess, with Trippy going to be taking heavy damage, and Trippy goes down as well, so Wannabe Force Kids really starting to up the tempo here, and they're going to make it close as Diagram once again has the sniper rifle.
Diagram, you got a second chance here, round 2. It's a bit of a dead slide on the thrust slide there, but he will make it to the window. Great opportunity for angles here. Just needs to work with his team to get a good position. Find a target. We got multiple over on Snipe's side here. Diagram going to take a peek over to Snipe. Does whiff that first one on the body. Trippy and Swish pick up their kills in the meantime. So look at this. Diagram dive off the map. Look at how he dives with this Snipe to play it. That was the best case, the best option he had there. Completely outnumbered.
And Swish staying alive over here on top catwalk, putting down some damage. Here's the call out towards top rockets, able to sneak in a few shots, but not able to get the kill. Luckily, Trippy getting a double kill off of screen, and Vemzy tries to get away with that with his life with rockets. Sadly, he's not able to. Trippy takes out Carman. Things are starting to open up here for 37 Ninja Swords. They currently have an 8-kill lead, and there's no signs of them slowing down.
You can just see the immaculate teamwork at a Ninja Swords here. The way that they play together, the timing of their push. Like if Swish at any point is thrown off, he's got Trippy right beside him to pick up the kill, and then they push, take complementary lanes as they push through with great timing just to clean up all these players here. Swish, what a double. Was that a team nade as well? A random nade comes into Maze and just gives Swish just the guardian angel help there to pick up that double kill. And at this point, it's just the snowballs are rolling here, Tony. We got an 11-kill advantage. Swish getting tagged up by his teammates' nades, but does it even matter? Penguin, Ola, they pick up kills. We need to see something out of Wannabe Forest because they got no chance here at this point.
It's going to be tough for them to come back here in this game because, again, the game, the scoreboard is not getting any prettier if you're fans of Wannabe 4Kids, and this is a best-of-3 series, so if Wannabe 4Kids end up losing this game right here, they're going to go down into the elimination bracket here as 37 Ninja Swords were able to pass the 40-kill mark. Penguin staying alive over towards his catwalk side of things. That player's going to be hunted down. Swish knows he's over towards top red, but Swish taking heavy damage, and Kyle going to go down. Maybe that's enough for Wannabe 4Kids to make a run, gain a little bit of momentum. I'm not sure.
The only hope they have is to handedly win Snipe side, and it looks like it's not going to happen. I mean, Penguin got a huge 5 on the Carmea. He's going to take Diagram as well for a double. Look right back up into Snipe and almost get away with his life, but the damage is done. Swish going to clean up Vemzy. Multiple up on Snipe side here. 6 kills left to close the game, and all Swish has to do is just delay as Trippy, just janitor mode, cleans up everyone. That Snipe in the hands of red, and it's all about whether or not he ends it in style here, Tony.
And I was talking about this young man in the chat earlier. This is probably one of his biggest breaks. It's probably the biggest team that he's been a part of. So, you know, he's definitely going to try to get some clips here as Vemzy trying to get some clips of his own, able to take out Pistola, ends up getting the no-scope on Penguin, not able to get the kill, but it's not going to matter. Switches to the final player in his way. Can he get the slay? And he does. And just like that, Wannabe 4Kids really making a run. But is it too little too late, Alex?
Vemzy's not going to go down without a fight here. Man's trying to put something together. Does hit another body for a spree. Got 1 bullet left in the chamber. I want to see him make it count. But we might not get to. This game's going to end before that happens here. It looks like, I believe that was Ola who just went down. Either way, Swish. It's Ola who gets the final kill. He came back from the dead. Now, he never got killed. He's the man's the wizard. 50-41 to close that game. One that didn't look like there was... They didn't look like they were in trouble at any real point there, Tony. They definitely pulled away from that early game.
And that was your winners bracket semifinals. And we're going to actually see the same exact team end up going up against, I believe it was Gambichos, which is Atzo's team, formerly last LATM, formerly PK. I'm not too sure of who Chester is. I tried to get in contact with a few of my LATM brothers, and I wasn't able to get an answer. But obviously, he's a good player. I saw him going off.
Yeah, I mean, he would have to be with a roster of this caliber. So great performance here. Maybe not as great in the Slayer side, but we saw, I want to say, some great contention out of Carmea and the team Wannabe Forest Kids. We know their talent individually, but I mean, the team name speaks for itself. When it comes to fours, getting that coordination together is a bit of a different story. They still have a chance, though, Tony. They're going to drop down to losers bracket, try to fight their way through there. In the meantime, like you said, we're going to have this powerhouse Latin American team try to go up against our 37 Ninja Storms. We'll see if they have a chance, but we'll see that in the next matchup. For now, let's send it to Yeso. He'll break down the stats, give us a bigger picture.
What's going on, everybody? Hello on the Yeso camp. Welcome back here into the GVO zone of the Esports Arena Orange County studio. Shyway and Why Not crushing it there on the cast, and we see about 37. These team names are hard to keep track of, ladies and gentlemen. About 37 Ninja Swords taking a strong win over Wannabe Forest Kid, and they move on to grand finals, and they will face off against Gambichos in our winners finals. Definitely a very interesting matchup there on the winners side. So we will check that one out next here, but let's get into our stats from this last match. We'll pull those up for you, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. We start in the first game. It's back to Fathom playing some CTF. Let's get over to the Slayer stats here for this one. It was a 3-1 win. It took 10 minutes, though. So a strong defense throughout from the side of Wannabe Fours Kid, but it wasn't enough to get them the win. Trippy leading the way in kills, 25 for him, the only player in this game to break that 20-point threshold, along with 11 assists. 3 perfect kills for him. Big game there for Trippy. Penguin obviously picking up the slack as well. 18 kills, 17 assists. That was just really a great game across the board for about 37 Ninja Swords. Meanwhile, it was Carmea and Diagram leading the way in the kill department, 19 apiece there in that first game. Let's go to the last page of stats for this CTF match. We'll check out the accuracy numbers, and leading the way was Swish there, 58.1%. Hitting just below 3,500 damage. Trippy takes the lead in the damage department, and Carmea leading the way as well on the other side, 55.6%. And an interesting game here, another one that went really long. We saw in our other semifinal in CTF that game went really late. That one went 12 minutes, this one up to 10, and that just shows that despite the lead that about 37 Ninja Swords were able to get, Wannabe Force Kid kept themselves in this game, but sadly dropped 3-1, and they go down 1-0 in the series. Let's go to game number 2. It was Slayer, and we go back to Kali. So a very interesting setup, similar to our other semi-final. Fathom into Kali Slayer, and it was Swish leading the way here. 16 kills, 7 assists, and just 8 deaths. That's a big game. You heard Shyway and I talking about it earlier. This is really a huge opportunity for Swish. You don't typically see Swish playing with a lineup of this caliber. Penguin, Trippy, and Pistola alongside him, and Swish is really taking advantage of the opportunity, showing his stuff here on a big stage. So hats off to Swish, and we'll have to see if it continues. It's certainly going to be a tougher matchup going into winners finals. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vemzy leading the way. Saw some highlight shots from him late in that game. 14 kills, 5 assists, and 8 deaths. Great game there, but didn't have the fragging power through the rest of the lineup. Both Carmea and Demon Sue just below double digits in kills there, and it means they go down 50-41. Let's check out our next page of stats here. We'll take out, couple of perfect kills there. Swish, Penguin, Pistola grabbing one of his own. Let's go to the last page here and just peek at those accuracy numbers as we get ready for our next match. Look at Penguin there, 62.2% leading the lobby. Even seeing Vemzy, 60.4%. So those two breaking that 60% threshold and having solid games across the board. Look at Swish with that 10.3 KDA. Great performance from him. Definitely going to need to keep that rolling as we get ready for winners finals. And that is our next matchup, right? We got about 37 Ninja Swords up against Gambichos here as we continue. So that is certainly going to be a very fun one to follow, very fun one to watch. And I know, Tony and Shyway, super excited to get back to that one. Production is going to let me know if we have that one ready, if we're ready to go back to the casters. But I'm super excited. And the really interesting thing for me here is it's a tough test for Gambichos. Certainly when you go into this, just with the name value on about 37 Ninja Swords, you're going to 9 times out of 10 predict them to take the win. But I was impressed with what we saw from Gambichos up against Velocity Esports. You could certainly look at that Slayer game and the way it started and say you probably get punished a lot harder from about 37 Ninja Swords, and you probably look at that and say you don't get that opportunity to come back in that Slayer game against a team of this caliber. But we'll have to see. In the end, we will get the answers we're looking for in the games that they play. If I'm making a prediction, I'm going to have to say it's about 37 Ninja Swords taking the win here. Gambichos, though, I think they can take a game. It's really interesting to see, first of all, what objective and map we're going to start off on. Obviously, it's either CTF or Strongholds. And Slayer gets interesting. Shyway talks about it a lot, and we talked about it even earlier in our series, where Slayer can be one of those maps where you could just lean on that fragging power. And maybe these teams that aren't as big of names, aren't as higher caliber, can go to Slayer, and maybe that's where they find the advantage. I don't buy into that theory as much because I don't know, when I look at these big names, I'm like, how do you out-frag a Penguin, a Trippy, and these guys? But we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm very curious to see how it goes, and we don't have to wait really any longer. I'm going to send it back to the casters. We got Shyway and Why Not getting ready for our winners final here on Microsoft Sunday.
Thank you, Yeso. Like you said, what might be the biggest matchup of the day is about to kick off here. We got Gambichos and 37 Ninja Swords, and it's really just a test for Gambichos and whether or not they can pull through against a very high caliber team. And I'd say the only advantage with this team versus the one we saw previously, the wannabe Forest kids, is Gambichos is not a team of wannabe Forest kids. This is a team that only plays, I mean, as far as I'm aware, that are made for fours, and they're well coordinated in fours. And I think that kind of recipe gives them a better chance of pulling a game out here. And interestingly, I'd say Slayer isn't what I expect them to win. I hope they can take an objective game type. I hope their teamwork, their coordination can give them a shot in maybe a flag or a strongholds. Because if they can do that, they're in a much better position. Slayer, on the other hand, when you get Penguin with a snipe and you get Trippy with a snipe, it's a dangerous combination.
And we're still doing a best of 3 series. So if they're going to come out on top and actually make it into the grand finals via the bracket, they will have to take one of those objective games. We'll start off with a game 1, either flag or strongholds. Game 2 will be a Slayer. And then if necessary, we're going back to another objective. So some way, somehow, you're going to have to make sure you have your ducks in a row. And that's going to be really hard to do against the likes of Penguin, Ola, Trippy, and now adding Swish to this roster, who's also a very, very good player, very good Slayer, and also always seems to be positioning himself in the proper places, like watching a perimeter to watch a flag guy pull.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, taking one game is one thing, but then having the clutch factor for an entire series, like if they take one game, there's no way that this 37 Ninja team doesn't bounce back hard. Like then they focus, then they take it seriously. And then it's about whether or not the whole playing field changes from game 2 onward. But I think that's their best chance, is for Gambichos to come out hot, to surprise them, knock them off their footing, and take game 1. If they can do that, I think they have a chance. If they can't, then I think it's just a barrel, like they're just going to get barreled through in Slayer or whatever comes next. We'll see, though. Who are you looking forward to seeing on Gambicho specifically to really lead the team to success here, Tony?
Well, anytime there's a sniper rifle in play, I usually see Drift able to get his little hands on it and always make something happen with it. As far as maps that don't include a sniper rifle, maybe such as like Regret or Truth, I really love watching Tapping Buns. His ability to just hit every single shot while keeping his head on a swivel and to stay alive at the same time, it just shows that he obviously was a former professional player. He played under evil geniuses alongside the twins, Roy and Lunchbox, and you can tell by looking at his gameplay, he's got the goods.
He definitely does. Tapping is always star of the show on this team. And then Drift, like you said, when the snipe is in Drift's hands, it's always a treat. The man always makes plays. So I expect to see that from them. I find usually the objective-oriented, the camo power-up-oriented players. So we see him pick up camo a lot, make plays with it. The player I'm looking at is Chester. I believe it's Chester. He's the only, I guess, wild card, unknown player on this roster. And I'd say the spotlight's kind of on him to really show up and be the X factor for this team, bring them to greatness, right? So maybe Chester has a chance to bring this team to a whole new level. Where at the same, on the other side, I'd want to say, are there any weak points on the other team? And I'm looking at Swish. Obviously, Swish today has been playing incredibly, but is there any way that they can kind of like find a weak point to push through to make an opening here, Tony? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I don't know if I'm going to use the actual phrase weak point, but I mean, I'm going to say eyes are. I'm going to say all eyes are on both of those players. When you look at Chester, he's the player that ultimately we don't know much of. So he's subbing in for that. He's subbing in for this talented PK roster. If they lose, we're not going to look at Tapping Buns. We're not going to look at at Drift. We're going to look at Chester. And I would say on the same side, same thing for 37 Ninja Swords. Like, if we're not going to look at Penguin, we're definitely not looking at Ola. We're not looking at Trippy. We're looking at Swish. So I would say all eyes on them. Hey, observe. Maybe we can get them on the screen a little bit. I'm just saying. And let's see what they're working with.
Yeah, we'll be looking at them unless, of course, the stats say otherwise. Like, I'm not going to ignore, let's say Penguin goes 4-15. I'm not ignoring that. That's but I don't expect to see it though. That would be a quite a surprise, and I hope we get some surprises in the series, Tony. The first surprise, of course, what are we up against? Is it Flag? Is it Strongholds coming up first? I think that's really going to dictate the series going forward here. I think if there's a chance for Gambichos, I'd want to see a flag, like a Collie flag, something as comfortable as possible for these players.
I actually just took a peek, and I believe this is going to be round number 6 to my knowledge. So that
Okay.
means we're going into capture the flag on Truth. Then game 2 will end up being Slayer Rig, and if necessary, Stronghold Plaza. What is that lineup telling you?
I kind of like this series for Gambichos. There's, Truth CTF. Who isn't comfortable playing Truth CTF? They've got their strategies down pat. Where at the same time, it's the camo and the combo that are going to dictate the flow of the game here. There's no sniper to really kind of break the momentum and create a snowball effect. Especially if the sniper's in the hands of someone like Trippy or Penguin, things could change very quickly. Instead, with the camo, with the combo, you could see some high impact plays, but they might not shape the game in the same way. So there might be more of a chance here for Gambichos to really kind of claw their way through to create some scrappy kind of flagpole situations. But once again, we just have to see how they play off the rip. Who's ready to bring their A game today?
And they better be careful on capture the flag on Truth, because there's a Twitter picture going around Halo Twitter of Swiss dropping 76 kills alongside Penguin in a solo duo matchup, and it was on capture the flag on Truth. I'm not.
How does that happen?
That's not a mistake. 76 kills, and mind you, they only won 3-2. I don't know how. Penguin had like maybe about 29 assists and some crazy amount of kills himself, and then maybe like 29, 30 kills, and then Swish with 76 kills in that matchup, and it was on capture the flag Truth.
There's no way he's not statting, right? Like they must have had cap opportunities with 70. What you said, 72 kills? There's no way you don't have cap
76.
opportunities with 76 kills just to one up it. I assume the man was statting. If he wasn't statting, then that would have been one hell of a game. And I kind of want to witness it. But we'll see. I don't expect 72 kills in this game. That would be pretty unprecedented, man. We would be hitting records.
Especially during the winners bracket finals. Maybe earlier, some of the teams like to troll and have a little bit of fun during the earlier rounds, but now winners finals, you're going against LATM's finest and Atso and friends. It ain't happening. Not here. I promise. If anything, if you try to troll on these guys and you try to maybe get a little too cute, they're gonna make you pay. They're gonna flip the reins right on you and maybe take control of a game, possibly even a series.
Yeah, what Tony said, don't get a little too cute, whatever that means. No, but I think personally, if it is an early game, like an early series match, and we're seeing that amount of slays, like that's unacceptable, right? You don't want to see teams just go for slays and not get the objective, not actually close out the game. That's the kind of situation where it's like you kind of hope that some karma comes back and gets them because they're playing with their food too long.
Well, you kind of alluded to, the fact if someone's able to put up 76 kills in a game, most likely they're not playing the game properly. What do you want to see on capture the flag on Truth as a professional analyst that you are? What do you want to see these teams accomplish on capture the flag Truth that will lead to victory?
Just quick and clean runs. That's it. You get your round of slays, you force spawn players typically in bubble, and you take the flag out through pink side and get a nice clean run out. You have somebody up on top mid, ideally to be a cutoff for that car bubble. Make sure that you keep the players back. Don't let them overextend. And that's kind of like your cookie cutter strat. What's even better is if you can get them spawning in bottom blue base or back blue base and have the full U setup going where you've got the player on carbine up on top mid on pink as well, and just lock them in, funnel them into center as they try to break out. But way harder to connect something like that. Typically what we see is a round of slays in a car bubble side spawn.
Shout out to professional coach Callis for making that term very popular here in the Halo community that you set up. I watch a ton of his videos myself. Well, obviously, after game 1, there will be a game 2 as we're waiting for the match to start up. I'm going to ask the same question if you don't mind. What do you want to see on game 2, Slayer the Rig?
Right, yeah, we'll be jumping into Rig. You got the Shoddy, you got the Snipe, and you got the Camo. So obviously controlling the weapons, managing that. But while you do have the power-ups, have the weapons, or if you're waiting for that next round, you're ideally controlling center map, right? You would have, and especially if you have the snipe, you can set up a player in bunker, you can have a player on tower, player on white corner, on engine, and just kind of watch the angles, watch the entrance points from outside to in. If you get your round of slays, you could push out through outside, collapse on carbine and then flip the spawn, because sometimes that's the better option. So it's typically you hold inside map until you get the slays, and then you can push out, get the collapse, and then you know that you flip the map. And then if you can collapse on bunker, they have no options. On bunker is probably the worst spawn point for a team to spawn when they're under pressure. They either try to go across the tower wall or try to sneak out of E1. Either way, it's just a bad position, an easy nade trap.
I say it week after week. Rig is one of the most punishing maps that we have in our circuit. If you go to a 2, 3, or even 4 down, I promise there's gonna be another round slays coming your way, because all of these top teams are well aware of the spawns and will make you pay. And you know what? If necessary, we would see a game 3, Strongholds Plaza. So let's make it a trifecta. What do you want to see on Strongholds Plaza?
Full map control, Tony. The nest side spawn setup. So on Strongholds Plaza, I mean, typically you're looking at bottom, mid, and nest captures, but the nest spawn trap is the most powerful. You know what? Let's not talk about that, Tony. Thank you, though, for keeping me going, keeping the questions going, because finally we got our game. Finally, we're jumping into truth here. We can see the boys put the work together. We don't have to talk about it or theory craft anymore. Instead, Ola will push up, pick up a camo, and it looks like he might break out already.
Well, you know, Milk is Milk's its favorite. Halo is Milk's favorite game, if you will. There's not Halo without a little bit of Milk. Trippy getting a big kill on Jester off the screen. Ola was able to get away with that camouflage, advancing forward towards the P side and puts Atso down as a second player in front of him drifts. Can he finish the one shot? And yes, he can. 2 down go Gambichos, and we're seeing 37 Ninjas advance forward towards the P side of Blue Team's base.
We're not even a minute in, and Ola already has a killing spree here. He's got a bead onto the spawners and car as well. But hopefully he's aware of that bottom base spawner here. Ola putting the shots in. That player under base has a very important role to delay them. And it looks like Chester does push through, get the kill onto Ola. Flag still out pink side, though. Drift right now getting tagged up on top mid. Going to do everything he can to defend. And it looks like they do succeed, if only temporarily here. Swish is still alive. He's still being sneaky in the bottom of the base. Looks like he has been seen, though. Does everything he can to live, but it's not enough here. Drift will find them, and the Slays actually coming out from Gambichos as they get a pull of their own.
If you're in a 4v4 situation, you never want to be that first player or team to go down. Swish was the first player to go down, but and ultimately that started the run for Gambichos, but luckily Swish coming right off his spawn to get in the double kill. Chester's going down. That's going to be the 3rd kill for Swish. So bouncing back, and this time Trippy is going to be running the counter cap on 37 Ninjas, and at one point they were all 4 down, so nobody in sight. Swish getting another nade kill, and I mean, there's no doubt he dropped 76 kills on his map. Clearly he knows what he's doing when we're playing Capture the Flag on Truth.
Just wild how efficient this Ninja Swords team is to lose a cap opportunity, almost get counter capped on, but then to overextend and meet them there before they can get that flag in the pedestal and then convert it into a eventual cap of their own. Well, we say this, the new camo's coming up as well here, and PK going to do everything they can to ensure that at least the red team doesn't get it. Drift diving into 2 here, gets melted immediately. I'm wondering what the status is on camo here. It might not matter, though. Swish gonna get the flag out through pink side. Gotta try to stay up here in the meantime, though. Player directly above. I love the delay here from Swish as he just draws the aggro, gets tagged up a couple times here, does go down. Flag still out, though, and you can see multiple members of Red gonna dive on it, try to get it just a couple lengths further here, and I think they might.
Ola able to get that flag in the enemy's team base here, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead for 37 Ninja Swords. Chester off the screen was able to take down Penguin. Ola holding down this car bubble spawn here as his player Swish is advancing forward, catching an offset nade by Atso, and now Atso going to work a little 1v1 against Ola.
This Ninja Sword team just looking a little too strong today, Tony. We got to see some life out of Gambichos. One coordinated push, one round of slays, but Ola going to do everything to just crush their dreams here. Trippy does pick up the kill. Ola holding it down from top mid. He thinks somebody's over on pink side or just making sure he's crossed the T's, dot the I's. Atso does get an opening kill. Swish does trade it out. Ola getting tagged up from multiple angles here. Going to try to stay up. and just hold down the 50-yard line here. You can see Swish is already in blue, being a pest. He's drawing the attention of multiple blue players. This is giving Ola a chance to push up here, can maybe bait and switch with Zane, but he's also getting tagged up. Gambichos, they need to press this opportunity, need to get these slays here, and they might have a chance. You can see multiple up on pink, up on top mid. Can they convert this into something?
Swish doing a good job of getting an angle towards Adzo, sneaks in a couple of shots and now tries to advance over towards the car bubble there, but there was a player waiting for him there. Ola on the P Street getting into a little individual gunfight against Tapping Buttons, who's advancing forward, and Red Basement, another player. So around every corner, there's gonna be an opponent. You gotta make sure your head is on a swivel as Chester is advancing forward into Peach Street, top P.
Always another line of defense, Tony. It's brutal. From the just from the perspective of these blue players, as they do everything they can to just win their scrappy fights. But the moment they go down, the moment they're on the back foot, they're being pressured here. Penguin just diving in. You'll get the shields off, but thankfully a trade comes through from Gambichos as they're doing everything they can to just get some form of defense here. Multiple coming up through pink side. Drift gonna drop immediately. And all we have left are car bubble spawners here. And I do love the stick at a tapping. He'll delay it just a little bit longer here, but that flag now out in the window. Drift got a split spawn out through bottom base. So this is big defense coming out from Gambichos, and this is where you want to see the overextend coming through. They're already sneaking up through car side. Tapping with a huge 5. Man's still going. He's got nades and sight lines into car just to hold him back, but it seems like every little opening they get doesn't give him any presence on the map.
Tapping Buttons currently sitting on the window right now, trying to get any kind of damage towards these players who are advancing forward on his P side, even top mid. Luckily, Tapping Buttons was able to take out Swish. Ola dropping down bottom P. The shots are ringing out, and finally, Tapping Buttons gonna go down, but the damage is going in. Trippy's taking advantage of it. That's gonna be a double kill. Drift is currently one shot over towards bottom mid, and he's gonna get cleaned up as well, and that's gonna be 3 down for Gambichos.
Trippy just bobbing and weaving here. Nades, shots, just whizzing over him. He does finally go down. And all of that time he spent in blue base does delay these blue players as they try to break out. But look at this, Penguin just gonna deal a 5 over to Et. So Swish gonna pick up a kill as well. Swish already down bottom blue base. Pressure still coming into blue here as they're still on the back foot, still just trying to defend. And this might be the final push here for Red. You can see multiple coming up through pink. There's one directly beside Penguin, though. Penguin gonna face a 2v1. And look at this, just delaying his life as long as possible. Finally, they take him out. Still a player in bottom blue. And still just this one nuisance, this pest in the bottom of the base that slows them down, doesn't allow them to push forward.
Well, finally, that player is going to go down, and Atzo's well aware of it, so he goes to help his teammate Drift, who's going to go down, and now Atzo's stuck in a bad situation. Luckily, was able to grab that camouflage, but it's going to be burned. At least it's not in the hands of 37 Ninja Swords, but they still have a 2-0 lead over our blue team squad.
Look at this, though. Pink side control at a Gambichos. Big kill on the Swish to drop him in this street. And they push up into red base for once here. Looks like we might actually have some pressure onto red. You can see the members of Gambichos do get the flag. They pull it out through center. Tapping Buttons, a huge line of defense here, but Trippy already picks up 1 kill. Tapping, love the fadeaway kill for the spree. And he's still just going to try to push in, get the angle, help his team rally that flag out, but just getting melted by 2 players immediately. That flag still sits out down in pink. It looks like it will be returned once again, and the pressure's not over as well. Trippy already going to pick it up for a pull.
And Trippy going to be a little bit sneaky with this one, not quite dropping it, so just the right time, and it's not going to matter because they're still aware of it, and they're going to put him down along with Penguin. Gambicho's doing a good job of playing defense on this final flag cap, but they need to be careful. One more, and 37 Ninjas are going to go up in this series. Atzo's over towards enemy lines, putting good damage on the blue bubble spawners. Now what's going to happen here?
They have them right where they want them. They're all trying to get out of car bubble, but Swish does get a crucial opening kill here. Nade's still coming in, keeping both these blue players one shot, and Trippy just cleans them up. And that was their yet another opportunity that was just completely exposed by this red team. Just turning things around right quick. Ola spotting his teammate going down. He will pick up that kill instead for the trade on the drift. Trippy with a kill on the tapping. One player going to dive up the center, and Ola, you know he's already got the shots in. Going to keep him down to 1 shot. Flag out through blue base. This might be the final flag right here. They're taking it out through bottom. Ola in a crucial flank position here. Look at this. He's just cutting off the spawners. Kill on the tapping. 1 out through bottom mid as well, and it's scrappy, but I think they might be able to pull the flag out here. Ola holding it down from car. Somehow that flag still sits down in bottom mid. You can see the setup from blue, holding it from blue to pink. A new camo up as well. I think Atso might be juggling the camo and the defense at the same time. Well, Ola finally goes down with the nades. Can Gambichos actually turn this into something?
Ola wanted to pull in for that flag grab, but he knew he had 3 players around him, so he had to stay top mid and ultimately milk his life, which he did so phenomenally. Adds with the camouflage, trying to get behind enemy lines, but he's going to be taken down as well. 2 down go Gambichos, and we're seeing the movement going over towards P. If they can get the slays out on P side, they can advance forward and possibly pull the flag, but 37 Ninja Swords have actually just gone 3 down. That's going to be good if you're a fan of Gambichos.
Pressure's coming in from Gambichos. Multiple on pink. Swish trapped in the bottom of the base. Just going to hold it down. Be that line of defense. Ola already picks up one. Chester going to try to pepper him with some shots from pink. But look at the bait and switch. Trippy's right there to dive in, pick up the kill. Now they're moving up together. And you can see a player on top mid as well. So Penguin, the timing of the push, the timing of the aggression is surgical as they come through, just pick up more kills here. Player on bottom base. Trippy gonna bait and switch out to get the shots in. Look at Swish in the perfect position to keep Chester back in the toilet section of blue base. Swish can now grab the flag, take it out through pink here, but players just being isolated and deleted here, tapping with a huge defensive kill. Trippy gonna pick up the flag once again, and is this the pull? Is this the one that goes through here, Tony?
Gambichos have really made 37 Ninja Swords work for this final flag gap, but it looks like it is going in. Can't ground pound it, but he's going to thrust that final flag in, and just like that, we're going to have a 1-0 series in favor of 37 Ninja Swords, approximately 37 Ninja Swords.
Just a valiant effort out of Gambichos to try again, get so many close shaves, so many great opportunities that unfortunately they just could not clutch up. And I think it's just testament to the slaying power of this red team of 37 Ninja Swords to break through, to find that one crucial opening kill, and then to use their numbers to go in and overextend and stop that flag in his tracks. We saw one crucial moment where they had them spawning in bubble where they wanted them to. They had a cutoff on top car. You had 2 players. It was tapping, and I think Atso and red base just trying to hold it down, get the flag through, and then Swish got a huge opening kill. They got damage into red, and then with that advantage, Trippy pushes through. He cleans up 2, and then the opportunity they have is just, it's taken away from them again, right? So we saw a lot of those heartbreaking moments from Gambichos.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, David, they fought really well. There was a couple of times, I will say, after they went down 0-2, it seemed like that when they started to really step things up and really make 37 Ninja Swords work for it. But as you said, it was almost all for nothing at that point, because it was only a matter of time before 37 Ninja come in and cap the final flag. Now we're moving on to Slayer on Rick. It's a totally different kind of game, different skill set, which obviously 37 Ninja Swords probably still have the advantage on, but Gambichos are no slouches whatsoever. We've seen them time and time again find success here in the Esports Arena Sunday tournaments.
For this Rig Slayer, what I'm hoping to see is Gambichos earn that camo to start. If they can get the camo in the opening, they could make a play to snipe. They can make a play to shoddy. They have way more flexibility to break through to get the early game on their hands. The worry, though, is their blue side spawn. It's very difficult to earn that camo first off blue. Red team has the high ground here, so PK, I love this play from Drift. Sneaks out through Trench. Does not get away with the camo, though. Penguin was ready, and he deletes him immediately. And honestly, that's all that Ninja Swords needed to ensure there's no tricky upsets coming out of this blue team. That snipe, I believe, was secured. Ola's going to drop it, but they'll still be fighting for it.
Tied up with 3 apiece at the moment here as Penguin tries to go for the little fancy ninja right there. Ends up still getting the melee kill, and that player does go down. Swish trying to stay alive. Couple of cheeky jumps. I know Alex likes that, but it's not going to matter because he's going to go down as well. So let's switch gears over towards Atso and this blue team squad who are holding on to a 2-kill lead.
Ola's just trying to rotate that snipe out, by the way. It looks like it does go down. So Atso, the man with all the firepower. He's got the shoddy and the snipe. And a line directly down to bunker side, but a bit of a dangerous angle. You can see the nades have done quite a lot of damage to him. He'll go right back to center, though. And he can't clean up this kill. He'll keep him one shot. Tapping buttons gets a crucial pickup here. Drift with another. They got the numbers advantage here, so Chester going to push up. Players starting to move a little quicker. One person left alive. That was Trippy, who was just peppering him from behind. But Azzo still, he managed to rotate through. He's made it back into center map here. He's got to use these angles to his advantage here. Can he at least get a shoddy kill? He's giving up his sight line, though. You can see him just push out to try to get the shotgun kill, but such a risky play, and Trippy takes advantage. They got the sniper now because of it.
14-12 lead in favor of Gambichos, but Trippy has the sniper rifle in hands. Only one shot currently, 10 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, so there should be a camouflage coming soon, and 37 ninja swords are controlling the inside of the map.
It was almost a little scary there. I was wondering if Trippy was going to hold the angle and have that player just walk out right into his line of fire, but Trippy instead, top on E3. Just going to hold it down from there. We got multiple out on back catwalk here. Atso with a great opening kill, but Trippy in position for camo and nobody there to contest him. I'm not sure they even got eyes on the pickup, so Trippy might have had the sneaky timing. Look at this. Beautiful positioning as well. Oh, he waited patiently and somehow doesn't connect it. Putting shots in on both sides, but just such a rough spot to be with the camo there. You can see why. Triple team and deleted instantly.
Penguin getting collapsed on as well. It was about 3 players focusing on him. Chester advancing forward over towards Nest because he knows the spawns came in from Carbine. Now going to check in bunker, but no, they're actually still on that Nest side. One advance forward towards Long Haul was able to get that player. He actually gets to slay as well, and just like that, Gambichos go 3 down. Can 37 ninjas take advantage of these numbers?
They definitely can. Penguin is zooming here, making his way over to car side. Got a nice little flank on Chesters. 3 shots, 4 shots in. Looking for the cleanup here. Swish already cleaned up 2. Swish with a triple just to clean up the scraps here. Multiple going down, and they're now spawning up in bunker side. Not the ideal position to be in when you got Trippy just lining up shots right off of your spawn. Drift going to get a nade and try to get a trade. He can't even do that because Ola putting them down. He's got the snipe. He's got the shoddy. And Ola, I only imagine he's got more plays coming up here, Tony. He's got plenty of ammo to work with.
We're approaching the midway point of this map. We're tied up at 25 apiece as Swish and Chester going to be trading shots right there. Drift able to take out Penguin off the screen. Ola just barely whiffing that scatter shot, but gets the kill with the sniper rifle, and that's what really matters. A little bit of a theater glitch right there as he takes heavy damage, and I don't know if he was able to throw away that scatter shot to snipe. That might have gotten off the map.
I think maybe one weapon did, but yeah, I was wondering if you saw what I saw in that exchange there. Somehow Ola came out with a snapshot, but those weapons went down, and they might still be on the map. Chester's going to try to get a line of sight on him. Camo coming up shortly as well here. It looks like the shoddy did stay on the map. Chester, huge line of defense. Multiple players going down here. Chester going to try to clean it up, but Atso does get 2. The snipe's there too, and now he's got all the goodies. He can rotate that out back. Spawner's up on car side, and Chester with a cheeky angle here. I love that position, but the timing a little off. And all 4 members of Red now pushing up through back cat in coordinated fashion. This is about to be rough if they're not ready to challenge it. Oh my.
Chester advancing forward over towards Tower 2, but does get taken down due to the melee by Penguin, who elects not to pick up that sniper rifle. He has more business to be handled over here at Engine 2 because he also has the scatter shot. Ola able to take out Atso off of screen, and Penguin looks like he's trying to force the spawns over towards Carbine, and he was successful in doing so. All 4 players of Gambicho spawn Carbine, and now they're ready to collapse.
Yep, expecting Ola to get right back up the tower. Nice little use of that jump on the wall. Get the high ground back. Can still put this snipe to work. Does whiff another shot. 2 left to work with. Outside map, Gambichos. That's the only option they have. As they're just locking down inside. You can still see, despite the map control here, 4-kill deficit for Ninja Swords. Gambichos with a slight advantage. And they got to be so careful about how they break through here. Ola playing this so sneaky. He's got a player on his radar as well. Big kill out of Atso. Opening kill. Trippy does get the trade. Drift with 1 as well. Ola, can he make an impact? He's missed everything here. All of his teammates dead. Snipe doesn't go in. Gonna look to clean up Chester. Gets him down to 1 shot. The nade comes in and cleans him up. And that's the slight advantage that Gambichos need to really break through here. Really get an advantage, but it might be stopped right quick. 2 coming down on the feed. If they can keep trading, they can keep holding on to this lead here, Tony.
Gambichos are not going down without a fight. They're looking like they might force a game number 3 as Tapping Buns getting the shots that he needed. Drift able to come in for that cleanup. That's going to take down Ola. A camouflage should be coming up very soon here. Tapping Buns still has one shot in that scatter shot. Penguin has the sniper rifle, so they're going to come back and steal this game away. It might be on the backs of this long gun, but just like that, it's off the map. Tapping Buns gets the double kill. Swish goes down. They only need 4 more kills to force that game number 3.
No more snipe in play. Gambicho's in a great position to close this out. I didn't see the camo. Not sure where it is. Might not matter at this point. Outside map. 37 ninjas are stuck there. And Gambicho's is going to hold it down from center. If they play their game carefully, they play it well, there's no way that ninjas should be able to break through. You can see Atso already got a crucial opening kill. It's 48 now. Still waiting on the camo. Might be late, but it doesn't matter because Drift hits a clean 5 to close out game 2 and give us a series, Tony. That's a 50-42 scoreline.
You know, I love elimination games, and it looks like we're going into it here in the winners finals. I never want to see a steamroll here in the winners finals. If you want to make it into the grand finals, you're going to have to earn it, just like both of these teams will do. Gambichos have a little bit of momentum that they were able to gain with that game 2. However, obviously 37 Ninjas has shown that they're a damn good objective team, and coming up next is going to be another objective here in game 3.
I mean, what I think was immaculate with Gambichos was their ability to just remove the snipe from the picture as much as possible, right? We had one moment with Ola with the snipe where he tried to line up a couple shots, and Gambichos were very elusive, very difficult to kill. They didn't make any overly aggressive pushes into center. They played from outside and they played patient, took their time, tried to wait out the camo moments. But we also had Penguin in the end of the game with the snipe as well. Penguin had a chance there with full ammo to try to swing the game, but they managed to lock him down, force Penguin to play it early on. So all those situations that could have gone handily in the side of red team were snuffed out quickly before things got out of hand. So I think that's just testament to their ability to isolate and control what happens with snipe. Even if it's not in their hands, at least it's off the map. The thing is, the next game type is a little different, Tony. We've got, Plaza Strongholds coming up next. We've got camo to fight over. We've got Shoddy on the map. I wonder if they have the wherewithal to control this map, especially now that they've kind of awoken the beast, right? I feel like this team of 4 are going to come in with a whole new firepower.
Well, they're going to have to do what professional players do and click that reset button in the mental and bounce back, which, I mean, I'm pretty sure when you look at the likes of Penguin, Trippy, Olet, even Swish, they all have the ability to do so, but just like that, they have gone 2 down. Luckily, Joey able to win his gunfight, and that's going to put Gambichos 4 down and allow somebody to almost get away with camouflage. I believe that was Ola that just about got around that wall and was ready to drop down.
Huge burn out of Gambichos, though. Despite losing the slays, they lost the opening strat, but they got the camo, and that it could have been a lot worse if they didn't. But you can see Trippy still has the shotgun here and just preying on players below. That's Chester who goes down for the count, going to hold on to Shoddy on LR. And Trippy going to keep trying to move and keep his position ambiguous. You know they're going to call out the fact that he has Shoddy here. So sneaky play up to top yellow. Does whiff narrowly with shotgun, but he's got a line of sight on 3 members in yard, and that's huge information. 1 player up in glass. They're going to try to rotate through. Trippy going to just patiently clean him up. This should be a double for him. He's flailing with the melees, though. Can't seem to find it. And eventually does delete PK Drift. And there might be a chance here for Gambichos to break through at some points on the board.
That bottom net spawn is not exact what 37 Ninjas wanted to get to, because Chester and friends were able to put the pressure on, defend themselves just long enough for them to steal away bottom mid. The shots are ringing out. Drift gonna get that that cleanup kill. Chester gonna take Swish 5, and another bottom nest spawn, at least for 2 players who have just gone 2 down.
Gambichos with a coordinated push out to Nest. They sent 2 to Nest. They broke through, got the cap, and a temporary trip cap for them as well. But can they make strides with it? They're kind of sitting on the bottom of the map here. Atso does get right back to Nest. Going to try to hold down this perimeter here. Ola with an opening kill. Atso with just great awareness to look into loop here. Get the early shots in, but the pressure so strong at a Ninja Swords as they push through. They dive into bottom mid. Atso, not too many options. It would be nice if he had a line of sight here. But once again, he's alone. There's the big pickup onto Swish. Rotates up to S4. Drift with a pickup as well. And if they can keep getting slays and stay alive, they can turn this basement right back in their favor.
I can't even say that name without chuckling a little bit. They're about 37 Ninja Sword as ads are going to be advancing forward into that player, but Trippy gets the double kill. Was not, I don't know how Atso wasn't able to get the cleanup. Luckily, Drift staying alive over towards Nest. The little bit of patience is going to pay off as he takes down Penguin. 26-20 lead in favor of our red team squad, but we're starting to see momentum. We're starting to see some energy gain and some life being shown out of Gambichos, and it's still close.
So efficient out of Drift. He doesn't chase the kill to Nest. He dives into bottom mid, starts the cap instead, gets a pre-nade into Nest, still manages to get the kill. Now they have Nest and bottom mid side capture, and Tapping going to do everything to lock down this Nest. He gets the reset. Chester with a pickup as well. So nice little turn of events here. And Tapping going to make sure nobody shoots that barrel for him. He'll get it out of the picture. But this inside map control so crucial for blue team here. Can they continue to hold on to it? Swish. He's got a line of sight up on glass, just getting melted quick, so he'll have to back down. And a new plan of attack coming out through Cafe. Can Tapping and team just continue to hold down these sight lines? They're doing such a great job to coordinate their efforts here.
But it looks like Penguin was able to get the initial kill that they needed, and there's the advancement coming from 37 Ninja as they were able to steal away bottom mid. They did end up going 2 down. Trippy going to be staying alive and doing better, getting a double kill. He hears the call-outs coming over towards bottom dip, and just like a pro, he's going to hop right into it, looking for that player. There he is. Drift going to go down, but so do 3 players on 37 Ninjas.
Players dropping left and right, looking scrappy here. Chester, I like the movement. He's just trying to pole dance his way through this gunfight here, but Ola gonna get the best of him. And that does give them the reset on bottom mid. Camo about to pop as well here. They need to pick up these kills and get that easy pick onto the Camo, but Tapping gonna be the line of defense. That's a huge kill from Tapping. He's controlled LR. Spawners coming up from Cafe as well, but Penguin flanks through with a shoddy right in time to get positioning for the Camo. Looking for a second here, doesn't clean it up. And Penguin now in trouble. The pressure coming in, but the Camo picked up by Ola. And Ola could completely disrupt the flow of the game here with this Camo. You know, that's exactly what he's doing. Doesn't get the double, but the damage is done.
Approaches the halfway point of the game, and as soon as we do, Gambichos end up going 4 down. The spawns are coming over towards blue. That's exactly what 37 Ninjas wanted to do. Player ends up going into hotel and runs into a couple of nades. 2 down once again for 37 Ninjas. Trip cap in favor of our red team. Everything looking good for Penguin, Ola, Swish, and Drippy.
And looking terrible for Gambichos. This is where things can barrel out of control. They're lucky they did get away with the yard, and they didn't see a collapse on yard immediately. But Ola, he was just patient, and this patience is about to pay off as he cleans up Chester and Tapping with Atso dropping as well. That's 3 dead. Not too many options for these boys off of spawn here. They're going to lock it down. Right now, Ola just making sure there's no split spawners on Tram. We got multiple up on yard, though. And he's got the flank through yard. What a brutal position to be in. Big kills, though, at a Gambicho. They get the opening kills through center map. They might be able to break through, get some time on either bottom mid or Nest. And they're going to have to coordinate their efforts to do so. Great nade into dip as well. They need to earn the slays here. It's going to be scrappy in bottom mid, but they do have a capture. And if they convert that into bottom mid Nest, there might be a chance for Gambichos here.
6 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock here, so there should be a camouflage coming up pretty soon. Chester advancing forward over towards top. Nest puts the damage down and is going to be able to secure Nest, but they are losing bottom mid, and the Cavalry's coming over towards that green side. Luckily, they get the reset. Atso takes out Trippy. Chester going to be holding down LR, putting the shots in. Ola gets the kill, and hold on. Alex, can Gambichos make a run as Chester ends up getting the double kill and is hunting down the 3rd and 4th kills who just spawned up in front of him. Back Tram.
Chester going huge there. Even though he doesn't get a kill, he did his job. He dove in, he put pressure on the spawners, and that gave Gambichos a chance to get the camo, and Atso just adding insult to injury. That's a big 5 out of him, but they can't give up bottom mid. Somehow they give up bottom mid in a flurry of events, and now they're committing their numbers to mid. Can they continue to get kills, though? That's multiple dead. A quick recap. So Gambichos, they weather the storm, and that was almost scary for a second. They're going to continue to push forward here. Up on yard, looking for the trip cap as well, but the split spawners coming out through Tram and through Cafe. So Atso unsuccessful in yard, but a second lease on life for Gambichos as they slowly claw their way back here.
Atso was the first player to go down on Gambichos, but luckily Chester equalized the situation by taking out Swish. 2 down, go 37 Ninjas. Drift was baiting bottom mid a little bit, but looks like the pressure's coming in towards the green side of the map. There's somebody right above him. He sees it on radar. The damage is going in, and he forces Swish to back down. He doesn't even need to chase that kill because he knows every second that he stays alive means Gambichos can put points on the board and maybe, just maybe, take the lead.
Gambichos brought their A game today, Tony. Look at this, the lines of sights, the positioning out of them as they hold these players down in LR. That does end up being a trade, but 2 kills dropped on the side of Gambichos. And Trippy with an opening to get down to bottom mid. Doesn't know where these players are, though. Gonna try to get the capture here. Spins on a dime and does delete the shields off one, but not enough to stop or reset bottom mid. And Chester right now pushing for a trip cap here. But what we might see is a flip on the map. The Nest side has been capped. We have Yard now contested. And it's all about bottom mid. It's about to be a brawl here in bottom mid. 3 members have pushed in. They've succeeded in capping it as well. And Gambichos, they don't have a lot of time to turn this around, Tony. They need to win their fights, and they need to earn the camo if they want any chance of getting this.
Gambichos did a good job of keeping the pressure on for as long as possible, with 37 Ninjas have stabilized a bit. As soon as I say that, they did just end up going 3 down. The final player is Trippy over towards posters, trying to defend them. Camouflage. Chester moves in towards bottom mid, and bottom mid gets stolen by Gambichos.
They got bottom mid. I think they got camo as well. Big kills on the bottom mid. Atso has camo. Atso with the chance of a lifetime here. He rotates out to Nest, but doesn't want to give up bottom mid at the same time, so he will sit there. Now red players rotating to Yard, so it's going to be a flip. Yard and Nest, and they can flip this, but you know these players are going to push at a Yard quickly and try to get kills, try to get to bottom mid. So Atso in a crucial position here with his camo. What can he put together? Needs to get info. Big kill on the bottom onto Market on Trippy here. Trippy goes down. They're going to try to push up through loop here, but Atso with a line of sight in the loop. One up on yellow, so Atso with a double dilemma here that he's just managing left and right. I love the damage out of him as he just narrowly lives, and they hold down center. Tony, do they actually have a shot here?
They just might. Someone in the chat said if Gambichos win, he's going to shave his back, and I hear the razor starting up because Gambichos are on a run. 93-92 lead in favor of them, but they have to defend bottom mid. 37 Ninjas are pushing forward. They're dedicating all their resource towards this. This is the final battle. Ola and Penguin get back-to-back kills, and just like that, 37 Ninjas have taken back control.
Could this be a heartbreaker for Gambichos? They dive into Yard, all resources there. Nades coming in, big kills out of Atso. They got into, I believe, Nest as well, but that's actually a red player in Nest. They stopped it and reset it. Gambichos somehow reset, capped Yard. Are you kidding, Tony? They just pulled that one out. 195 in a best of 3. Gambichos earned their winner side spot in Grands.
All I know is that I want to see a before and after picture of 40 Cent 407. I saw you in the chat. You said you'll shave your back if Gambichos come back in that game, and it happened. Gambichos end up pulling out the win, game number 3, and they're going into the grand finals via the winner's bracket.
I mean, Tony, realistically, the man should just probably shave or at least put some maintenance. If you got a lot of back hair, like you should, do some maintenance regardless of the result of the series. Anyway, that's up to you. If he said shave his head, that would have been more fun, because then you really gotta hammer on the guy. Either way, dude, what a surprising series. That was so unexpected. It would be great if possible. I don't know if we got the resources, or maybe Yeso will do it, just to see the very end of that game. And how they managed to flip that situation, right? We had 2 players up still. I think Atso got a huge double. He got a kill with the barrel. He got a kill with a nade. And then we had Trippy and I think Ola. Trippy was on LR. Ola was on Nest, and he was alone there. So they sent 2 members to Yard, 2 members to Nest, and they managed to reset Nest and get the cap on Yard at the same time. So just that little series of events was a massive, massive clutch. And that gave us a tournament, Tony. That gave us an exciting tournament, because that means that this red team, the expected winners of today, they have to fight through at least 2 series in that grand finals to come back here. So we still have a story here to unravel, and I can't wait to see how it all happens. Yeso, what do you think, man? Give us a breakdown.
Thanks, guys. What I'm thinking is that was extremely surprising. Gambichos going down to the last seconds, and it looked like they were maybe going to get it the first time around, but obviously we saw that contest in mid, and 37 Ninja Swords were able to grab that cap, but the quick response, well played by Gambichos. The communication had to be fantastic, recognizing that they were going to lose bottom mid there, immediately pivoting their strategy to capture Nest and grabbing the victory. Such a tight margin there, but well played, and they get the 2-1 win. And the crazy thing is I watched the first game of CTF, and then I walked in here and I thought to myself, last week we had Ride Out and Meet Them come in. They ran it all the way through. 10 games they played, 10 games they won, and they took it all last week. So I pulled up the bracket, and I was like, I wonder how this run has gone. And you go back all the way to round 2. 2-0 for 37 Ninja Swords. 2-0 in round 3. 2-0 in round 4, which was winners quarters. 2-0 in round 5. That's winners semis. And then you go to winners finals, and they have already got the 1-0. And I'm like, oh, man, looks like we're maybe going to get a repeat of what we saw last week with Ride Out and Meet Them. Maybe they just run the table completely. But Gambichos, with a great performance on Slayer, the clutch finish on Strongholds gives them the win and knock 37 Ninja Swords down to the losers bracket. Impressive performance there. And now we may get we definitely will get a very interesting finish to the day. Let's check out our stats here for our winners finals. We go to the first one. It was CTF, and it was a 3-0 win, a long 3-0 win. Though we've been getting a lot of these today, that even if the score line is lopsided, we haven't seen those quick kind of 1, 2, 3 back-to-back caps to finish those games quickly. So Gambichos, tough game here, but at the very least, able to force 37 Ninja Swords to play a long game here to grab the victory. Let's check out the Slayer stats for this first game. Yeah, look at that. 26 kills, 13 assists from Trippy, 23 and 15 for Pistola, 24 and 18 for Swish. So really all three of those guys popping off, and even Penguin, 18 kills, 18 assists. Still a solid game there, but it was really Trippy, Pistola, and Swish carrying the load in the slaying department on that first game, and they looked really strong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gambichos, 20, 20, and 20. Atso tapping buttons and Drift all hitting that 20-point threshold for kills. In between them, quite a few assists, 8, 15, and 11. Let's go to the last page here as we close out the first map of this best of 3, and the only one that Gambichos dropped. There's the accuracy numbers. Look at Swish and Penguin, up over 63% a piece. Great, landing a significant amount of their shots throughout that game. On the other side, the closest was tapping buttons there at that 59.7%. Let's go to the Slayer game. This was map number 2, a 50-42 win for Gambichos. And I talked about it, prior to the series, that, Shyway was highlighting that when you go to a best of 3 and you've got one of these big name high-end squads and one that maybe isn't as well known, though certainly we know Drift, we know tapping buttons, we know Atso very well. Chester, kind of the unknown there, but still you would consider, when you look at this squad, S tier is kind of where 37 Ninja Swords is, and you would consider this team maybe A tier below them. Strong squad, great players, but not at the same level. But when you go to these Slayer games, those are kind of the opportunities for these guys to just play off of pure aim, pure dueling skill, and try and pull out a game. And they did. Look at 14, 13, and 13. 10 kills there for Chester as well. The entire team into the double digits. Chester with 16 assists as well, and the least deaths on the team. So even with the lowest amount of kills, still had a great game overall. Involved in 26 of the 50 total kills, and only going down 8 times is a great performance. Meanwhile, Penguin having an off game. 8 kills, 7 assists, 14 deaths. That is a rough performance there from Penguin. Let's go to the next page here. We'll probably skip through this one quickly. Just check out quickly the perfect kills. Yep, Drift with 2 for Swish as well. Let's go to the last page. I want to check out the accuracy stats here. And there it is, leading the way. Drift, 62.5%. Great game, led in damage. Everybody on his team, other than Trippy with 2274, they're the most in the game, but Drift looking solid there, and even tapping buttons getting up to 60%. So that put us at a tied state here. We were 1-1 after 2 going into the deciding third map. And it's Strongholds, and it's Plaza. Plaza, a map that I love for Slayer, I think is really fun for that game type, but going to Strongholds, interesting here as well. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this one. It was, as you can see, a very tight game, 100 to 95. And we saw about 37 Ninja Swords getting control at the 92-point mark. Right? It looked like Gambichos were going to be able to push it to the finish. They got up to, I believe, they got stalled at 97 points. They're up 97 and 92. Swaps over to about 97 Ninja Swords. And when you get a swap that late and the margin is so close, you just think, dang, about 37 Ninja Swords, they're going to win this. But Gambichos, with the quick response, get the cat back and win it. Chester leading the way, getting 19 kills, 16 assists, 18 deaths. Big pop-off performance from tapping buttons. 25 kills, 14 assists. They're just 18 deaths. Meanwhile, on the other side, Penguin leading the way in the fragging department. 24 kills and 13 assists. The rest of his team, 15 plus in the kills department. Lots of assists across the board for both teams. And that's what you get when these matches run longer and you start to roam as a team more, trying to control these points. A lot of teamwork there. Let's check out our last page of stats here for this winners final. Tapping buttons with the best in the KDA department, 11.6 there. The accuracy numbers not as high as last time around, but Penguin still pulling out the 60.7%. No surprise there. Penguin has been hitting his shots all throughout the day, but it wasn't enough to get about 37 Ninja Swords a berth in the grand finals. Now they wait. They are in losers bracket finals, and the way things shape up, if you guys use exclamation point bracket in Twitch chat right now, you're going to check out where I am looking. Losers round 7 is what we're waiting for. We got Wannabe Fours Kid up against Potros. Okay, that's losers quarterfinal. Winner of that plays KC Flyers in losers semis. The winner of that then moves on to face about 37 Ninja Swords in the losers finals. And obviously the winner of that moves on to face Gambichos in grand. So still plenty of Halo to play. It has been a really fun run here. Do want to remind you guys of something. Obviously we've been talking a lot here at Esports Arena about our move. Our HQ is relocating here and we're excited about that. But there's also some other exciting things. We talked about Walmart openings yesterday on our show, and we've also got job openings, ladies and gentlemen. So if you use exclamation point jobs in Twitch chat right now, you can check out some of the openings we are hiring for here at Esports Arena. So if you want to come and work with us, make sure to use exclamation point jobs and come and check it out. We are expanding the team. We've got new exciting things on the horizon here at Esports Arena. So if you want to be a part of it, go check it out here today. We're going to go to a quick break, folks. But Microsoft Sundays will be back very soon. Don't go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Esports Arena tournament. And what a tournament it's been so far. A couple twists and turns, some unexpected upsets along the way. We had Gambichos upset their way into Winterside Grand Finals. They're now waiting there. Whereas the Ninja Swords team, the expected winners of today, were knocked into losers. They're waiting in losers finals. It's now time to jump into the loser side of the bracket. We've got another matchup coming up. It's going to be wannabe four kids up against, and correct my pronunciation here, Potros, I believe. Tony.
Yeah, I believe that's how it's pronounced, but I will say I'm no expert. And, and speaking of upsets, Potros making it all the way here. And I believe this is a losers bracket quarterfinals. That's a team is made up of Vorsh, Harime Gel, Strikey, and Lure.
So it doesn't get any easier when you read the team names or the player names either. No, I'm sure we're used to seeing these boys play together. They're very talented, so we know they can put something together here. But wannabe Force kids, no slouch, especially individually. We've got Carmeo, we got Demons, we got Diaphragm, and damn it, there's always one player I'm missing here, Tony. Who is it? Bemsy. Bemsy, who's a big deal on this roster as well. We've already seen some incredible plays out of them. But when it came to coordination and objective, when it came to clutching up those high stakes winner side matches, they couldn't quite do it. This is a little different. I think this is an opportunity for wannabe Force kids to really showcase whether or not they've got a chance to make it through this losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of my favorite teams going in. I think they're a dark horse squad because we ultimately haven't seen them a lot in esports arena. But anybody who's been following the competitive scene closely, you probably know every single one of these names. Watch out for these guys. I think on paper, I would give the advantage to wannabe four kids, but that's just me. You could easily make an argument for Potros.
Definitely. And I think the objective game is a good test of where this is going to go. I think that might be the weakness for wannabe Forest kids is whether or not they're well coordinated on the objective, if they're quick to work together, and if they don't, kind of drop in situations where they need to stay up, where they need to, pull a flag or cap a stronghold. So we'll see. When it comes to Slayer, though, I'm going to give the advantage to wannabe Forest because I feel like when it comes to Slays, they can hang. They know how to win their 1v1s. Curious to see whether or not this Potros team has experience, practice together, because it's not a roster that I think I've seen quite yet, but definitely players that have a lot of experience playing together. So I wonder how their chemistry will be.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing Potros a lot earlier in esports arena, but this later season, we haven't really seen much of them at all. At least playing together as a unit. We've seen Warsh filling in on different rosters. I think I've seen Lure towards maybe playing with some of his other friends on the lower side of the bracket, but now they're back and they're trying to say, hey, look, don't forget about us. We're a team to reckon with, and who better to go up against than wannabe four? Because I have a bit of a hot take, Alex, and I know you're going to disagree with me. We can argue about this. I think two skills translates better to fours than fours translate to twos, because every twos kid can play fours. Not every fours kid can play twos. So I'm going with wannabe fours kids.
How am I supposed to disagree with you there? That seems pretty logical. I'm gonna side with wannabe Forest kids for this as well, just considering the caliber of these twos players. Like you said, twos is a bit of a different ballgame, but it really forces the full potential out of your individual skills. So we'll see what they can make of it. Though it looks like we have no camo to start. We got Carmea, who's flanked his way into tower here, doesn't get a trade. So the early points do actually go to Potros here.
And luckily, they were able to put them to make that 3 down. Wannabe Forest kids get down thanks to Warsh winning that individual gunfight against Femzy. And now we're switching gears over towards Diagram, who had the rockets and decides to use it on his teammate. The betrayal comes in. Both Diagram and Carmea go down, and Femzy was by himself. I guess, hey, lock it in, twos kids. You're playing fours.
Yeah, all of a sudden, things not looking so pretty here for Red Team. Strikey even pulling the BR out on these boys. He will go down for it, though. That will be a quick change in top catwalk, and they could maybe push and keep this control in their advantage. You can see multiple players in red base as well, going to try to hold them back. Lure does get a big kill with that LR. Diagram does get an opening with the Magnum. He's got a teammate as he pushes up through red here. Now, what a 5 out of Diagram as well. That was an insane 5 to just make sure that these players are back on spawn. They can turn this into points for themselves.
Diagram, part of the infamous Halo playing triplets alongside Suppressed and Avenue. They're triplets, and they're all champion high-level Halo players, and have found success in their own rights, and even together teaming as Diagram putting them good shots in, but gonna stay alive, changing targets towards Catwalk, putting down even more damage, able to get away with blue base, and we're finally seeing a double cap going in favor of Wannabe Forest Kids.
Wannabe fours, they got points on the board. Let's see what they can make of it. We got a player up in tower. I think there might have been a flanker on Red Nest, but Diagram not worried about it. He launches into Catwalk. Vemzy playing slower than I've ever seen Vemzy play. He was just waiting on the OS. It looks like he will try to dive in. Doesn't get burned as well. Now he can definitely put the rockets to use. Has to melee for one. One player directly in front. It'll be a brawl to take the second. Turns with the rockets and doesn't connect for the third. I think that leaves one in the chamber for a blue player to pick up and put to good use. But all while that happens, you can see the score start to come back on the side of red here. And Luar doing everything he can to ensure that doesn't happen with the defense.
Now, is it too late for me to change my prediction? Because, I mean, we're not even at the halfway point in this game. I think I have a little leeway to change. No, I'm gonna stay. I'm sorry. Lure with the camouflage in hands, getting right behind enemy lines. Her Rhyme Gel ends up getting the double kill off the screen, but they're able to hunt down Lure as Vorch goes after Carmea, and things are looking very good for Potros.
Yeah, I'm keeping my prediction to the grave, Tony. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I made my decision expecting Wannabe fours, and I'm open to surprises, man. I'd love to see Portros prove me wrong and come out here swinging. And in order to do that, they would have to earn this first game and really set the precedent. So far, it's looking so good, though. They do have the advantage. That blue player will drop, and Carmea going to try to pick up the pieces, make his way over to Red Nest, get some sort of control in his side. He's committing a lot, though, to get down to bottom mid here. And it looks like, thankfully, that player didn't see him. He'll get the nade in to take his shields. Teammates going to take position on Red Nest, so they should at least be able to turn this Red Nest into a cap. But they're losing resources as they do so.
Demon's going to try to make his way over towards tower side of the map, but does he know that he has 3 players around him? So he's getting right into the action. That's going to be the first player in her Rhyme Gel. Shots are ringing out, forcing Rhyme Gel to back down. Off the screen, Carmea and Vemzy getting back-to-back kills. Carmea takes out that third player, so just like that, the tables have turned, and her Rhyme Gel's by himself. The spawn comes in towards tower. Was not able to get away with Catwalk, and I believe the reset goes in. So that's pretty good for Potros, but still a 2-cap in favor of Wannabe Force Kids.
Really interesting spawns there, though. That player who spawned tower directly in front of him, I was worried about that blue side, and it was a split. We had the pinch from blue and from tower at the same time just to stop that potential trip cap. Vemzy got stopped in his tracks as well, but look at that, a camo player up on Catwalk. Carmea has not spotted him. Carmea worried about Red Nest. He might be walking into a melee. A back smack comes out. That's a quick save on the Catwalk, and they're going to use their resources to try to push for more here on Red Nest. Luar doing everything he can, but not enough to save it. That's a reset on the Nest. Rhyme Gel trying to stay up, get some crucial damage in that Strikey can pick up on, and I love this positioning. Look at this. They just get the pinch on the Red Nest. Jason, that's Carmea, has no choice but to back down and rotate around. But as the pressure still comes in here, blue are going to... Oh, what a kill, though. Reversal kill using the cover to his advantage. They turn Red Nest on their side.
Of course, getting the cleanup kill on Vemzy, so that's going to be the first kill and the first death for Wannabe Forest Kids. Tied up at 50 apiece, and the trip cap does eventually go in, and so do the nades to defend Catwalk. So not only do they have the trip cap, but they're defending it very well as well. Lord takes out Demon. Her Rhyme just going in for the cleanup kill, takes out that blue base player, and just like that, another 2 down for Wannabe Forest Kid.
It's a great play at a Rhyme Gel there just to stay up and hit him with that drop back and reclamber. Be such a difficult target and still get the kill on Blue Bend. Finally, they do stop the bleeding, breaking into Blue Bend here, but Strikey just getting tagged up and burned immediately. They'll dive over to Catwalk Nest at the same time here. Maybe look for a trip cap. You got spawners coming up on outside, and Diagram already got a handle on it. It's a melee to his face. Player up on top cat as well. Can they convert this, though? You can see they don't have either Catwalk or Nest. So despite what looked like a huge advantage, and this is the worry, right? This is why they're kind of looking like Wannabe Forest Kids. You would think that they would turn that round of slays into at least one capture, but instead maybe they tried to go for too much at the same time here. And now it's about the power-ups. And you can see Luar actually killed himself with the rockets. The camo up, so blue's all over it, but where's that OS?
Camouflage in the hands of Strikey at the moment is doing a good job of defending red base all the way from tower, ends up taking down Demon and doing it. And look at that, just staying alive. He knows that it's his job to make sure he defends Catwalk with this camouflage, but someone gonna get the weak side flank on him and put him down. That was actually going to be Vemzy who gets the double kill, even able to get the reversal kill on Rush. So if they're gonna come back and steal this game away, it might be right here, right now.
You can see they're kind of just solo manning one cap at a time here. They don't succeed on Catwalk. They do get Red Nest, but they lose their numbers in the process here. So Potros just going to rotate back over to Red Nest, cap it again. You got Luar as the front man here, just putting as much damage as he can in to slow them down and succeeding a little bit here. Karmea, Vemzy do get big kills, though. And that's going to put Luar in a terrible position. Does turn Vemzy. What a 5. Will try to back out, but he's down for the count, and all while that happens, a quick trip cap on the side of wannabe Force. This is where they need to hold it down. If they control here, they can swing the game, and it all starts with this play out of Demons. Look at this flank. Right from under him, from hell, this man comes to clean him up.
Laura saying, call me daddy on this wonderful Father's Day. My gosh, this man's absolutely out of control. Demon gonna try to go in for Red Nest because they have to make one last-ditch effort. Time is not on their side. It is dwindling down. Karmea does get the kill, but he's gonna go down as well. Laura ends up taking down Vemzy, ends up getting a double kill off the screen, and that's gonna be 4 down for wannabe Force Kid, and it is mathematically impossible for them to come back. That is it. Potros gonna go up 1-0 in this series. Can they do it on Slayer?
Potros just looking a little more coordinated there, Tony. Great to see out of them, but just, you know, taking full advantage of that map control, holding on to it. We saw a lot of great opportunities out of Force Kids that just didn't quite turn into captures. They would get around the slays, and maybe it was the way they split their resources, maybe sending one to Catwalk, one to Nest. I'm not sure what it was unless you go back and look at the actual game itself, but it just seemed like they were a little staggered in their push and maybe playing a little too solo in certain situations, and it led to not succeeding on caps that should have been quicker and should have had them, you know, ready for spawns afterwards. So a little unfortunate for them to start. In Slayer, this is where I expect this team to bounce back. So we'll see. I think we have a series that might go the distance here, Tony.
Yeah, and as you alluded to, I mean, you know, Strongholds is a Force Kid game. So, you know, you can't be a wannabe. You got to be a Force Kid. You got to make sure that your whole team is staying focused and playing one objective if you're going to be successful. It's probably one of the hardest game types that we have as far as if you're trying to go in as a solo or even a duo. You need to make sure that you have 4s and 4 people calming and doing what you need to be done. Slayer, on the other hand, you know, hey, you could play in 2s, bait and switch, get a couple of kills, punish a spawn. Yeah. Everybody knows what they've got to do on Slayer. It's a little bit of an easier game type. So just like you, I'm going to agree. We might just be going down to a game 3.
I think we definitely could see it. Another big tell in that last game, though, was that camo control as well from Potros, right? They had, I think, every single camo, whereas Vemzy, we saw grab the early OSs, but Vemzy's OSs were deleted very quickly. Like, he would pick it up and then just brawl his way through 2, and then there would be no more OS on the map, which, you know, that's going to very temporarily swing things. But that camo play was what really mattered in the end, was that one camo player would always play their life carefully. They would slow down the pace of the game and just find crucial advantages to kind of, you know, break things apart. We had, I think, Karmea, who flanked the Catwalk, almost capped it, and that camo player just kind of waited, came in, ninja'd him. So little situations like that just completely disrupt their flow. Slayer going to be a different story, though. Slayer, we don't know what the map is just yet, but if there is a camo, then you better hope that Force Kids are on it, because Potros seem to have a line onto that camo.
And I actually wanted to quickly just take a peek at the map, which it looks like we'll be going into Slayer on Regret. And there it is on the screen, Slayer on Regret, where we'll be able to see both of these teams fighting over that overshield, and obviously the Plaza Pistol as well to neutralize it, not able to get away with it. And don't forget about that Plaza Caster, as Diagram takes the win on her Rhyme Gel, but he's going to be taken down as well. Karmea does have that Plaza Pistol, which might be the only power weapon on the map. Not going to matter because he ends up getting deleted.
Interesting tracking on that plasma pistol. It looked like it just went right into the floor, not even attempting to hit Rorsch there. But they'll get the best of it. That's 5-2 to start. More slays coming out in the feed here as Vemzy drops as well. That should force a blue side spawn here. Lure going to push up through pink. He's got a teammate up on top mid already. So nice little setup forming here in Lure. Look at the positioning out of him. He can get great damage in here. Caster in hand. And this is where he rains it down on top of him. But unfortunately, somebody does shoot him in the backside there. So I think that's Vemzy who got a split spawn. Managed to tag him up, slow him down. And can they break out off of this? Just a 3-kill deficit. Karmea spins, nade in hand, but a melee will take him out.
Diagram does end up winning his individual gunfight, giving them the 1-kill advantage that they needed, but Lord comes in for the flank and takes down Demons. Vemzy gonna challenge Lure right here, and luckily they're able to work a little 1-2 combo, and we have a 10-9 lead in favor of Potros. Wannabe Voice Kid still within striking distance.
And they brought back that striking distance very quickly. They were down by quite the deficit to start, but managed to break at a blue base, earn the trades they needed, and now they're just starting to break away here. Vemzy with a big kill. He does drop. Diagram gets one as well, and keeps our score tied at 12 all. Strikey up on Car. Got a teammate out on pink side here. They could pinch them through red if they can bait and switch their way through these fights here, and somehow Karmea was shooting a different player there, not Strikey, who managed to just survive a little bit longer here as he chases Demon down through needles. Not going to continue the challenge, instead rotate out through red. And I love the movement out through the windows to get out of dodge and get back with his team.
Strikey doing a good job of staying alive. Good is not even the word for a fantastic job, but he finally is going to be put down. Karmea utilizing one of my favorite guns in Halo. That's the caster, the plasma caster. Unleash him, but nobody home. They're actually over towards the car side of things. Finally going to find that player, sneaks in a few shots, and now going to be rotating over towards his team through red and challenge the player's car side.
Oh, unfortunate for Rorsch there. He had a nice little flank, but Karmea just in the perfect position to just create the food chain effect there and take him down as well. Vemzy, he did previously have the OS, and it's part of the reason why they've started to pull away here, but great shots out of him. And we do have Drew, that's Diagram, in position to clean up his kills. So now we're starting to see a bit of a snowball effect here on red side. That player trapped on Car. Vemzy doesn't even worry about it, knows his teammate has it. He's rotating out to blue, getting tagged up though, and somebody just managed to catch him as he ran by. So they will weather the storm just a bit here. Potros has some work to do though to come back. And Lure getting that work started apparently.
Yeah, that was a momentary 3 down for Wannabe Force Kid, and that's going to be good for Potros, who are now trying to advance forward towards top mid, looking down on the spawners over towards blue. I believe there's actually one player over there, and when it switch, let's switch gears over towards Harime Gel, who's going to work this car side. Now that red was able to get a little bit of control, let's see if they can bounce back, down by 5 kills on the boys in blue.
Rimegel's just looking for a fight to get into, and the moment he does get there, okay, it looks like he has managed to turn a kill out of this situation. Diagram does go up and back down to kill him. Now a 6-kill advantage on the side of Wannabe 4s. Lure up on top mid, great position to do some real damage here. Shots to Diagram, just keeping these red players back, trying to limit their opportunities while Strikey does the melee damage to clean up 1 and 2 onto Karmea. These are big kills at a crucial moment in the game here. OS going to come up shortly. If they can hold this map and hold it in time for this OS, they'll be okay. But Lure maybe getting a little overzealous there. Tries to dip his toes into bottom mid as 3 players dive in to clean him up. And that should be an OS grab for red. You can see they're trapped out on red spawn here as well. So Diagram to keep him back as long as he can. But Vemzy has the OS once again. And you know this, man. He moves quick. He's going to be flying in there to clean them all up.
Yeah, it looks like Lure tried to go down towards bottom mid a little bit too early, and Vemzy ends up getting away with that overshoot and gets a double kill because of it. 2 down go Potros, but just like that, Harime and Rush advancing forward, defending their spawn and doing it well. Harime gonna get away with the Plasma Caster, but catches a nade as well. Down by 7 kills is Potros, and we are now approaching the fourth quarter, if you will. They need to step up right here, right now.
Tony, this match is heating up. I'm getting hype. I don't know about you. I also took a peek in the chat, and I got to give a shout out to 2Slide. My man just, whoa, my man's gifted 30 subs to ESA. Slide's going off here. I don't know who he's voting for, but he's bringing the energy here, Tony.
Yeah, actually, you even caught one of those subs too, so make sure you enjoy those emotes.
Hey, let's go.
Put them in the chat if you have them. Plasma pistol in the hands of Karmea. The only power weapon on here. He ends up connecting with 1, but nades are connecting on him. And just like that, 41-39. It's only a 2-kill game here.
Can Potros close out this series here with a 2-0? They're just down by 2. Big trades coming out. Vemzy does get burned. He kills 1 as well. Strikey in striking distance with his team here. They just need 2 to bring it back. They got map control, but that angle from Karmea on Pink, he's a laser beam. He puts him down. Karmea going to continue to put work in here. They got the 4-kill advantage, and look at this. Map control back in their favor. Rhymegel, not too many options here, and he's about to lose them all as he goes down to a melee trade, and they're running out of chances to really pull this back. A 4-kill deficit. It's not impossible, but improbable here, Tony.
Especially when Diagram has complete top mid control, and Demon actually going to drop down from the top blue car. But obviously, there's going to be an overshield coming very soon, and there it is. Diagram in perfect position, going to grab it, but not able to get away. Another 2-kill game. Polteros trying to do the improbable as they just went down only 1 kill, and Vemzy's by himself.
That OS burn saved the game. They're just within 1. Vemzy, he knows somebody's here, though. Look at this. He's got a line of sight on this Strikey. Strikey not going to reach Alec. Karmea gets a big 5 to bring it to 48. The caster coming in, though, brings Vemzy down to 1 shot. He gets the other player down. But this is just a 2-kill game here. 49-47. They can't drop. And they drop in a melee trade. Diagram with the fist to the face of Rorsch to close out a nail biter and bring us a game 3 in this series, Tony.
Man, let me tell you, Potros were almost able to come back in that game, but Vemzy making it very hard on them. 9.3 KDA. Someone dropping a 9.3 KDA in Slayer. Most likely, they're not going to lose.
Slide, who you voting for, Slide? Is he just here to just bring the love to ESA? Maybe that's it. But this man just came in. He dropped the energy. 31 gifted subs at a Slide. Not sure what side of the spectrum he is as far as these teams. But Tony, this is close, and I don't really even know what to predict for this series. We do, I believe, have a CTF coming up, and I think in comparison to Strongholds, I think CTF favors Wannabe more than the Strongholds one did. They can use their aggression, use their firepower a little more freely, I think, in CTF to push through to grab the flag and take it out.
If I'm right, I believe game 3 is going to be capture the flag on Fathom.
Right.
So, controlling that camouflage and top mid is going to be extremely important. And to be honest with you, it doesn't matter if you run the flag riverside or bottom mid. You just got to make sure you're blocking that perimeter. So if you want to run it that riverside, you got to make sure somebody's over towards that garage side. If you want to run it bottom mid, you got to make sure you have one player over on silo and just run fast. Fathom's pretty small. You can get it from one side of the map to the other as fast as possible. It can be a 3-0, or it can go down to the distance. That's usually how Fathom goes.
Yeah, the bottom mid run, super quick. If you can get the opening, get it through bottom mid, then you're in a pretty good standing. But you got to get past the window. You got to make sure you get it in clean, because the overextensions are even faster than the flag runs, right? These players will fly to overextend to stop you. And that's what makes it exciting. And that's what creates the tug of war effect in Fathom that we see in Fathom more than I think any map, right? The back and forth nature of it makes it fun for us as casters, stressful for the players as they need to have the wherewithal to fight through, especially in loser's side in a best of 3. The loser here, they're done. They're signing off for the evening.
And now it just might mean something that Potros did win the first objective game. So this isn't Slayer. It's not going to just be first to 50 kills, you take the win. You're going to have to slay and be advancing forward and getting that objective and, capture the flag. It ain't for the weak. You better be on point.
Sure. Definitely. And that's why I think Wannabe 4s are a little more favored in flag this time around, because at least for them, the spawns are very simple. They know where these players are going to be most of the time. They can, try to control their lanes. If they can get the rail, get the camo, especially somebody like Vemzy with the rail, we could see some insane kills. They just need to make sure that they are very difficult to kill at the same time. Like they can go off, they can win their slays, but you don't want to drop. You need to stay up. Just the fact that they live and they're a presence and they're holding an angle is so important in CTF here. So we'll see what they can do to not only get their kills, but ensure that they don't trade their lives at the same time and coordinate themselves to pull these flags.
And I did mention the camouflage that spawns over towards top mid and controlling that top mid. But also, don't forget about that railgun. I'm telling you, you put that in the right hands, it's point and click, and it ain't fun. You could easily turn 1 to 2 to 3 into a squad wipe utilizing that railgun. Even the light rifle, there's one that spawns on each base. It's 3 shots zoomed in. It's a 4-shot zoomed out or a 2-shot melee. So no matter if you're mid, far, or close range, in my opinion, it's a power weapon.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah, the LR, and then you got the tac mags as well. Nice silent, long-range shots across the map. If you can find the sight line, always helpful. You get, of course, the camo, and then the plasma nades that spawn under the tree houses. Those plasma is going to be so important in the close quarters base fights, right? When you get into the base and you're trying to be defense or trying to get that kill as you die, that stick is so crucial. Especially for the defensive kills. So we'll see what these players can put together. Just a matter of time here, Tony. I'm sure they're just about ready to go, but I can't wait to see the result of this series. I think this might be the closest one we've had so far.
Yeah, and lucky for Forest kids, there's no rockets, so they can't rocket each other. I don't know what that was about in game 1 on Kali. I believe it was Carmea that ended up catching a rocket from his teammate. So lucky for them, no rocket. If you railgun your teammate, like at that point, you're doing it on purpose. Don't even, if I get railgunned by my teammate, ain't no way that's an accident.
The only time I can imagine it is if you're trying to steal your teammate's kill. You know, if it's like a close quarters fight, they go in for the melee, and you just want to take that kill last second, and you hit them by accident. I've done that before. I don't know about you, Tony.
God bless. Yeah, you keep railing your teammate. Did you at least get the kill? Did you get both of them? That's the question. I know you said you did it before. Did you get both of them, or just your teammate?
I would assume so. Either that, or I did like a spring jump and I missed the angle or something. You know, I got caught up in my movement. I don't know.
Speaking of spring jump, I
go for it.
I was gonna say, speaking of spring jump, I know you did a video on Fathom fairly recently where you talked about how that flag interaction is with that weird lifty thing. I saw somebody's watch your video and then throw the flag all the way from their side of the map over top mid into the enemy's base. I don't know if we're going to see that quite, but we might see that super throw utilizing that lift if you want to talk about that mechanic a little bit.
Yeah, not spring jump related, but it has to do with jumping and tossing the flag from the mechanical ramp at like the same time, kind of like spring jump timing, but we're probably not going to see it because the risk kind of outweighs the reward. Throwing the flag all the way across the map, why do it when you can just run the flag about the same speed if you know how to play quickly and more safely too?
And it looks like Demon was able to get away with that railgun, but the first pull is actually going to go in favor of Potros as Lure was able to take out Vemzy. Strikey takes out Carmere. Vorsh gets a kill of his own, and that's going to be 4 down for wannabe Force Kid, and Potros are taking advantage of it. They already have the flag inside of their base.
Man, what a hot start out of Potros there. Get the quick round of slays, flag out in the pedestal, less than a minute. And they are coming out hot to start here. Can wannabe Force answer back? Can they fight toe-to-toe? Instead, they're focused on just returning the flag that's been pulled a second time here. As Luar, look at this. What a sneaky position from him. He didn't see him as he dove out to silo. Now that he's got that opening kill, gonna rotate out the treehouse. Just drawing the attention here. Getting the upper hand on so many different players, though that time he doesn't win the fight. What the damage done here. Rorsch in position to maybe get a clean up. Gonna get tagged up by nades. Still holding it down from center, though. And his teammate's going to want to coordinate with him as he makes his way through red.
Vorsh actually going for the flank, jumping up on the enemy's team. There we go. He gets top mid and gets the back smack. Another player in Demon was trying to put the damage on, and Vorsh going to juke him out of his shoes, but he drops down. Has Demon in front of him, and Demon going to whip out that railgun, putting that player one shot, and finally, Vorsh will go down. Still a 1-0 lead in favor of Potros.
Wannabe Fours, they get the kills they needed to defend here. They're getting caught by a lot of little flanks here. Like, look at this. This player coming out through bottom mid, catching him from behind, getting the back smack. That's not the first time we've seen that this game. And it's something that they're going to need to be aware of as they continue here. It's just breaking their flow, breaking their setups here. Nade's just flying into top mid. Demon does get deleted. Diagram goes down as well. That's, I believe, a rail in the hands of Blue, and the camo as well. They can't seem to clean it up. Prime Gel there to help out. And it's just the teamwork, the baiting and switching we're seeing at Portros just a little better right now to keep the advantages on their side. And Strikey, I mean, speaking of advantages, could you get a better one here?
clearly Potros are very comfortable on Fathom, and look at that, Strikey dropping down and getting another big kill, utilizing that camouflage. He has the Predator combo with the railgun, takes out Vemzy, quickly, any timing loss, turns around and puts Demon in the dirt. That's gonna be a 2-0 in favor of Potros.
Maybe this is the moment where we all start to change our predictions here, Tony. This is looking different than we might have expected. I don't know. Strikey going off here, making big plays. He's now out of camo. The nades did reveal his location, but he's still got a rail that he's working with here. Rhymejo, Luar, they get big kills. That's going to open up the opportunity for Strikey to get into red base. He knows there's a player near him. Sees him on the radar here. He can get shots into Vemzy. Vemzy knocks him down. The one-shot rail in hand as he cleaned up this player. I love the stabilize, but he can't find the angle, and he will go down here. There's no way the man lives. There's no way he lives. There we go. Nade does do it. But all that delaying does help his team as they try to push up, clean these players, keep the pressure going. What a big kill on the diagram. He gets the pre-nade in. Demon going to get the challenge here. But oh, no way. Thor turns more out of that. They'll dive in to try to get the return here, and it looks like they do manage to. Sheesh.
Let me tell you, we haven't seen this Potros squad playing together in quite a bit, but clearly they haven't skipped a beat whatsoever. They're getting primed and ready for Halo Infinite. The flag was pulled. That was going to be Demon that's getting a quick little pull, and now going towards Elbow's Eye, going in for the challenge. Demon going to win that one. Can they get the cleanup?
They need to get some sort of a counter here. So Vemzy with early damage. Carmea cleans up Lure. Vemzy now backing out to pick up Rail here. So they might have a chance if they can convert some kills. But he's losing his teammates at the same time and needs to impact things quick. His teammate is alone in blue trying to get the kill. But Vemzy, when he does finally commit, the timing is not ideal, right? It's like it's a matter of, do you help your teammate or do you back out, keep the rail in hand? And he wasn't sure. And when he finally decided to push with rail was the moment the spawners came up to clean him up. And it's just that unfortunate timing that gives Potros yet another opportunity to just rail these guys off spawn.
Lore was able to take out Diagram off of screen right there, and we're going to switch gears over towards Vemzy. Currently only 2 players alive on his team. He's being one of them. Another player sneaking over towards top mid. That's going to be Rhymejo, and Vemzy able to win that gunfight and just staying alive, doing what he needs to do. Diagram wins in his gunfight as well. So now maybe want to be forced here and turn this around. One quick cap on the board, and maybe we're talking about a game here. Anything can shift here. It's any given Sunday, if you will.
And speaking of Team Rockets, did you see the team nade, by the way? It might not matter, though. Carmea, despite it, Diagram got his kills. He got the flag through into red. He's getting tagged up from behind. Going to dive and get the return here, but 3 members of blue are hot on the chase. They will kill Demons, or Diagram, I guess, before he gets the flag in. Carmea, though, I think he's got the opening. Gonna try to get in the clear. No, did he jump over the flag? Are you kidding? He jumped over the flag. On top of that, they picked it up. They're gonna now carry it out through sub, and this is the worst case scenario. Carmea's gonna have nightmares about that one, Tony. The game might be over here.
I mean, sometimes it comes down to just not making mistakes, and that was a big one, and it looks like Potros just might make them pay for it. The flag ends up advancing forward, and there it is. That's going to be a 3-0 for Potros, taking game number 3 and advancing forward into our losers semifinals.
That is brutal. That is brutal, Tony. So Carmea, he's thrust slid out and he jumped a second time off the ledge. He probably did not mean to do that second jump, or maybe he wanted to grab it as he jumped. He missed the grab. So let's say he gets that flag in. Do you think they still would have won it though, right? Because if he gets the flag in, the counter pull still comes out, and the situation still might have been the same, despite it. But still, what a heartbreaker.
No matter what, Potros had that awareness and they knew exactly what they wanted to do. So even the cap did go in, like you said, it was a counter no matter what. If the counter pull was ready, it was there. And man, Potros looking good. Now, I guess my question is, how good are they looking? Because they're going to be going against a KC Flyers, which features Druck and Manny and Super CC evades as well. So that's going to be interesting.
Where have these guys been? I didn't see him in winner's side. So
they actually got knocked. They showed a little bit of chink in their armor, which I was going to talk about a little bit here. Maybe Potros could take advantage because the likes of Golden Dawn were able to take them out earlier. Golden Dawn, Serial, Slinky, and Smokey Dig and Throne were able to take them out real early in the bracket. So they showed a little bit of weakness, have fought their way throughout the losers bracket, and now going to be going against Potros in our losers bracket semifinals.
So we have a hidden boss here that we weren't even aware of because they got knocked out to losers early. So like you said, this is half Flyers, half KCP. That's a team that could go the distance. But like you said, Potros, look, I can't say the damn name. I'm sorry. They're looking good today, and they proved that by beating Wannabe Force. So let's see if they can continue to push through and take out this half Flyers, half KCP. In the meantime, let's take a look at stats. We'll send it back to Yeso in the GBO zone.
There we are. Hey, hello. Welcome back. Yeso here. We're in the GVO zone of the Esports Arena Orange County studio, and you heard our boys, Why Not and Shaway, talking about the run that KC Flyers have had to make today, and it's a deep run through losers. And I want to kind of go back and break that down. So we go all the way back to round number 1. They had a 2-0 over Cousins. They move on to the next round, and then they lose to Golden Dawn. So second round of the day, technically round 3 in the bracket because we had, just with the number of entrants, one match prior to that, right? So then they go down to losers, and they had a long run to go. They have won 1, 2, 3, 4, and make that 5 losers matches. And some of the teams that they took down: Carnage Gaming, Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage, 06 Kobe Bryant, Velocity Esports. So that is some of the teams they've had to run through 5 matches already in losers, looking to play their 6th now against Potros here. And this is a huge match. Potros looking good, taking down Wannabe Force Kid, and that is a matchup that largely we would have favored Wannabe Force Kid. Carmea and Vemzy, that squad looking strong earlier on in the day. But their day is done, so crazy to think about that. And now Potros and KC Flyer are both in top 4. Those two will play next to see who moves on to play about 37 Ninja Swords. And then obviously that would be losers finals, fighting for a spot to go to Grands and play against Gambichos. So KC Flyers with a long run today, but they have looked strong. You look through the bracket, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0. So they've lost only a single map in their losers bracket run so far. We'll have to see if they can keep that one going, but let's check out our stats here from this last match. It was our other losers quarterfinal, and we go to map 1. It was Strongholds there on Eden, and a strong win here for Potros. They were big on the objective games here in this best of 3. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this first map. Here, Rorsch leading the way, not tops in the fragging department, but still 16 and 10 kills and assists. It was Lior. 19 kills, 12 assists, 13 deaths, highest in the kills department there. Meanwhile, Vemzy, no surprise there. 15 kills, 9 assists, 15 deaths. Let's go to the last page for this first map. This gave Potros the lead, and it was 52.5% from Rhyme Gel there, so kind of a scrappy game and not the cleanest of performances here from Potros. Meanwhile, on the other side, 57.8% accuracy for Vemzy leading the way there. He was just shy of 3,000 damage in that game. Rhyme Gel, the only player able to eclipse that mark, hitting 3080. Let's go to map 2. And it was Slayer, and it was Wannabe Force Kid able to tie it up, and it's another great game here from Vemzy. 19 kills, 10 assists on only 13 deaths. Heat and Diagram carrying the load here as both Demon and Carmea in the single digits for kills. Thankfully, Demon able to get 14 assists, but Carmea with 7 kills and 8 assists. That is a rough game, and obviously it was down to the wire, 50-48. And this is probably, a series that Carmea is probably kicking themselves for after this performance. Not the greatest of series here, and they obviously go down outside of the top 4, meaning that they do not get even a shot to play for the money here today. You got to get into top 3 to do that. Meanwhile, on Potros, Lior leading the way, 16 kills, 6 assists, 15 deaths there. 13 and 13 for Rorsch. Solid game there for Rorsch. Let's go to the next page. We'll probably skim through this one real fast. A few perfect kills there. 5, in fact, for Wannabe Force Kid. That's a strong performance there. Vemzy with one of his own. Let's go to the last page here for Slayer. And again, this was Wannabe Force Kids tying things up and leading the way in the accuracy numbers for Wannabe Force Kids. Vemzy there. No surprise, leading in damage. Lior with a 56.7% accuracy does take top billing for the game overall. Let's go to the final map here. And it was CTF on Fathom. We've got quite a few of these matches here today. Let's go to the Slayer stats. It was a 3-0 win, and we heard Shyway and Tony talking about a bit of a fumble by Wannabe Force Kids on that flag. That would have been their first capture, but I think they made a great point to note that Potros was in the perfect position that even if that flag gets captured, all it does is change the score, not the end result. It would have been a 3-1 win if they had capped it. Potros were in great position to grab the flag and get the push back to their own base, and they end up finishing off a strong win here. Leading the way in the kills was Lior. Once again, 14 kills, 7 assists, just 9 deaths. Meanwhile, Diagram Carmea with a better performance in this third game, 11 kills, 5 assists. Meanwhile, Vemzy struggled. He and Demon at 8 kills apiece, 6 assists as well. Last page of stats here for this losers quarter final. The accuracy numbers, Lior leading the way, 56.7%, over 2,000 damage. Highest accuracy, highest damage in the game, and that is what pushes Potros on to losers semifinals. And as we mentioned, they're going to face up against KC Flyers, and this is probably their toughest test of the day. KC Flyers, a lot of good big names on this squad, one of the top end A-tier teams in this tournament, and it's not going to get any easier. KC Flyers, about 37 Ninja Swords waiting for them in losers finals, and then obviously Gambichos in grand. So it's going to be a very exciting run to the finish. I think we're ready to go back to our casters. We got Potros and KC Flyers ready to go. It's loser semifinals. We're down to our top 4 teams, folks. Let's see what Shyway and Why Not are thinking as we get ready for this next match.
Thank you, Yeso. Welcome back, Tony. We've got more matchups, more to break down here as we continue through this losers bracket. So we did just see Potros make it through that series in 2-0, 3-1. Sorry, 3-1. Right? It was a close series, but then the flag game they closed out pretty confidently. So great work out of Potros. They have to go up against a Titan a little later. Not sure how much later, but like you said, we've got half KCP, half Flyers still in this event. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them very soon, if not right now. So there you go. KC Flyers up against Potros next. This is the next big competitor, and KC Flyers, they're kind of a cut above when it comes to fours and team coordination.
They definitely are. I mean, every time we've seen any iteration of this squad, Druck, Soul Snipe, and any iteration of it, it's always been absolutely incredible. They usually get top 3 easily. Most of the time, they're winning and making it into grand finals. So I'm looking to see KC Flyers not only win this, but really give about 37 Ninja Swords a run for their money. I mean, this is a damn good squad. This is a champion level squad.
Yeah, interestingly enough, considering the fact that they went down to Golden Dawn earlier, who just went demon mode apparently and took them out. But yeah, with the caliber of players on this team, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of a comeback story here and maybe a losers finals with this KC Flyers team. It really all depends on what we witness in this upcoming series. That'll give me my judgment on whether or not they're going to go forward here. If they lose to Golden Dawn, then maybe they aren't playing quite as well as usual today, or Golden Dawn was just playing incredible in that one series. But a great test is Cali CTF. This is their bread and butter. This is a map game type that I know KC Flyers know incredibly well.
Well, I will say I talked to Serial before the matchup, and he said he said he feels like they were messing around just a little bit and a little bit too much, and that's when Golden Dawn took advantage. But it looks like they're not messing around right now, because 4 down go Potros, and Super CC has the sniper rifle. That flag is already being pulled by Druck.
You said it, Tony. No more messing around. This is about to be a cap in 30 seconds. Druck's going to plant it in right on the dot there. And he does get that stealth capture. Apparently, he wasn't even seen as he did it. So what a way to start the game with a statement here. But Rorsch going to try to make a statement right back to him. Lure gets a kill. They get a nice melee at a strikey to pick up yet another. That flag's going out through Snipe's side. They got the support of the sniper in the hands of Heimgel, so they might be able to turn this into a counter if they aren't stopped in their tracks by that one player in the cave here. Rorsch going to take a little detour out through grass. Just try to avoid lines of sights here. There's the flag, though. They got a standoff back and forth here, but Solstice does drop to Rorsch. The nade cleans him up, though, and both those flags, they're sitting there hanging out with each other out by Fountain. And if they get to return the pickup, they could have the counter.
They're pretty good buddies over there as Druck comes in for the double kill and gonna get the sniper because of it. The return comes in. 3 down go Potros, and it looks like we might see another cap going towards KCP Flyers.
Talk about a heartbreaker right there. The overextension came through. Druck made a massive play, and what looked like a counter cap became just the exact opposite. My God. Super CC just taking brain right there, and he's still got more to work with. 4 shots in the chamber. All players up in blue, and oh, look at the angle at a CC. Just like fish in a barrel here. He's lining them up, Tony.
Sniper rifle in hand, holding down elbow, but got a little too froggy. He left, but he ends up getting put down. Not that it matters much, because Soul Snipe ends up getting the flag all the way to red elbow. Potros got to dedicate all of their resources to get this flag out and try to get the return. 4 down go KC Flyers, and will we see a little bit of a counter cap here, because that flag has already made it toward the 50% portion of the map.
The flag is moving. He's got teammates to support him at the very least. But what is this flank? Out of nowhere, is that Soul Snipe who just jetted off a spawn and somehow ended up side by side with that flag carrier? Maybe they just ran it a little too slow, or they didn't have the... All they had was that rocket side perimeter, so they weren't coordinated for the flank. I'm not sure, Tony, but just these are 2 blunders, 2 almost captures that ended in heartbreak. And if this keeps up, there's no chance for these guys. They do have slays, though. Look at this. Heimgel with 2. Another opportunity to pull the flag and get something going here. We need to see it happen.
There's only so many mistakes you can make against this team, a team of this caliber. We're talking Druck, Soul Snipe, Super CC, and Manny. But we're going to switch gears over towards Lure. He's going in for the flank. The flag is already being pulled, and oh no. The return's coming on the side. Lure, you got to get there fast. Lure, get there fast.
That's just Macbeth written before us, Tony. What a tragedy, dude. So many opportunities for Potros that almost came through and were stopped short right before capping the flag, right? They had the flag on the fountain there for the 3rd time, and an overextension came through. They got the return and the slays to pick up yet another capture. And I guess that just goes to show the level of chemistry coordination we have on this KC Flyers team that, you know, despite going down early in winners, they've been spending all this time just kind of, you know, warming back up, getting back into the swing of things. And now we have a bit of a demon that's being summoned in this tournament out of nowhere here, Tony.
And to be honest with you, Alex, I'm a little bit surprised because, you know, the last round we saw Potros looking like a well-oiled machine. They were playing extremely well, playing good fundamentals, just playing good Halo. And to be honest with you, they kind of blundered that one away. Hopefully, going into game 2, they can find something within them, maybe straighten up a little bit and take game 2 and get some kind of momentum. Because man, KC Flyers ran house.
There's a clear difference in the level of coordination between this KC Flyers team and the Wannabe Force team we saw just previously. And you put them on a map and make them play 1v1s, maybe it's a different story, right? That Wannabe Force team has a ton of individual skill. They know how to win their fights, but more often than not, they do challenge to the death. They go all in to get those kills, whereas I feel like this Flyers team knows how to coordinate, knows how to play their lives, knows how to hold position, and you know, attack when the time is right. And we're seeing that right now. But this is where you need to get those slays. This is where you need to get these trades. So Lure, you can't be caught spinning here. Druck will take him.
And I told you, Ranjo's getting ready for Halo Infinite, already whipping out the battle rifle here in Halo 5, but it's not that good. It got nerfed a couple of times, so not as good as it once was, sadly. Soul Snipe gonna be taking out Lure, and Super CC was able to get the sniper. There's the body shot, another player going towards green, but he's working on the spawns. There comes the flank.
Oh, that would have been so clean if he just turned and burned the guy with the snipe, but he does narrowly whiff it. That does transfer over to Strikey, who's going to try to put it to good use. He was in trouble in lift there. Lure getting caught off guard a sec, but so was Soul Snipe apparently, so he will take that kill, hold it down from dip here. Players flanking through bottom mid, though. Lure not aware of this, and he might get tagged up from behind in just a second here. He's going to try to manage 2 fights at the same time, though. Player down on U-turn with him. He will take Druck down to 1 shot here. Druck with the re-challenge and the kill, and I believe 3 members make it 4 in just a sec if Rorschach does die here, but it looks like he will stay up.
Well, he wanted that pistol ammo real bad, walked over the body to get it, and now back in action, but they're currently still down by 4 kills. All of KC Flyers stuck on Nets for a second, running back and forward. They finally decided they want to push over towards blue. Soul Snipe and Super CC gonna get back-to-back kills right there. Druck advancing forward towards green, and now they're trying to funnel the spawns over towards bottom nest and or bottom hotel.
Druck with this low presence rotation. He goes through bottom mid to try to help out, but doesn't see anyone. And now look at where he's ended up. He's gotten a huge flank because of it. Got a spree as well. Combo in the back pocket. Soul Snipe with a 5 on the feed. You got 2 players still up on LR side here. Druck just going to put a beam in him to keep him back. That 1 player out on U-turn now trapped alone. And the 3 remaining are stuck in a bit of a pinch here. You can see the angles coming out from both S4 and from Yard as Druck just diving in from above, dropping bombs below. But either way, he's drawn the attention long enough for Manny to just barrel through with an OS and die. What a scrappy series of events.
Barrel through with the OS and die indeed. 20-17 lead in favor of KC Flyers at the moment. Super CCV's getting that height advantage over towards top gold as a player right in front of him going in for the challenge and gonna win that individual gunfight. Druck wins his, Soul Snipe wins his, and just like that, Potros are now 3 down. That final player is fighting for dear life at the moment. Currently up by 4 kills is this team in red.
Oh, yeah, Roar's just dancing up on glass there to try to avoid nades. When he finally does re-challenge, you got CC waiting there with a present for him. CC going to make the rotation over to Snipe as well. And look at this. There's no way these blue players live for Snipe. The collapse is coming in. That 1 player being a difficult kill, but ultimately just delaying the inevitable death here. And what can CC do to really put him down? I mean, Tony, we're seeing it in action. He'll snap on this Strikey. We got a player directly below, and CC, he's aware of it. He does drop, though. CC just going to continue the rotation here, look for victims, and my God, look at the angles that he's able to secure here as he cleans up 1 directly in front. Can't snap with the no-scope. He'll drop the snipe, and maybe we got a chance in the hands of Harimgel.
And Lord putting some good shots in over towards top glass. Harimgel ends up getting the sniper and peels Mr. Soul Snipe's head off. Goes in for the 2nd player, just barely whiffing that one. Gets the 3rd one in Druck, and just like that, 3 down go KC Flyers. And Potros are on the move. Harimgel, no sign of slowing down whatsoever, Shyway.
He's still going, apparently, here. Nade's flying in, but they do eventually clean him up. But what a sweet little peek shot that he got to at least turn that 1 kill. And they have a 6-kill deficit now as well. You can see that OS about to pop here shortly. So Soul Snipe, low presence, up through LR. What a nuisance. He just barrels through 2 with 2 melees. And now he's behind enemy lines. Shots into the back of that player. He's going to try to get out, but Soul Snipe is hunting him down. No chance for him. OS should be up here, and it's already in the hands of Druck here. So this is where they really put the hurt on. They got the nest side spawn. Everyone trapped in nest on blue team. And look at the Hail Marys. The nades coming out from all angles. There's nothing they can do.
That is back-to-back-to-back nade kills by Druck. Excellent placement. Going in, sliding to Harimgel's DMs and putting him down. Druck also getting in the kill. Soul Snipe gets a back-to-back kills as well. And a little bit of a cheeky play by Lure, hiding behind that pillar, working that pole like he knows what he's doing. He gets a back smack to go with it.
Anybody who doesn't think Halo 5 is fast, like, needs to see this gameplay, dude. Just the speed that they are launching themselves around the map to collapse on spawns. Finally, Druck dies, but it's too little too late for the blue team here. How do they turn this into something meaningful? 4 kills to close it out here. Rymegel just bobbing and weaving, gonna try to put this pull to work here, but can he get anything out of this situation? CC will eventually drop him. Now 2 left to close it. Make it 1 in just a second here, but Soulsnipe wants to be the man to do it. It's I saw a double in the feed. I think it's Super CC who managed to get it. Just 1 kill left. Team shots coming in. These boys don't even care anymore. They know they've got this. But who's going to be the final kill? CC can't get it. It's Manny who trades it out with a melee for a 50-39 scoreline and a dominant series to push them on in losers bracket.
And just like that, KC Flyers advancing forward into your losers bracket finals to go up against about 37 Ninjas. That's going to be Penguin Squad that we saw earlier. First time we're seeing KC Flyers on screen, and man, they're looking good.
Yeah. They've come back with a force, with a whole new energy. So I don't know what that Golden Dawn series was. Tony, you said maybe they were playing with their food a little bit, having some fun, and made a couple mistakes in the process, got knocked into losers. Well, things are different now. That was a well-coordinated, well-oiled roster there, and we really saw it at the very end when they had the spawns flipping left and right, but they were managing it, right? They had the spawn on Nest, the nades across the map to clean them up, and then they leave Nest because they got the cafe side spawn. Well, they left. They created a split spawn in the back of Nest, and Druck still, he turned on a swivel, and he still got the kill as they went to cafe. So just the level of kind of cognition out of these players as they know all the options of the enemy, they're able to collapse and conquer, and I expect to see more of it, but their next competitor is no pushover, Tony. So that next series will be very exciting. Before we get there, let's take a look at the stats with Yeso in the GBO zone.
It is Father's Day, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like KC Flyers have somewhere to be because they just speed ran that series against Potros. Now they will face off against about 37 Ninja Swords in the losers finals, but let's just take a quick speed run through the stats of this last series before we prepare for losers finals. So we'll jump into those here in just a moment. It has been a crazy day and insane that we see KC Flyers here now just for the first time on the day, and they have a performance like that. Let's jump over to the Slayer stats here for this first game. Look at that, 3.5 minutes. You want to talk about speed run? KC Flyers did it this time around. Look, nobody even had the opportunity to get to double digits in kills. Druck leading the way with 8, Rymegel with 9, best in the game, but it was Flyers taking the win. 6 kills and 7 assists for Super CC. That's a fantastic game that went so quickly. Let's go to the last page here. We're not going to waste any time wading through these stats. Look, 58.4, 58.3% accuracy for Druck and Soulsnipe. Great game for them. Super CC able to get up around 1,200 damage, leading the way in the game. And just like that, KC Flyers were off and running and took game number 1. Then we go to game number 2, which was Slayer. And we go to Plaza, my personally favorite map for Slayer. I just think with the spawns of the power weapons, Sniper makes, and you know, with Sniper, there's some interesting and really fun angles to play. And I absolutely love when we get Plaza and Druck leading the way. 15 kills and 10 assists on only 7 deaths. That's a phenomenal performance. Great series from Druck, leading the way here for KC Flyers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leor, 11 kills, 7 assists, 12 deaths to top the charts for Potros, but it was not enough. A 50-39 win in just under 6 minutes, and KC Flyers didn't waste any time. Let's check the second page here. We'll just take a quick peek at those perfect kills. Now, there we go. Cool. 1 perfect kill there for Soulsnipe, 2 for Rorsch, 1 there for Strikey. Let's go to the last page here of our stats as we get ready for our losers finals. The 11.3 KDA there for Druck. 54.9% accuracy there for Manny. A little more of a quiet series there for Manny, but still solid. Great team effort from the KC Flyers. Meanwhile, leading the accuracy on the other side, Rorsch with 59.4%. So Rorsch Bit of a redemption there late in the series, but it wasn't enough. Potros fall. Their day is done. They fall out in 4th place, and they are just outside of the money. Meanwhile, KC Flyers get into the top 3. They are in the money, just fighting to see how much they will get today. They're going to be up against about 37 Ninja Swords here next in our losers finals. I believe we're ready for a quick break, but we've got a big match ahead of us, folks. KC Flyers coming in with a ton of momentum for this next match, and now after we saw about 37 Ninja Swords eliminated in winners finals, the question is, can they recover here? Stacked team, fantastic lineup, but they've got a team that is ready and raring to go. So let's go to a quick break. When we come back, Microsoft Sundays will continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday. It's been quite a day so far. We've gotten down to the end of the line. Only 3 teams left in this tournament. Up next is Losers Finals. And man, what a losers bracket run we've seen at a KC Flyers to get here. We didn't even know they were in the tournament until about an hour ago, and now they're looking better than ever. But their competitor was the expected, or is the expected, winner of the tournament today. These boys are kind of gods in their own right. You've got Ola, you got Trippy, you got Penguin, and a bit of a new entrant here. Somebody we haven't seen with them is Swish. They've been playing well today, but they were upset, Tony. And I wonder if that upset kind of, I don't know if it's going to turn into a bit of a spree here. Could they lose more? What do you think?
I mean, it's a valid question. It honestly is. I think it's worth diving into. 37 inches should have probably been in the grand finals via the winners bracket. They should have that advantage, but they lost a big matchup before, and who knows, that might have affected their mental. Who would they bounce back? That's going to be the question, and we're going to find out right here against the like of KCCP. KCCP is their actual name.
What? KCCP? It's KC. I mean, where are you seeing that second C in the P? I see the oh, are you talking about wait, what are you talking about, Tony? You lost me.
It's they signed up as KCCP is their actual name they want to be referred to.
Oh. All right. Well, whatever they want to call themselves, they're demons in their own right anyway. Better that than about 37 ninja swords. That had to be on purpose, right? Like I think they're just trying to give us a tongue twister or something with the team names. I don't know where it comes from. Either way, just an incredible roster here. And like you said, that's the storyline. Do they all of a sudden crumble in a position we don't expect them to? We expected these boys to go the distance, to be on winner's side finals. Instead, they're on loser's side. They're waiting here, or they're about to face off in losers finals. And you've got a hot KCCP. You've got this hot team that have been playing incredibly today that have no signs of slowing down. So going to be a hell of a matchup here. I expect the players on Ninja Swords to turn up, though. I expect them to give us a show because they never go down without a fight here.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously 37 Ninja Swords are a little bit of a tongue twister right there. You know, Penguin, Trippy, Pistola, and Swish. This is a solid squad. And as you said before, going into it, they're probably the expected winners. But KCCP, they have something to say about it. Druck, Soul Snipe, Manny, and Super CC Vates.
If this KCP team, whatever you want to call them, if they're going to make a statement and potentially win the series, then it would, I think, have to happen on a flag to start the series. So I'm not sure if you have the series layout on hand, Tony, but if we do have a CTF to start, then I think this KCCP team could actually win this just based off of that early momentum. If it's not flag, it might be a little bit more difficult for them. That might not be their wheelhouse. And I see you shaking your head, Tony. So what is it? Tell me.
You're going to be upset. I didn't make the format, but it's going into strongholds on the rig for game number 1.
Okay.
Game 2 will go back to Slayer Truth. And then finally, game 3 will round out with a capture the flag, CTF on Coliseum.
Okay, so Rig, Strongholds, Truth Slayer, CTF Collie. CTF Collie is definitely in their wheelhouse. KC Flyers, they excel in CTF Collie, but they have to make it there by winning at least one of these upcoming 2 games here. And Rig Strongholds, we saw this Ninja Swords team play Rig Strongholds earlier against a lesser caliber team, but man, did they dominate. They had that completely locked down. They had the camo in control all game. So we'll see if they can keep that camo out of their hands. I know one player who will be going for it. It's Ola, who's always got a line of sight on that camo. He's always ready for it. So if they can shut him down, ensure that doesn't happen, then I think this KCCP team can really pull through. But I just want to see it happen, Tony. We got to get into this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I would never want to question about 37 Ninja Swords. I mean, obviously, again, this is a professional level team with 3 professional players, and Swish, who's always been kind of on the cusp. You know, he's made pro bracket plenty of times, so he's right there in the conversation. But KCCP, this is 3/4 one of the most objective, efficient teams that we've seen, and Super CC was once a part of it. Man, I think they could take Strongholds game 1. It's not capture the flag, but I think they could take Strongholds game 1.
Well, we'll see who starts out hot here. Of course, the rail, the camo to fight over, and the baiting and switching already on the... Wait, where did he go? He dropped down to E1 and almost got out, but Ola hunted him down, got the cleanup. And that camo, though, I'm not sure who has it. You know what? That Soul Snipe, he snuck through. He got the camo, the camel. He died for it too, though. So doesn't get to put it to good use, but in the meantime, it looks like Penguin and team will take the basement and maybe a little more with this rail.
So one cap apiece, both for red and our blue squad, and we're going to see them fighting over Nest, not for long, because it looks like about 37 ninjas only needed one player in Nest in order to take it. Ola takes out Zol Snipe off a screen. Penguin looking for a head to click on, has the railgun, charges it up. Whoa. There he is, takes out Super CC, but catches the shotty to the body, courtesy of Manny.
Penguin had been waiting patiently to finally use that rail, and he got to, but just died shortly after. The rail does sit down in basement, though. Manny didn't pick it up. Maybe he's just leaving it for a teammate. Instead, gonna look to stay alive here. Druck picks up that trade, and I still am not... Actually, CC does have the rail, so he did pick it up, and that's the ideal situation, is just to split the resources amongst the teammates. CC already has that opening kill with the rail, so we have points on the board here at a KCCP as they look to come back in this series. And
Soul Snipe controlling that White Hall corner and White Hall side of the map here. That's going to be a little bit of a power position to defend both bases, but they need to get the slays. There it is. Manny was able to take out Trippy. Zane is currently by himself on underpass. Super CC takes out Ola, and 3 down go 37 ninjas. Manny staying alive over towards White corner. Can he pounce on these spawns?
Manny, who's looking at car side spawn, doesn't see the split, though. Ola comes through from yellow, but I mean, Manny, the 2-shot beatdown so strong will allow him to survive just a little longer here. That rail does get picked up by Ninja Swords, though. And Manny with a line of sight onto the camo, at least going to try to ensure that that camo doesn't go in the hands of red here. Doing everything he can to defend it, but I think he got pounced on. That camo still sits up. Penguin does drop with the rail. Camo now down in the bottom of the map, but I think a red player... Maybe Ola dove in to pick it up, but 2 players dead on the feet, so you know that camo is burned. And here comes the pressure from Druck and team as they dive into BR base. They can get a temporary trip captain. Can they hold on to spawns here?
And this was the objective efficiency that I was talking about before. KCCP, they know exactly what they want to accomplish, and it's all about execution. Executing they are. But Trippy does get the big kill on Druck. Luckily, Soul Snipe was able to win his individual gunfight. Switch coming in for the cleanup kill. Super CC going to try to defend base, but there's 2 in there and only 1 of him. I'm not good at math, but that's not a good equation for KCCP.
I mean, it doesn't take much of a mathematician to figure that one out, Tony, thankfully. But you got it. You're right. 2v1, not ideal. 2v1 right there, by the way, in the basement as well. And that drops that blue player. Penguin, in the meantime, just dipsy doodling his way around back BR here, just trying to, or back catwalk, just trying to be a nuisance. And it looks like he succeeds. Manny does go down. Bait and switching coming in here as Penguin looks to clean up Soul Snipe. And that does earn them some positioning. Can they use it to their advantage, though? You can see the spawners off a bunker into tower. Now, Penguin just going to zoom right past all the traffic there. Somehow avoids all the gunfights at the same time here. But can he get himself a kill with this rail? Now dropping down in the trench, drawing a lot of attention to himself, but captures is what they need, and they're not getting too much of it.
Manny actually really sliding into basement. He gets a capture of his own, but they're currently fighting for BR base. The Slay comes in, but the reset has not yet. KCCP gonna have to pounce on BR base. There it is, 2 players flying in there. They're able to take it. Ola and Trippy gonna get back-to-back kills. So just like that, 37 Ninja Swords have been able to take control. And can they continue this momentum to steal the lead?
Oh, Manny just lighting things up here. Still got a couple rail shots to work with. Soul Snipe does pick up one in the feed here. Manny gonna turn and look for the kill on the Trippy, but Trippy rightfully will back down from that exchange. Instead, CC gets the beat onto him. Where's that camo? I think it's been picked up. And you know Manny's gonna be worrying about it in just a second here. Looking for spawners as well, just looking to keep them back. Player directly below, Manny directly behind, and he can't connect with the rail, but the shots from the Magnum will do it. Ola with the challenge. Multiple just going to dive on the Manny to finally get rid of him. But look at the points they're losing in the meantime here. KCCP coming out with so much energy, so much heat here. And finally, we're seeing a couple slays. They need to turn it into captures.
Ola going to be advancing forward over into top nest. Almost has it. There it is. And even gets a nade hit marker as well. Druck going to nade out Swish. And here comes Ola coming in for the kill on Druck. Players over in BR base. Not for long because him and Trippy working a great 1-2 combo. Baiting and switching all over the place. Can Ola finish this kill over towards Bat Ledge?
Just Ola Cadavra, and he hits the headshot, gets the kill. Let's see what else he can put together here. Gonna hold it down from Nest. Body shots in. Druck now one shot. And look at this, just lending fire into CC. Doesn't connect, though. Just gonna hold it down from Nest in the meantime. Player's gonna try to get out from BR, out through yellow to tower, just to avoid Ola and his angle here. Instead, the shotgun gonna meet him. So nice, just isolation onto Ola there to avoid the gunfights that don't work and force the fight into a situation that does. And you can see these players now lacking options, lacking resources. Swish just dying off a spawn. Shoddy into the face of Ola off a spawn as well. And now Penguin gonna hit a 5 at a CC, who's just dropping these boys left and right. Tony, dare I say this is over already? He stick himself? Oh, he stuck himself. Dude, rough.
It just might be triple cap in favor of KCCP. We do see a 37 inches player is taking a base right now. Trippy's trying to fend off the spawners here, ends up taking out Druck, tries to advance forward, catches a stray nade. 2 caps are in the hands of 37 inches, but Manny takes out Ola. There's a player over in long haul. Manny is unaware of it. He's going to advance forward into railgun spawn.
He wants the camo. They're trying to get eyes on the camo. Looks like actually CC does have it. And that's massive. If they get a little round of slays, just a couple caps in their favor, which looks like they're doing, they could turn this game into a W right here. They'll make the push out to Nest. Druck gonna try to survive here. If anything, draw the attention. CC already getting big pickup kills over to Carbine spawn. There's CC with a big double, and that should be enough for the game here. They'll cap Nest. Spawner's gonna likely spawn up in bunker, but I'd say too little too late. Can they break into anything to stop the bleeding here? You got Druck just coming in like a wrecking ball to secure basement. This will equal a basement and BR base trade. So it's just not enough to stop the bleeding here. They're running out of time, Tony. This is definitely going to be a GG's for game 1 and a dominant performance at a KCCP who have no signs of slowing down here. Tony, this team they're beating is the team we thought would win today.
I mean, you know what? KCCP, they're a powerhouse. They have that firepower. They have that chemistry. They know exactly what they want to do. They're objective, efficient. I mean, if I was to look for a perfect dark horse team, every single time it's going to be KCCP. Every single time, because they will pull off the upset more times than I can count.
Shout out to Perfect Dark, by the way. You said perfect dark horse team, and I just thought of the video game. Anyway, that game needs to make a comeback. Speaking of high-level FPS shooter, or FPS is shooter. Anyway, that's a whole other tangent, Tony. You got me nerding out. Either way, like you said, what a start out of KCCP. They're looking hot right now, and it's a best of 3, right? There's no room for mistakes here. They got one more game to fire back. And if they do fire back, they're still on the back foot, I'd say, because this means that inevitably, no matter what happens, at the very least, we're getting a Call CTF if it goes to game 3.
And I believe Yeso mentioned before that KCCP was knocked down into loser bracket round number 2, I believe he said. So this could be one of the most incredible runs, making it all the way down to losers finals into the grand finals. And dare I say it, for them to pull off 2 wins, that'd be crazy. But I'm sorry, we're not there yet. I apologize. I get a little ahead of myself. I'm sorry. You still got about 37 ninjas and Penguin, Trippy, Pistola, and even Swish Fives. They have something to say about that. They could easily pull off the mini reverse sweep.
Almost makes me wonder if KCCP, just for the sake of challenging themselves, lost on purpose, dropped into losers, and are now fighting through losers just to make it interesting. But obviously, probably not the case, because there's plenty of competition, especially the players they're playing against right now. But it would be an interesting excuse if they have it, if they do end up winning today. It'd be quite the story. Either way, like you said, we still have a series. We still have plenty more coming up here. This Slayer is going to spell the rest of it, and I would like to see a game that goes the distance. So I'd like to see this this Ninja Swords team wake up and show us the talent we know they have.
And, some players, they like to find that extra motivation. I think back to Michael Jordan, who he would, if someone was talking trash to him, he would turn that into fuel to make him play better. And when nobody started talking trash to him, he started his own rumors. He would start his own rumors. Other people were talking trash about him just to create that motivation within himself. I doubt that's the case here, but man, that'd be interesting if somehow KCCP purposely went to the elimination bracket. It's a little conspiracy theory that you brought up. I'm sorry. The wheels are turning.
I like that reference because usually the winner is the one who wants it more. And a good way to get riled up, to get energy, is to have somebody, trash talk you, give you a reason to fight hard. When you think of, you don't trash talk Michael Jordan, let's say, but that reminds me of don't trash talk Snipe Down. If you remember any tournament with Snipe Down in it back in Halo 3, even in Halo 5, the moment that somebody trash talks this man, he goes off. He makes massive plays. So little situations like that can unlock latent energy in some of our top players, and can be scary and exciting for us as casters.
Tied up at 4-piece already as Super CC going to be advancing forward onto the car side of the map. Get a little cheeky ghost clamber jump right there. Alex, I know you're going to tell me about that one. Goes in for the melee, and look at that. He might have broken Trippy's ankles with that, going up to car 1 to car 2. I don't think Trippy expected him to be there, and he got the kill largely because of it. 7-5 lead in favor of KCCP.
Definitely a sneaky route that he used to his advantage here, and they got a slight lead because of it. And look at the pressure onto spawn here. Player out bottom blue. They got all the info they need. And look at the nades coming in, the angles. There is nothing Swish can do except hopefully get a trade, but not even that will happen. He's now down for the count. That's 11-6. And whoa there, CC with the body shots on this Swish. Gonna make him pay, apparently. And can Swish unlock the energy here, Tony? This is the thing, right? If you get body shot, if there's some VM here, can you wake up? Can you answer back?
And Super CC looking at answer back right now, able to take out Swish. Manny goes after Penguin. Soul Snipe gonna put the 3 down by getting, it's gonna be a 4 down because he gets a double kill off the screen. And Super CC, without any timing loss, hopping on those spawns, pushing over towards blue base. And here comes the cavalry. KCCP have a double-digit lead here, Shyway.
Despite the caliber of this Ninja Sword roster, they kind of look like they're flailing. Maybe literally. Trippy just punching walls in the back of the base. Quite an unfortunate series of events here. And if they want a chance to turn it around, they need this camo. But they're already dropping like flies here. Ola, Penguin goes down. Trippy stops playing. He puts his controller down because he knows he's compromised. Tony, that's not the type of attitude or situation you want to see from this team if you expect any kind of a comeback.
I'm loving what I'm seeing right now out of this KCCP roster, man. It's really incredible to watch. And every time we begin to doubt them and say, hey, maybe they're going to lose this series or that series, they come out firing. They must be, again, like Jordan, using that as fuel, just trying to prove us wrong. Swish getting the 5-shot kill on Soul Snipe off of screen, but Manny and Trippy going to be trading off kills. And anytime you trade off kills in a big lead, it's going to go towards that team that's in a big lead. 13 kills in favor of KCCP.
It's not over yet, but Ninja Swords need to clap back, and they need to do it now. CC juggling 4 players. Look at this. There's just players all over the place. And he does rightfully go down for it. Penguin right here going to try to control pink side. He's got his teammates up through blue and car. But right now he's going to be facing a 1v1 with Manny. Needs to win it, and I love the reach out. Jump thrust out, gets the 5-shot for the kill, but still, what a mountain to climb. 30-18 on the board here. Penguin going to rotate out through pink. Trippy picks up a big kill, and this gives Penguin an opening to cross shots along the map here. But what can he do, Tony? They are at such a deficit, and look at the multiple dead on the feed as well.
On board here with Penguin, who's currently down by 12 kills. We're going to see what he can do to neutralize it. He's going to trade off kills, but again, that's not going to be good for them. Swish winning his gunfight against Soul Snipe, and Trippy getting kill as well on Druk. Okay. That might help them. A few more of those, and maybe they can come back into this game, because in a best of 3, if KCCP win this, that's it. Ninja Swords are done.
Could something be brewing here, Tony? It's a 10-kill deficit, but Swish in a good position for a flank. Where's that camo, though? That camo should be up very shortly, so it's going to be a point of contention, but they don't have any members on it. All 4 members of KCP are out on red side, coordinating their efforts to get the camo, and they did succeed. Manny has it. He's going to kill Penguin as well. This is the worst case scenario for Ninja Swords. They did get a line of sight on him, but Manny, he snuck his way up to top mid, and I don't know if Swish was aware of this. Swish, head on a swivel, looking for him. 3-shot beat down for the easy kill. Turns and burns. Trippy for a double. 40-28, Tony. This is looking like a GG. I don't know what they can do.
I'm not sure either, as Manny still has that camouflage. He's going in. The melee kills are coming in. Soul Snipe takes out Swish, and that's another 3 down for 37 Ninja Sword. Stop me if I sound like a broken record, because they continuously go 3 down. Trippy just accepts the death right there, and they are 3 kills away from going back into the grand finals. KCCP have been on a roll.
And what a statement to end that game, by the way. Whoa, it ended at 49. I don't know if they quit or something, but either way, we saw how that one was going to close. A little unfortunate for our Ninja Sword team, but Manny really closing it out with an exclamation point there. 17-5, by the way, and a stick from Car to bottom base onto Ola seals it out. But man, KCCP, where had they been, Tony? They lost to winners in round 2. We didn't even know they were here, and then out of nowhere, through losers bracket, they're just whooping everyone in front of them, apparently. And I'm gonna miss this Ninja Sword team. This is some of the top talent. Unfortunately, they are now out. But what I won't miss is just saying their team name. I'm glad I don't have to say 37 Ninja Swords anymore, Tony. I don't know about you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna agree with you on that one. It was tough. Every time I said it, I would even giggle a little because it's such a silly name. But my gosh, I mean, fantastic job by KCCP. And I don't know if you noticed, we talk about it multiple times. Manny is so good. His ceiling is so high. He's one of those big swing players where, hey, he can go double-digit negative on you. Let's be honest. He can definitely have an off game. But when he has those big games, 14.0 KDA. That was absolutely incredible. So I got to find out what you got to say about this, because I know you're going to go over those stats, and he's going to go wild on that couch.
Take it away, Yeso.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great work there in another very interesting series about 37 Ninja Swords. Their day is done. They finish in 3rd today, and KCCP, also known as KC Flyers, move on to grand finals, and now they will match up against Gambichos here for it all. I'm still honestly trying to process what we just watched, because that wasn't like the winners finals that we watched between about 37 Ninja Swords and Gambichos, which was very tightly contested, went the distance, multiple very close games. This was just dominant. I mean, really, KCCP looked just like very clearly the better team across the board, which is crazy when you look at the roster on the other side and you see Trippy, Penguin, Swish, Pistola. Absolutely absurd finish there. And now we get into a grand final where, when, maybe I was going to have a few questions going in, now I have a ton. We haven't gotten to see Gambichos or KC Flyers matchup today. Obviously, they've both beaten about 37 Ninja Swords, and the way that they happened, you could go a little transitive property and say, KC Flyers, maybe they're the favorite. They have the stronger win, the 2-0. But honestly, I have no idea, and I'm super excited because guess what? We won't have to ask the questions. They will give us the answers when we go to that series. But let's check out our stats here for our losers finals before we head over to our boys to get grands underway. And they were hyping up Manny, and no surprise here, he leads the way here on Strongholds. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this map. We started on the rig, and look at that, 18, 8, and 9 with a perfect kill to his name. Manny is somebody who I have been personally keeping my eye on since the Kellogg's 25K. Okay, that was a player who made it into the finals, and I didn't have the highest of expectations for him. Obviously, it is very meaningful just to have qualified for the finals, but when you looked at the lineup and the type of talent that he was going to have to compete against, I was like, there's no way that he is going to end up in the top half here. And he was very, very impressive, really surprised me there, and he's been someone I've been watching since then. Now, we haven't sadly been able to see the Kansas City Pioneers roster over the last few weeks, but we do get to see Manny in here today, and I'm absolutely hyped about it, and now we get to see him once again in the finals. Let's go to the last page of stats here for our first map. Just take a quick peek at those accuracy numbers. Look at Super CC there, 61.5%, over 2,500 damage, along with Manny there. Great performance. And you heard Tony, why not, hyping up the KDA for game 2. Manny had an 11.6 in game one, so great games back to back here from Manny and the whole team looking solid. Let's go to the second map here. It was Slayer, it was On Truth, and another pop off Manny. 16 kills, 6 assists, only 5 deaths. In a 5.5 minute game, he dies 5 times, gets 17 kills and 6 assists. That is a phenomenal performance from Manny. And you look at the rest of the team, 11 kills, 10 assists for Druk, Soul Snipe at the same number, 10 and 10 for Super CC. So really across the board, everybody in double digits in kills, everybody but Manny in double digits in assists. So really, it was a team effort top to bottom. And then you look on the other side, in about 37 Ninja Swords, nobody in double digits for kills. Trippy had a solid game, 9 kills, 9 assists. A lot of participation, even Penguin with 8 and 8, but it wasn't enough. And Swish had probably his roughest game of the day, 4 kills, 5 assists, 9 deaths. Let's go to the next page. We'll probably breeze through this one real fast. Just take a peek. Yep, a few perfect kills there. Let's go to the accuracy and the damage numbers as we close out this loser's final. And there it is. 57.4%. Look at Soul Snipe, 67.2% accuracy. He just was not missing. Leads the entire game, the entire lobby in damage with over 1,500 damage there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Swish was hitting his shots, 64.6%. That's nothing to sneeze at, but wasn't able to pull it through on the kills. And that means that KCCP moves on to Grands, and they would face off with Gambicho. So now I want to hear from all of you in Twitch chat. Who are you guys picking to win this grand final? I think it's a very tough choice. You can feel good about Gambichos and their run through winner's bracket. Obviously, they've been able to rest and watch these matches, and they have beaten about 37 Ninja Swords. But the question is how much do you value the strong back-to-back performances we've seen here from KCCP, also known as KC Flyers, and they just dominated in this losers final. So I don't know what you guys are thinking. I'm personally taking KCCP. We're going into Grands. It's going to be tough. The other thing we do have to remember, too, is they've got to win twice, right? The winner's bracket advantage goes to Gambichos. They have to lose twice to lose the day, just win once to end it all. Meanwhile, KC Flyers, KCCP have to take 2. So I'm not sure, but I'm taking KCCP. I wonder what the gentlemen are thinking as well. I believe we're ready to throw it back to them. Production will give me the thumbs up. Yeah, cool, awesome. Shout out to the production as well today. They've been crushing it back there. And we're not going to wait any longer, ladies and gentlemen. It's Microsoft Sunday. It's Grand Finals. And it's one of our last 2 Microsoft Sundays here before we go on a bit of a hiatus, folks. So today, next Sunday, then we'll take a break. But we've got another Grand Final here ready to go.
What's abundantly clear is KCCP came to play today. They're a force to be reckoned with. But, Tony, can they go the distance? All they have left, the last bastion here, is Grand Finals. That's it for today's tournament. And in the winner's side of Grand Finals, we have Gambichos. Gambichos, is it Gambichos? Is that the way you pronounce it? Either way, this team, they succeeded in upsetting the Ninja Swords team. We didn't expect to see it. They now sit here holding the line. But KCCP, just based off of last series, they are a completely different force. Tony, I want some predictions coming into this. They have 2 series at the very least worth of their position here. But what do you think? Where is this one going to go?
Whew, you're putting me on the spot here. Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, let me start off by saying that man, I'm enjoying this blast from the past. Like seeing Rorsch, Harime Joe, Strikey, Lure come back. Now seeing the old rivalry between KCCP and Gambichos with Super CC in the lineup. This is giving me vibes from back when Esports Arena was like real early, and I like it. I'm gonna say
came back full circle.
I'm gonna say KCCP. They run house 2-0 first series. I'm saying that this is going to a second series, and then. You know what? I'll ride with KCCP. I'll say KCCP 2-0 first series and 2-1 the second series to become the grand champions and to put on one of the best Esports Arena runs that we've seen in their history.
Damn. All right, Tony. Big statements. I mean, I don't blame you. KCCP and KCP is usually the team that you rep whenever I give you the opportunity to do so. So especially in a position like this where they're playing incredibly hot, I don't blame you for choosing that. To be honest, I'm kind of leaning towards KCCP as well. If Gambichos win today, then they will be winning, surprising us to do so, right? They've already surprised us once by upsetting Ninja Swords. They will have to, even though they're on winner's side, they kind of will have to upset again, right? This KCCP team are known for their caliber, are known for their accolades, their achievements in competitive Halo, and Gambichos, despite the fact that they are the top Latin American team, at least 3 of them are, they still don't have the same, level of accolades. They still have some proving to do, and this is their chance. This is their chance to put down 2 top level teams. If they do this, I mean, what a statement for Esports Arena, Tony. So I can't wait to see this. I hope it goes the distance. I think it will, but whether or not it's close is kind of the question. Whether or not KCCP come out so hot and blow, like you said, 2-0 to start. We might see that, and I hope we don't.
Yeah, and I don't have my database updated and in front of me right now, so I can't go back. But I'm trying to think back in the old memory bank, and as the roster of Atso tapping buttons and boys, like I remember them winning a tournament way back in the day. I remember them beating out Fung 4 one time, but all the other times, it kind of seemed like Fung 4 had the advantage on them, and this is that old Fung 4 roster after Renegade decided to start playing with Cloud9, and they picked up Super CC. So I'm giving the advantage to KCCP all day. We're not going to have to wait long because Strongholds on Eden. We're starting on board here with Druck. What do you got for me?
I think it would have been Taulik instead of Manny, right? But it is mostly Fung 4. What is going on, by the way, in the OS there? What an interesting brawl. The melees come out. Ultimately, both blue players drop. The OS is burned, but, I mean, Gambichos, they come out on top of that opening strat.
Adzo with camouflage in hands at the moment, putting down some good shots on Manny. Jumps off a catwalk to actually get that kill. So the catwalk ends up getting reset. He'll have to start all over as another player down below. He's not going to drop down for this one. He's going to stay up high and work on catwalk.
And he's putting work in, that's for sure. Pre-nade into Cat as well. I think he clipped them, and Drift will clean it up. Atso with a cleanup on the CC. Shots into another blue player there, and that, I believe, is Soul Snipe, who's down for the count. Look at this. Might be seeing an early trip cap to start the game, but very quick deletion onto Atso there. And this is how KCCP can fight back, earn back the positioning they need. Drift, not too many options here, buddy. He's got to try to stay alive, but no dice.
Super CC was able to get the 5-shot kill on Atso. Soulstar going to be trading off kills with Chester and tapping buttons, advancing forward onto outside red. He's currently does not have numbers advantage at the moment, so his best thing to do is just to stay alive, wait for his teammates to come in and collapse together, or just catch some crazy nades by Manny. I guess that works too.
And nades launching into these strongholds left and right here. Just trying to weather the storm. A Soul Snipe will dive the top catwalk, get a kill, head on a swivel as he's looking for Drift as well. In a bit of a compromised position, but man's going to make it work here. Players spawned up in blue now directly above him, and Soul Snipe has a beautiful flank opportunity here. Can he at least turn a kill? He'll get the melee in. Spawner's still up on blue, and I love the awareness out of Soul Snipe with the pre-nades. Almost gets this sticky trade, but honestly, the man did his job. Just complete destruction has allowed CC and team to turn that capture. And now it's all about the OS and the camo and Druck. I mean, he's earned this OS. What a play. Oh, and died with it too, apparently.
Your Canadian brother over there making moves, man. Druck, that was a beautiful 5-shot. If only he got away with that overshield, that would have been incredible. Atso does have the rocket launcher, is trying to get away with his life. He's the most important player on the map at the moment. Rockets, I did get those quick kills. You advance forward. Here, they might be able to steal a cap away and maybe some points. You'll notice on the top right-hand corner of your screen that KCCP has an L next to their name. That's because they're making a run throughout the losers bracket, which, incredible, puts them at a disadvantage because they have to win 2 best-of-3 series to become your champions.
Exactly. These best-of-3s could go by very quick. Just 2 games is all Gambichos needs to win here. 2 games at least per series. But Drift going to do everything he can to ensure that happens. Does reset Nest. You got Top Cat in contention as well. Spawner's up on Tower. Not for much longer, though. What a stick out of Drift on the Manny. Still got to keep tabs on that player in tower, though, who's now peeking out, so they do get the reset. But look at just the line of fire at a Drift. He's a turret. Now he's diving up into catwalk to keep him back here. Everything he can do to delay the situation, keep the 2 cap in their favor. But Druck giving him a bit, just stealing his attention, and he will eventually go down.
KCCP currently have the lead in this game, but there's a 2-cap. It's actually going in favor of Gambichos as Chester gets a nice double kill. Tapping Buns going in for the challenge on Druck, mainly because he has a teammate right next to him. They're going to steal away Catwalk, and that's going to be a trip cap for Gambichos.
Nice little turn of events for Gambichos here. Can they continue to make more of it? CC dive forward with a thrust, and he does get Chester somehow. Pulls that double out of nowhere there. He's going to convert this into more as he makes his way up to Nest. He's got the info on that player in tower, but pre-nades into red side spawners here. So CC just managing multiple fights, and he does die. And was that for at least for his team here as they give him an opening? Manny with the sneaky play. Does it get there in time, though? I like the attempt, but that OS is going to get out in the hands of Atso, who stops the rockets as well.
Atso Ichiya now making some moves of his own, getting that overshield, getting the slays that he needed, now advancing forward towards Blue Ben, and just like that, Gambichos have really sucked the air out of this room right now. All of the energy and momentum is now going in favor of them, and it looks like they just might take the lead. Hey, maybe even the game.
A little too early to tell here, Tony. Don't get ahead of yourself. They do have a trip cap, though, so things looking good for their points as they're making the comeback here. Just bringing the score a little bit closer. Drift, what a surgical play out of him as he goes right through center, deletes one, still alive somehow. Almost turns that into another kill, but he will go down, and all of that attention on himself is time in the favor of Gambichos, and it looks like they have finally tied the game up. They got the control over Catwalk and Blue Ben. Catwalk now being pressured. Chester getting tagged up from multiple angles here. Going to try to chip into this fight. He's got a delay long enough for Atso to get in and clean it up. So great defense there. They'll hold on to the 2-cap.
I'm sorry it was a bit too early, but I mean, I called it. The lead now going in favor of Gambichos, and Chester is not done yet. The 5-shot into the headshot on Manny gives that young man a double kill, and now they're advancing forward over towards the blue side of the map. Trip cap still in favor of Gambichos, who are looking damn good, but they just have gone 3 down. You need to slow your roll, Gambichos. Make sure you're playing your game. Stay alive. Keep the caps that you need, because it looks like KCCP are ready to make a run.
KCCP so quick to convert the caps. What a kill. And a soul snipe, by the way, just deletes Chester. Oh, he's going to dive into 2 here. He'll get 1. That's a double for him. Multiple players out on Ben. They do dive out and eventually kill him. But KCCP taking full advantage of the opening they had here. CC getting caught up, though, not expecting that player on his right-hand side. And Manny going to go down by the rocket as well. And this is a crucial moment here. We got the OS, the camo coming up. Druck in position to at least defend camo here. Nice shots out of him, but not enough to get the kill. And he's got to back down. He's got to make sure they got a line of sight on this camo, which I think they might have. Druck just defending it, brawling here, tapping in a peek into the fight as well. We got another player coming up on the tower as nades coming in left and right, but I think the OS player might have gotten backsmacked somehow in the exchange. And I have no idea what happened to that camo, but ultimately, I think KCCP might have weathered the storm, if only temporarily. You can see the lead still on the side of Gambichos.
And the nades came in over towards Catwalk, but Gambichos steal away that cap. They've just have gone 3 down, though. Soul Snipe going to be advancing forward over into Red Nest, and while doing that, he's putting shots into tower, trying to stay alive, and it looks like the double cap now going in favor of KCCP, but 2 down go, 3 down go blue team.
Just dropping like flies. Can they convert this into something, though? Drift, what a reversal kill out of him. And these are the big slays we need to see to really clutch up and pull out a W here. 80-63. Drift just going to play it slow, hiding on Snickers. All he really needs to do is just wait here, get information. You can see CC is trying to check his corners as he makes his way out, but CC not aware of this. And Drift playing it patient. Will it pay off? Oh my God, he's right below him. He's got to find the kill here. There we go. 3 shots in. Going to dive in and get the melee. All that does is delay things just a little bit. But it looks like that cap will transfer hands. So KCCP, can they pull out a bit of a reversal here?
Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is your grand finals, and man, is it not disappointing at the moment. KCCP currently have the double cap, but they're down by a little bit of points here. Super CC was able to take out Atso. Tapping Buns goes at Manny, and Soul Snipe off the screen gonna take out Drift. Tapping Buns flying out to the middle of the map to get that kill, and he does so, but my gosh, wow. that was a little risky there, Alex.
But look what he did off of it, though. He lived, and he also, he took the attention of that blue player who then died trying to kill him. And I think that might have been a transfer of all the weapons over to red team here. I don't know if you look at the overlay there. Okay, it did change. There were swords in the hand of Soul Snipe and Druck. You know they definitely don't have those, but those rockets in the hand of Chester. And he can make some big plays with this, and it's all about that camo that I believe either has spawned or will spawn soon here. Chester just peppering him from back tower here. Melee in, but not enough to get the kill. Now 90 points and counting here. Crunch time for KCCP. We can see there's no camo, no OS on the field. So they need to close out their kills here and convert this, so this might be a GG.
95 to 83 lead in favor of Gambichos. It's one last push, and if they're not in a base right now, it's going to be mathematically impossible. It looks like they are. They're on red nest. They have 3 people in it. The toes are in. Can they steal it away?
Oh, not enough. So close. Druck with a huge triple at the very end of the game, but the worry was he didn't have a teammate, right? He had a teammate with him for a split second, but that trade came out. And then Druck was alone, and one man can't cap that stronghold fast enough to save the game. But man, if Druck did cap it in the last second, who knows where that could have gone? That would have been quite the nail biter. Either way, this is the unexpected turn of events that we had. I mean, I said unexpected. We didn't anticipate it, Tony. We thought it was going to be a 2-0 at a KCCP, just considering how incredible they were looking in the last series. But this is a totally different story. Instead, we're looking at KCCP with their backs against the wall. The tournament's over if they lose this next game.
Yeah, and Gambicho's really coming out ready to play in that game number 1. Yeah. And now we're going into a game 2 Slayer, which, I mean, if there has been an Achilles heel of this KCCP roster in the past, it usually was on Slayer. But with the insert of Manny and Super CC playing together, these are 2 players that can really pop off on Slayer. I kind of like these 2 together. I'm going to give KCCP, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say they come out in game number 2 swinging, steal it, and ultimately force a game 3. But easier said when I'm back here talking. I mean, I'm not the players.
Right. They're good. They have to come out strong in this Slayer if they want to stay in the series. I believe, just based off of, if history tells me, it would be Regret Slayer coming up next. If that's the case, this is a snowball of a map. It's close quarters. We got the OS in center to fight over, so going to be a hell of a brawl off the rip here. If they take this, then KCCP, I'd say, have the advantage in the 3rd game in the series, because we know it's going to be a flag, and that's their wheelhouse. That's where they're strong. So they might be able to turn it around, but it could all change if this Gambicho's team surprises us. They have to do it here, though. It has to happen in Slayer.
And you were right. It's actually going to be Slayer on Regret. And then if necessary, we'll see another capture the flag on Fathom, as Druck coming out here and defending Overshield, but not doing a good job of it because Tapping Buns was able to steal it away. And using it a double kill, has the triple in front of him, but Manny just say, I'm out of here. So going through blue base and has a teammate next to him. Now it's a 2v1 situation. Now to be forcing Overshield to not only get depleted, but even to back down is Tapping Buttons.
Tapping Buttons has been beaming to start the game and still doing it. 3 shots into Druck, who's going to back down. But look at the baiting and switching coming out here. Multiple members of blue in front of Tapping, who's somehow managing the storm here. PK Drift and Chester pick up their kills. Tapping lives just a little longer, but does get taken down. 3-kill advantage on the side of Gambichos. A slight lead for them. And if they can lock down spawns, they can expand it. But you can see top map control in the favor of KCCP here, trying to coordinate with CC. You got Soul Snipe with the kill on the feed here. CC shots in the top mid. He'll try to slow things down just a bit as things get very close quarters.
Super CC gonna be flying over towards Red Car, putting down the damage and trusting his teammate Manny to finish the kill. That was gonna be Tapping Buns. Super CC now taking some heavy damage here, both from top mid and that blue base. He's gonna go down. So let's switch gears over towards Soul Snipe, who's working a little 1-2 combo here with Manny, aka Cell.
Yeah, but he's got quite the dilemma. Look at this. There was 2 bottom base, 2 in pink. What a collapse out of Gambichos, coming in with the pincer from both sides. Drift right now, beautiful shots, just bobbing and weaving. He gets the peak shots in. Teammate will fly into, ideally clean it up, but you can see that player still living on top car, being a nuisance. Atso in a bit of a dance with him up on car. It's Manny who comes out on top, but Drift looking to clean it up, chasing him down, gets the melee in. Player here for the trade, and this is just the brutality of Regret Slayer, is just the left and right trades. These players continue to drop, and all of it is all just kind of an incubation period for this OS, which is about to pop here. They need to drop to bottom mid.
Drift pulling the E-brake and sliding right into that plasma grenade, allowing Soulsnipe to get away with the overshield, throws the nade, gets the triple kill on Chester, and just like that, momentum has been changed over to KCCP. They got the triple, they got 3 down, and now they have top mid control, Shyway.
Oh no, Soul Snipe just unlocking the demon mode here. Look at this with the 5 in the base, cleans up another with a double. And that's the type of answer you need to see at a KCCP if you want them back in this tournament. What can they do about spawns now? They're locking down red right now. One player does split in red. Soul Snipe, he's got an eye on him and a caster into his back if he can catch him. But he can't give up his positioning here. He's lost 2. Soul Snipe just looking to challenge it up, but needs to play it safe. And look, he's just getting pelted by nades. We brought this down to the wire here, Tony.
Soulsnipe getting real creative with that plasma caster and the nades, but hasn't gotten a single hit marker. All of them looking good to me. Finally goes in for the melee, and there's the plasma caster, get the triple kill. Finally, somebody coming home, and that's gonna be another triple kill. This time for Soulsnipe, 25-23 lead in favor of KCP, and they're not done. Soulsnipe moving with that swagger in his step, thrust sliding all the way up to the sky and dropping down on his opponents.
This man is a beast. He's gotten 2 triple kills basically back to back. And just the movement, you can tell he's feeling himself as he just dives up into blue base here. Spawner's now up in red here. Soul Snipe still looking for the fight. Teammate with him as they bait and switch their way through here. Kills Chester. That's a frenzy for the man. He's looking for more here. Gonna make it to 11 onto Atso, and he does end up going down, but man, did he do work. A 4-kill advantage because of it, and Druck looking to pick up the pieces here. What an energy out of KCP.
Gambicho's had all the control in this game, but Soulsnipe is single-handedly saying, absolutely not, we are not going down like this. Druck able to use that momentum to get the 5-shot kill, but the plasma caster, the plasma pistol does come in. That was going to be Chester able to neutralize that overshield. Drift advancing forward and forcing Super CC to back down, but here comes 2 or 3 more players to hunt him down here at bottom red.
Look at Drift just micromanaging these fights. He dips out from the front base fight and knows to turn and watch the toilet and lift, but even though he does it, he just can't live. Atso instead does turn 2. Multiple spawners up on red side here. Atso going to try to find his way into one of these fights here. Needs to be careful. Teammate on pink side, we got a flanker. That's Soul Snipe trying to get back into the fray here once again. Chester and Gish, that's Drift. Going to try to work together to delete these players in blue, but they're running out of opportunities to do so. It's a 7-kill deficit here as Chester, can he pick up Druck? The longer he looks at that target, yeah, the more I worry about his backside here. Look at this red side spawner. Might pick him up in a second, but Chester, he'll get out for now.
6-kill lead in favor of KCP, and they have actually passed the 40-kill mark. Heavy damage coming in for Chester. Gonna try to stay alive, but Chasen gonna win that battle. Tapping Buds gets the shot and forces that player to back down over towards Car's side, but his teammates are going down as all of this is happening. KCP are now 6 kills away from taking this game, tying up the series, and forcing that oh-so-important game number 3.
What a stick there, I believe, out of Manny. It's just, you see these laser beams coming at a tapping. He's not missing a single shot, but KCP, they just have an answer. They have a recipe for all of these engagements here. 3 kills to close this game. Just about unwinnable for Gambichos as they're just looking to end it in style here. Soulsnipe does go down. Druck out bottom base. Drift will clean up 1. 7-kill deficit here. Druck flying. Doesn't even care about his backside here. He'll die for this, but all they need are 2 trades, which I want to say is likely. The combo will tag him up. They're going to fight for this OS, and I mean, if Gambichos gets this OS, I mean, dare I say they have a chance here. Tony, they're dropping him. Combo in. CC can't live. 3-kill deficit here. CC dropping nades to try to stay up, but he's getting tagged up from front and back. OS in the hands of Atso. Don't tell me this is a comeback.
Going from the greatest run in esports arena history to maybe the biggest blunder as Gambicho's able to get away with the overshield. Atso currently looking for some heads to click on. He doesn't want to make any mistakes, so he's playing a little bit slower here as there's 2 enemy teammates that are actually going over towards blue car. He's going to flank over towards bottom needles here.
Atso with the flank. What can he make of this? Early shots into CC, barrel for the damage. Nade comes in, no more OS. Needs to bait and switch with a teammate here. CC needs to dive out. Look at him just get out. Just barely. Shots into Druck. Can't clean him up. He's diving for it all, though. 49. If he dies, it's game over. And he does. But man, valiant effort out of Gambichos, who just give us a bit of a roller coaster of emotions there, Tony. That was a close game.
That it was. Gambichos had control largely throughout the, I guess, the first quarter, if you will. And then KCP really made a run. And right at the end, when Atso grabbed that for that custom, that overshield, they really got it close. And I'm not gonna lie, I was sweating a little bit here. I thought maybe Gambichos might have stole that game away, but KCP gonna close things out and force that oh so important game number 3.
I mean, what essentially happened was you had such an advantage at a KCCP. They had like a 7 kill advantage, 48 to like 41 or something, to the point where they felt that they could just go for low level flanks, right? Like we saw Druck just fly through bottom mid, just trying to get through to enemy lines, get a quick trade in there, a melee. But these are kind of 50-50 kind of risky plays to make, but they know they have an advantage, so they push them. Despite it, this, what is it? Gambichos, they play patiently. They hold their line, they hold their positioning, and they give us a scare, right? They were winning their engagements there. They brought it close. And if that spells anything for our series, Tony, I think we might have one that goes just a little farther here. It is CTF coming up next, but the worry is KCCP are more comfortable in CTF than any other game type. This couldn't be better for them.
Yeah, when you give yourself a big lead like that, you afford yourself the opportunity to make a few mistakes and even play for trades. And you saw that's what KCP did. But man, that overshield really did scare me. Either way, we're going to put that on the back burner. Now we're going into capture the flag on Fathom. No overshield on here, but the camouflage up top. And whenever there's a camo, Atso's going to have it. Druck gets the crazy burn. I don't know how he caught that angle while catching fire, but Druck ends up burning that camouflage.
Well, look at this. Look at this. So they already have their flag, I believe. I'm pretty sure they're already running that flag out through. Drift does have the rail. But where is the flag? I mean, I thought it was pulled. It is. It's out still. It's going out to front court here. And this is the worry with KCCP is they're so quick. Well, you know what? I'm calling it wrong. It's Gambichos who had the flag out. Either way, Tony, both flags are out here. It's a flurry of events, and Manny going to collect it, throw the baton just a little farther here. Druck and Drift, they trade on the feet, and Manny gets out. CC gets a kill as well. And this might be all they need to sink in that first cap. I like that you got the handoff too. The line of fire coming in. It's just not enough to stop it. Damn.
Druck able to relay that flag home, and this blue team is not done yet. They got 2 down and another pull. Trades go in. Soul Snipe dies with the flag, but Manny coming in for the relay of his own. Druck able to take out Drift and they can pull this flag. It might just be an early 2-0. Easier said than done though, because Gambichos coming right off of spawn and winning those gunfights.
Gambichos won't give it to him easy. Oh, beautiful kill out of Atso there. He can get out just last second. No more rail to work with, but flag back in their base. Going to try to mount the challenge here through silo side here. CC just going to keep him back. Right now, Atso with just a line of fire. He's a good checkpoint here. At the same time, though, you can see the other team pushing through. Chester got a big double on the feed, though. Atso just dives into a melee. Little unfortunate for him. Drift does win his fight to answer back. Drift going to fly out through into the face of CC, who's ready for it. And he'll 5 and take him down once again here. This is all for the camo, all for the rail. They need to convert their kills and hold it down here. And maybe they can get something going. You can see Chester and teammate, they do get 2 kills.
They do, but there is a KCCP member that was top mid, so he might be waiting. Never mind. Tapping Buds made quick work of him, and now he's waiting for that camouflage. Tapping Buds with that light rifle in hands. There's a player over towards the blue team enemy base and a flanker coming all the way over towards his garage. Tapping Buds have to stop watching that top mid side of things just to finish off Soul Snipe, and now going to be working back towards the enemy team's base.
Tapping making full use of the LR just to defend things. Of course, in scope, he can just 3-shot melt the enemy players. Looks like he will get the melt onto Druck. Drift with the kill as well. Shots into Porch, and what a kill for a double. Already down for the count here. Going to keep him back on spawn as well. That's a camo Chester, I believe, a camo player running that flag. And they might have the resources to pull this off. What Tapping, just big brain plays left and right. He's hitting his shots, getting up to bridge, stopping them in their tracks, and he's back in blue, still making plays. Are you kidding? He got a 5. He'll take the flag out. Teammate going to try to get it farther here. But can they do it? The defense coming in from KCP.
And Manny coming in for the weak side flank, able to take out Drift, even gets the double kill on Atso as well. More challenges coming in, but the flag is still on the move. Nothing there to stop it, except that crazy nade coming out of nowhere. Tapping Bun's gonna go down. Can KCCP pull off the recap?
Oh, it's an all-out war in the porch here, but they do manage to get it. Soulsnipe dives in, gets 2 as well. Looking for a third player directly in front out on courtyard. Somehow Soulsnipe is just breaking ankles out here. He did enough, though. He delayed them, and this turned into a counter cap. Manny with 2 on the feed as well. So what a series of events. KCP, they weather the storm. They come out, they take the advantage. And maybe map control as well. We got the rail coming up, and CC in position to just deal damage here.
And Super CC with the railgun, throwing an excellent nade, trying to stay alive. Camouflage be coming up soon. Can KCCP get control?
CC, it's on his hands. Camo directly above him as well. Gonna try to make a play with the rail here. Druck just dancing with Chester. He comes out on top. Look at this. What can they make of it? They got the Slay advantage. Tapping does get a big defensive kill, though. And Atso, despite the advantages on KCCP, he got out with the camo. They know he's there, though. He'll toss the flag out for now, but look at that. He's under all the attention of KCCP. Can't live much longer.
On board now with Tapping Buns, but all of his teammates have gone down. They were momentary 3 down. Super CC able to get away with that, with the railgun. Has a player in front of him, not charging it. Actually likes to have his pistol out. Throw some excellent denial nades here. Chester taking out Manny off a screen, and Super CC gonna go down as well. So 2-1 lead in favor of KCP, but now Gambichos are getting a bit of slays on their side, and it might just be a flag being pulled here. We have a little bit of a standoff as Soulsnipe gonna equalize the situation and pull Gambichos' flag as well.
This is massive. Look at this from Soulsnipe, though. All of the resources on red are committed to that flag, and Soulsnipe had the position in red base to pull the flag. They might win the game off of this if they get their slays. Manning gonna come in, try to trade out with 1, but they dive onto the return here and somehow win their fights and get the What a stop from Gambichos. That could have been bad, but they don't manage to succeed with that flag. We still got 6 minutes, still plenty of time to work with here. And they'll fight from the 50-yard line.
Manny flying into enemy team base, but taking a crazy amount of damage, somehow able to stay alive here. So he's trying to defend that flagpole. Atso gets it out of the base, but he's gonna play his life over towards the elbow side. Finally, Manny's gonna go down, and that's 3 down for KCCP. And Druck, he's might be the last line of defense here, trying to buy some time for his teammates to come off a spawn. Has about 3 players in front of him. Chester able to get that flag towards his base, but not quite into the porch.
3 dead, though. Only 1 player left up on the map. It's CC, and he's dead as well. That flag is going in, and that is going to be a tie game. And we are down to a nail-biter in this series, Tony. If Gambichos put this flag in, they win the tournament. If KCP put this flag in, they get the reset. It's all down to this, and the rail in the hands of Drift. They're still putting the pressure on here. Drift needs to live. We'll see what he can make of this.
We have the railguns in the hands of Drift at the moment. There's a player on both of his sides here, and he doesn't care. He's gonna rip Super CCV's body in half, put them 3 down, and now advance forward towards the enemy's team's territory here. 1 more round of slays, and Gambichos can steal away this game and the tournament.
Oh, he gets the hit marker. Enough to back that player down. Drift just gonna hold his ground. 1 player up on top mid to support him, but he needs to get out of dodge here. He will manage to. Another flanker. You see this out of Soulsnipe. This is not the first time we've seen it. He continues to flank into red base to open things up to get the flag out, but they do manage to stop him. And can they finally get an opening to pull away? But Manny, 2 kills with nades on the feed. Drift in a very important flank position here. He can go back to defend, which is what he's looking to do, or he can overextend the flag here. He'll take the defense onto Druck. He is the line of defense here. Nades coming in just to slow down the flag. Anything he can do to delay this is so helpful for his teammates.
Tied up at 2 apiece at the moment, going into the 4-minute mark as Drift gonna get an excellent, perfect kill right there. Beautiful 5 shot coming in. 2 down, go KCCP, and now we're on board with Tapping Buttons, who's trying to defend off top mid. I love watching this man screen. He always has his head on a swivel, puts excellent shots down, and always finds a way to stay alive.
Unfortunately, his teammates haven't stayed alive, though. He does get big shots in the top mid. That's the railgun player that he put down, no shields. Tapping gonna Oh, tapping in a very important spot here. Teammate's going to try to stop the flag, but tapping going to look to pull it instead, but he's been tagged up. This is rough. They know he's here. He's got to delay this situation. All 4 members of KCCP up. Druck just peppering him with shots, and he does get pinched. So flag now out in courtyard, and this is brutal. They got the rail, they got the camo, they're getting kills with it too. Flag out in court. This might be the game right here. I don't think there's anybody to defend it, so Manny does put it in, and they reset the series. Tony, we got another best of 3 ahead of us.
My gosh, KCCP have been putting on a show and giving me a heart attack in the meantime. And every game going down to the absolute wire, including that final one, 3-2, only 1 flag cap separated these 2 teams. And now we're going into a second best of 3 series. And this is it. No more chances. If KCCP win this, they're going to be crowned your champions. Gambicho, same as them. So, I mean, they've proved they've made it to the grand finals, not the winners bracket. Now they have to prove they belong here.
Yeah. They got so close, Tony. That's the worry, is how much more energy is in the tank for Gambichos here to get to this point, to almost win game 3. It's only going to get more difficult from this point out. When you start to lose that footing, you lose the chances. I don't know what we have next. I think we might jump from CTF to CTF, though, right? Like, I think resetting the series, it might be a Kali. If we jump into another CTF, I'm a little worried, because that's the perfect situation for KCCP to just take the momentum and to answer once again with even more firepower. But man, is this close. Just KCCP, they just found their opening. They pulled through.
I believe technically this would move us into a round 8. So that would mean game 1 would be capture the flag on Coliseum. Game 2, Slayer on Plaza. Then going into game 3, strongholds on Empire.
CTF Kali going off of Fathom and their win, jumping into Kali, they got to be feeling good. KCCP got to be feeling like they have the advantage to start the series. If Gambichos wants to win this, I mean, if they do it in Kali CTF, then I think they can take the series. But they are going to have to somehow clutch up Slayer, clutch up Empire Strongholds from the back foot, Tony. It's going to be very, very difficult. Either way, I hope we get a series that goes the distance here. I wouldn't expect anything less. But man, hope you guys are enjoying it, watching. It's been a hell of a show so far.
I'm going to be honest with you. I wish I was as confident as you, because even though KCCP did end up winning that Fathom CTF, they did it by literally the skin of their teeth. Gambicho's really putting it on them and making it a tight game, only losing by 1. I mean, 1 or 2 slays go their way, and we're talking about Gambicho's winning that game 3 and not even forcing another best of 3. They're your champions. So I'll be honest with you. I'm not all that confident about my pick. I think Gambichos can not only win this, but shoot, they can possibly win 2-0. I mean, they both, but there's no clear favorite in this grand finals.
Sure, though I would like to get a look at this scoreboard if we could. I don't know if we'll be able to, but I think if we look at the board, I think there might have been a slay advantage on the side of KCCP, because as far as I remember in that series, they were hammering them over and over and over. It was just relentless pressure, but our Gambicho's team, when they got their second flag, they finally got that opening. It was a clean round of slays, and they managed to cap off of it. And that's kind of how Fathom CTF can work, is you get that one opening, you can get your cap, but it took Gambicho's a long, long time to finally secure that second cap. They were down by a deficit for most of the game. They did manage to do it, but then in the end of the game, they lost resources, right? We had the camo, we had the rail in the hands of Soul Snipe. So in those critical moments, those clutch factor moments, we're seeing KCCP ice up. Can we see it out of Gambichos? This is the final chance to do it. Our final series of the tournament, both teams on even footing. Kali CTF, I want to see him make it happen.
And it looks like Soul Snipe going to open things up and get the first kill of the game. Man, getting the second one, and going to be rewarded with the sniper rifle because of it. Going in for the stabilized shot, but nobody home. Even rockets haven't been pulled yet. Tapping Buns goes in for the flank from elbow side, but nobody ended up picking up that rocket launcher, not even a Gambichos player, which had rocket control.
I think it's a bit of a bait as well. If you don't go for it immediately, you flank through instead, then they might not expect your timing on the base. And I mean, maybe this can turn to their advantage here. I think they've lost multiple numbers, though. Tapping got a strong side his way out of that engagement. I like the movement here, just to sit in a cubby, get his shields back. Rocket's going to be in play, though, in the hands of KCCP in just a second. And that flag already out, but Soul Snipe, there's the moves, by the way. Hits the super slide on the ramp just to get out the flag at the reset. And now he's got to angle into the window. I love the movement here. Man just getting started connecting faces. Druck picks up 2 on the feed, and this could be a pull right here.
Already 3 down, go Gambicho and Solstice trying to make it some more, ends up pulling off the headshot. So he was watching that cutoff all the way from his elbow and still connects. Now he's ready to relay the flag. Currently 1 shot, so 1 tap and he's down. But luckily Chasen coming in for the kill. That was Super CC going in for the relay of the flag. He's gonna slide and thrust that in, and we have a 1-0 lead in favor of KCCP.
So clean at a soul snipe to not desperate the flag bottom mid. He dropped down there, but he was ready to take the fight first, get his kill, then relay the flag. And it's just little steps like that that help ensure they get these flags out. Either way, it's not over yet. Chester does get the counter pull here. Tapping button's going to rotate out through to Cave side, but that flag now sitting out bottom mid. Tapping not really in position to do anything about it, so instead he's looking for an early pickup on the reset. Adso, look at this. Adso got 2 big kills in the feed here. Tapping a mad dash with the flag out through Rock side, but head on a swivel. He's aware of CC. What a pickup on a kill. Oh my, shots into Bend as well. Somehow the man doesn't die. He's the Terminator, Tony. Just the fact that he can spin from target to target and live and collect a flag. My God, what a play. Tapping just went huge, Tony. I'm flabbergasted.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? To have that awareness, to drop that flag and pull off both of those kills, my man is absolutely out of control. Atto coming off a spawn and getting the slay. Manny trying to stay alive over towards the window side. Drops a wonderful sticky grenade on Tapping Buttons. And Soul Snipe coming off a spawn here, trying to keep the pressure on.
If we can see more plays like that at a Tapping, we might see a game for them, but not going to be easy to do, especially against the likes of KCCP, the type of plays they've been putting up so far here. Multiple members out bottom mid in the meantime, though. Chester up on top map, gonna drop below. Perfect position to get the melees in, but just whiffs it. Shots into Manny. Manny being so tricky as he drop backs nades, but it looks like we got the bait and switch, or the pinch coming in, the double team, to ensure he goes down. Tapping, doing everything he can to delay the situation, stay up. That sniper is up as well. And you'd like to see Gambichos get a hand on it, but CC just there to deny that from happening. He'll pick up snipe, then drop it. But flag going out here. A double dilemma for KCCP. They're going to try to get a counter of their own. And Drift, he's got it to a checkpoint.
We're at a little bit of a standoff here. Flag not ready at the post here. Drift going outside a window, catching some good shots with the flag. No, we'll miss you come infinite time. That flag is over towards S1. We're just waiting to be returned, being baited at the moment, but somebody just steps on it. There we go. Crack is going on it. That's actually going to be Adso. There it is. Can he?
No, he didn't.
He didn't get it. Can Druck get the touch before it resets by itself? Oh,
did he?
No, he
did. He didn't make it.
Oh.
No amount of thrust sliding saved Druck from that situation. He didn't make it to flag in time, so we do have a second cap on the board, but at what cost here? CC and team, they're flying in through the window, looking for trades here. Manny, oh, he's gonna go down. So no chance at a counter pull. Gambichos, they pull through, and they have a chance to aggress once more.
How many times have you been that player where you get an incredible slay out on a player that's going for the return? You slide and then right before you're able to get that touch, it looks like you even got it on your screen. It gets returned by the timer. It is heartbreaking. I know Druck is not going to be happy about that one, but he needs to press that reset button. 2-1 lead in favor of Gambichos, and KCCP cannot go down in this game number 1.
They will forget about it and move on. They're top caliber players. They don't worry about these semantics here. Instead, they got to get the defense. You got multiple of them trying to live on blue base, but tapping buttons. Tapping buttons? Are you kidding? Every time this man never fails to surprise me. He'll take 2, but he will go down as well, and it's not enough for his team to get an opening here.
Tapping Buttons is my MVP of this game, and it's not even over. I don't even care. This man's making plays, but we're on board with Drift right now, and Drift's a pretty darn absolute truck, and he's a pretty darn good player as he takes down Drift, but he's going to go down as well, so 2 down for KCCP. Make that 3 down because Jester puts out the double kill, and Tapping Buttons is already watching that perimeter here in Elbow. If they get the slays, that pull is coming soon.
This is what you don't want to see if you're a KCP fan, tapping on your elbow. Just being a nuisance, just peeking, getting shots in, kills man. He lives a little bit longer. No way. Oh, if he killed CC, I would have lost my cool there, Tony, but CC does eventually take him out. Tapping, you can tell he's just the hardest kill in the world. and all of the work that not like this, Druck. That was a little unfortunate, especially in CTF when they're about to push your base. Druck will fall off the map. They give up snipe, I think, as well because of that, and hopefully that doesn't bite him a little more here, Tony.
Double kill coming out of Manny, and that was going to be Atso, that final kill, but Druck goes down as well. So a little bit of a 3v3 situation. Manny flanking over towards S1. He does get spotted, and Chester going to hit him with the 5-shot kill. Super CC goes back at Chester. 2-1 lead, still in favor of Gambichos. KCCP needs to make a run here. One more cap, and they're going down 0-1 in this series.
Soul Sniper made it to a good vantage point, but he lost his teammates and was compromised. Instead, we can see tapping buttons with 2 kills here. He's starting to go off. New spawners up on elbow side, and tapping gonna look to lock it down. Teammate already running the flag through snipe. Do they have any chance to stop it? I think they're in the clear. Gambichos can close game 1, and tapping just gonna put an exclamation point on it. But man, 3-1 to close the first game in our series. Gambichos did what we thought maybe wasn't impossible, but highly unlikely. We did not expect this type of life out of them, and honestly, with that performance on CTF, they have the advantage for this tournament now. I think they might be able to take this, Tony. I was side KCP. I might have to change my position here.
To be honest with you, this is what I love the most about this grand finals. I said it before, there is no clear favorite here in this grand finals. Both of these teams can pop off at any given moment. They both have strengths, they both have weaknesses. I think they're both objective efficient. They both come with a reasonable amount of firepower. They both have that crazy amount of team chemistry, that teamwork bait and switch. I think this is a solid grand finals. I'm loving this. This might be one to put on the YouTube.
Sure, Tony. Go for it, man. I know you got the YouTube grind going. Hype matches, I agree. Throughout this whole tournament, especially grand finals, we've seen surprising upsets. We've had a bit of a roller coaster of events here. We had, of course, this KCCP team that came in out of nowhere and were looking great, but they're being stopped by this Latin American juggernaut of a team. Who is Chester, by the way, Tony? People are talking about him in the chat. I've never seen this player in my life, and he comes out of nowhere, and he's making plays. They're poised to take this at this rate.
I mean, I don't know much about him myself, to be honest with you. I'm going to assume he's coming from the Latin American region. I don't know if he's competed in a lot of these tournaments. I'm even trying to think back of the Pro Series, and I don't remember his name popping up anywhere in the top 8. Maybe he's just one of those players that, hey, he doesn't play in every tournament, but when he does, he pops off.
Does he have another GT or something, right? You got to wonder who this man is, but either way, a bit of an X factor here, and we'll see if it's enough for them to close out the tournament. But Slayer Plaza is what we have next, and Druck, what the heck is my guy? Will actually maybe take this fight for that. Tapping does kill him, but interesting little shimmy there with the crouch.
Little Steph Curry shimmy right there. Soulside with the sniper rifle in hands, along with the overshield. That's not a good equation for Gambichos. He can easily clap back with this combo. Another player going down. Druck going to be trading off kills with Atso. The snipe spawns are coming in, and he's trying to make them pay.
Soul Snipe looking to put the hurt on here. And I love the patient lineup with the no-scope, but not connecting just yet. Only 2 shots to work with. Pressure coming in through Cafe as well here. Can Soul Snipe fend it off? He will get a body shot in, but just too much coming out of red team will put him down.
8-4 lead in favor of KCCP, and Atso putting down some good shots. Forcing that player to back all the way down, but he's still over in top nest. He can't get slayed out over here. I think he needs to stay alive as Drift does come in for the flank, but he's not there in time. 9-6 lead in favor of KCCP. Chester getting the 5-shot.
I'm not sure if I should be reading chat on this, but maybe it's Pelu on a Smurf. I don't know. I'm looking at chat here, and we don't know quite who this Chester player is. Either way, he's been making plays, and we'll see if he can close it out. Because right now, advantage on side of KCCP. Soul Snipe going huge on the feed here. Chester goes down as well. 14-8 now, as it might start to barrel out of control here. Nades up into S4. Soul Snipe with the rotation right behind Atso. Can't do anything to stop it. Tapping going to go down the dip here, but Soul Snipe still on the prowl as he makes his way out through loop, drawing the attention of multiple here. And we'll see if they get the collapse to stop him. But look at that. Despite the advantage, the scoreline closing very quickly.
It looks like he's Gambino, so he is a top-level Latin American player, a professional player in that region. Thank you very much, Chad. We appreciate you as Super CC and Manny. Got to get back-to-back kills. Chester and Tapping Buns going to answer back on that one. Still with 3-kill lead in favor of KCCP, and this is a bit of a, they call in wrestling, they call it a slobber knocker. They're just going back and forward, just throwing haymakers. I'm loving it, though.
Very much so, that's for sure. We've got multiple just dropping left and right there. A bit of an unfortunate death from that blue player dropping, losing high ground. But just a 2-kill deficit here for Gambichos. Putting mad shots in across the map here as well. Drift will look to hold it down. Nades coming in to slow his roll. But still, just holding the line of fire. A lot of long-range gunfights here, just peppering him. Not a lot of aggressive pressure. We might see it in just a second in Nest, but man, Drift just snapping and taking him out. New snipe about to spawn here. Drift in position to get it, but the nades coming in from Soul Snipe to put him down. And it's all a brawl for this sniper. Whoever comes out with it has a serious advantage. And it looks like it's Tapping Buttons. Of all players to have it, Tony. You're worried if you're on the blue team.
And not only was Gambichos able to steal away the sniper rifle, but they've also even stolen away the lead. Tapping Buns getting a little bit close to the action here. Goes all the way to top mid, drops down, but that might have been a mistake because those were easy shots going in for KCCP, and that was going to be a momentary 3 down for Gambichos, and Soul Snipe got the sniper back.
Maybe a little overzealous to drop the bottom mid there instead of rotate that snipe to safety of Cafe, let's say. Instead, Soul Snipe has it. And Soul Snipe, he's playing it very safely from glass. One of the best spots to be here. Nades coming in to back him down, though. Teammates holding the line through yard. They just need that info. You could tell this is for the tournament right here, Tony, just by how slow they're playing it. They're taking their time with every little step here. Hit marker in with the nade as well. Soul Snipe going to try to keep him back as CC goes in to try to get the kill, but look at the relentless pressure out of Gambichos. They push through to yard. They can get that sniper back, and Chester can get a kill out of this. He does not. So the trade's still coming in left and right, but Tapping second chance with the sniper.
And it looks like that overshow's actually up right now, so he's going to have to try to go for the... And it does end up getting burned, so nobody going to be able to take advantage of that overshield. That's going to go in the advantage of Gambichos. When you have the lead, you tend to don't need that overshield, especially when you have the sniper in the hands of a player like Tapping Buttons.
What a live out of Tapping. He took a risky peek out to loot, but his live, that thrust into the corner just to get out in the last possible second here, Tapping. Look at that. Oh, how does he whiff it? He had everything so perfectly set up, but just narrowly whiffs the shot here. Nade does kill him, and Tapping so close to greatness in this game, but not quite connecting. CC does go down. Despite his efforts, though, a 7-kill advantage here, and they could still close this out. They get this game. They get the tournament here, Tony.
7-kill lead in favor of Gambichos. Drift's gonna make that an 8-kill game, make that a 9-kill game by getting the double kill. Manny and Druck gonna go down, and he's working on Soul Snipe as well. Who Drift, he's going crazy right now, really clapping back here. Soul Snipe gonna be taken down, and just like that, we have a 10-kill lead in favor of Gambichos. If they win this game, they win this tournament here, Shyway.
Yeah. Everyone on Gambichos has reached their final form here, Tony. Everyone is shooting laser beams. They're playing so damn well. Soul Snipe gonna do what he can just to get a pickup on a kill here, but he can't even find this player. Finally, Atso does go down, but Soul Snipe getting traded out for it. And all these trades so heavily in the advantage of Gambichos. Honestly, I don't even know if KCP have a chance at this point. It's gonna be brutal. They're stuck in Cafe. Chester just looking for a sneaky route here. His teammate drops, but look at the trades left and right now. 47 on the board. 3 to close this game. New OS about to pop, and Chester just waiting down in driveway. Tony, I think they might have it.
They are two kills away from taking this tournament, and to be honest with you, KCCP are too far behind. The firepower, the teamwork, the playing for each other, it ends up working out for them as Tapping Buttons scares Super CC away, goes in, but not able to get that overshield. But I don't know if it's going to matter much because one more kill and Gambichos take it.
What a monster, though, Tapping. You know, like he wanted to snipe, but he wanted the OS. He didn't want to give them any chance for an advantage, and there we go. The final kill does come through, 50 to 39, and Gambichos in the reset they pull through and they take the tournament against all odds. Tony, what a performance. It's not just against KCCP, it's against what the Ninja, with the Ninja Swords. Either way, these are some of the best players in the world, mixing and matching their talent together, but getting beaten by Latin America today. What an exciting series of events.
And I'm telling you, I mean, Gambichos, and not even just them, excuse me, the entire Latin American region just seemed to get better and better. I was starting to see them doing a lot of scrims, even money scrims against a lot of our North American teams, and they're putting in that work and they're grinding, and you're starting to see it right here, right now. I mean, this is a big win for Gambichos, incredible win. I'm
infinite grind, baby.
It is. It's that final push.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting down to the end of the line with these. I'm hoping we get more and more ESA tournaments, but Tony, you and I know that we have a couple more. And as we get to the end here, to see some of this talent pull through and set the precedent, I mean, this is how you make a statement going into Halo Infinite. So just amazing performance out of everyone on this team today on Gambichos. Tony, you have any final remarks before we close out today?
Yeah, I mean, well, I thank you, Shyway, for having me. Obviously, one of the best in the business. It's always a pleasure to cast with you. Thank you, Esports Arena, as well, for giving me this platform, and also thank you to Microsoft too. We got to shout out Microsoft and Game Pass. If you guys want a little insider, if you want to be able to play Infinite day one, you need to have Game Pass. So they already talked about that during the E3 event. If you want to play it day one, you got to be able to have Game Pass. And if you want to be chosen for possible flighting, you got to be in the insider program. So there you go. I love you guys, chat. You guys are the best. I wanted to make sure you guys got that information. If you're not a part of it, make sure you sign up now. Game Pass and the insider program. Love you, chat.
You heard the man. So Tony gonna go ahead and get those shout outs in. But I mean, look, we got our champions on screen here. Massive shout out to Gambichos. They gave us a show today. They popped off today, and they won deservingly. They put together one hell of an event for us, and it's got to feel good if you're a fan of them in the chat today. What a tournament. Tony, thank you for joining me. So feel free to do the honors and close this one out.